If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
...and the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, I think I can do that because good morning, Road Gang. This is us, live from the good old Fast Sports Studios with your host and our friend, that hat-wearing man himself, Jimmy Mack.
Even the man on the moon can't tell Road Gang Radio where to stand. Good morning, my fellow fluff nutters, great enemies of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. National Fluff Nutter Day, October 8th, celebrates the beloved childhood sandwich of peanut butter and marshmallow fluff. That's not my beloved childhood sandwich. Actually, it's the nostalgic favorite for many New Englanders, by the way. Okay, so we started today with ridiculousness, and we started yesterday with genuine ridiculousness with the adventures of Mark Sanchez and the 69-year-old truck driver. Got some information about that just in a little bit here. Also, a little bit of Guy Fieri, blow it out. Yeah, tequila. What do you say we start with some hashtag RGR, genuine heroism? A medical helicopter crashed on a highway in Sacramento, critically injuring 3 people aboard, including a woman who was pinned underneath and was rescued with the help of motorists. 15 motorists who lifted part of the aircraft, according to officials. Those folks got it going on, man.
Boy, it ain't no personal helicopter. That's a medical helicopter.
That's right, man. I'm talking about all that triage equipment. Those people got veins in their neck.
They've been working out all morning.
The helicopter had taken a patient to a hospital and was on the way back to the place it had been dispatched from when it experienced an in-air emergency just after 7 p.m. Monday, said Captain Justin Sylvia, a spokesperson for Sacramento Fire. He said it looks like the helicopter crashed upside down and left a large debris field. A pilot, a nurse, and a paramedic were taken to hospitals and were in critical condition as of last report, he said. No one on the highway was injured, he said, calling it mind-blowing, given the helicopter crashed in the center of the highway. Basically, what happened was that people reported they saw the helicopter kind of going down quickly, so all the traffic, as in a symphony, simply slowed down together. One of the people injured was trapped underneath the helicopter, and a small crew from the fire department was able to work with people on the highway who got veins in their neck to push the aircraft off the woman and to get her out and into an ambulance. It took every ounce of approximately 15 people to move that aircraft up just enough to get her out. That's what Sylvia, the Sacramento Fire spokesman, had to say. Good morning.
That's how you start a morning, with a true American story and not about someone getting stabbed.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude. I mean, it's like, you know what those people were, those 15 people? Americans.
Da, 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 da. Or maybe one or two of them from Canada. We don't hit on that either.
Well, I mean, it's pretty far down in Los Angeles. Although there might have been a couple of tourists. Who knows? I mean, that's a tourist experience.
Yeah.
Huh? We're coming home, Dita.
What'd you do on the weekend?
Got veins in our neck.
Yeah, I picked up a helicopter.
Yeah, you know, we'll talk about this again a little bit today about the Bay Area celebrity chef and TV personality Guy Fieri. Says he's still trying to make sense of a tequila heist that left his company reeling. We lost all the tequila, he said. We can't fill the shelves. It hurt bad. Still, he decided to speak out to warn others. Lindsay Lawler pointed this out, by the way. She'll be with us, of course, as always, right around 9. Another edition of We Should Write is headed your way today. Woo! Good one, dandy, great songwriter going to be joining LaRue. She made a good point here. I'm speaking out. No, you're speaking out because people know you got bamboozled. If it can happen to us with strong security and good communication, then everybody's vulnerable, Fieri said. Let me tell you something, dude. That's not strong security, and that's not good communication. There's a lot of people who don't have the money or the celebrity that he has that somehow manage with much more expensive equipment not to get hijacked.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, straight up. I'm just not going to feel bad. Nope. I'm not going to feel bad. It's like, welcome to the world of trucking. Mark Sanchez, welcome to the world of trucking. Stabbity stab stab. Guy Fieri, I can handle it myself. I know what I'm doing. My people know what they're doing. They got it. They're all on top of it. Okay. Okay.
Dun, 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 dun.
Don't hire professionals. Lose your heart on iHeart.
Mm-hmm.
Have the audacity to listen on Odyssey.
Yep.
Yak it up on the tube of you, as many people are doing. Make some FaceTime on Facebook. Live your best life at Live 365. Be a free floating radical at RadioNemo.com. Or perhaps you're listening later on today and you're pondering the possibilities of it all afterwards on your favorite podcast platforms. Because this is Road Gang Radio. Forget the lies of Zebulon 5 with its bumbling bloviators, and enjoy the Wednesday edition of the greatest live transpo show in the known universe. You can be a part of the action. You can mix it up in the thick. You can get the veins in your neck going by joining us here on the Road Gang at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
And all of it, as Phone Master Dre pointed out, by the way, BB the King, who is one of the head honchos over there at Fastport, all of it broadcast from the Fastport studios at the historic Edgar Degas House. Fastport, by the way, you know the drill, but it bears repeating, is solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They're doing it through research, looking stuff up. They're doing it through technology. That's what they are. They're a tech company. And they're doing it, most importantly, with the people doing that research and using that tech, people. Mr. Roll Tide himself, Brad Bentley, Dave Harrison, Gina Harrison. Any people they want us to give a shout out to, let us know. We will do so. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. By the way, the story of Mark Schwemmer's got cooking, and a few other people are looking at too about national apprenticeships. There is, once again, now that we've gotten rid of the non-domiciled, or at least making an effort to really kind of wind down that particular piece of chicanery, the 18-year-old drivers have returned. Oh my God, we got this terrible shortage. We need a bunch of kids who don't know nothing and never been trained to get out there on the road now. Yeah. That's what we'll be kind of digging into later on as we kind of merge into the news as well. We also want to give special congratulations to those finalists of Fastport's Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence. We're going to be making our way further down the road with them over the course of the next month and a half, 2 months or so, as we make our way to Arlington, Virginia for the Lane of the Reeds. Go to the Vet Ready Summit, going to go to Maine, do all that kind of groovy stuff. I have a meeting about that today, by the way. So that's it. That's kind of the deal. That's who we are. That's Road Gang Radio, by the way. I did tell you it's Fluff Nutter Day.
Yep.
Now, you asked me the question. I ask you the question. You ever had a fluff nutter?
Dude, never have. Didn't even know what you were calling me.
I know. It's like all those fluff nutters out there. What you talking about? It's just a sandwich with peanut butter and marshmallow spread. It's the marshmallow spread. You don't have to. I mean, you could melt marshmallows on top of it. Well, you know I'm talking about that big jar you get of like marshmallow spread.
Yeah.
You know what that is? That's the kind of stuff that people who are obese eat at 3:00 in the morning. That's how it got invented, man. Stoners and people who were obese at 3:00 in the morning, dude. It's
Dave's
just like,
not
hey,
here, man.
Try this out, man. Dave's not here, man.
I would love to put that either over an open fire or in a toaster.
Oh, actually, no, you do. No. But I like where your head's at. You know what you do? You put a little bit of that peanut butter on a slice of bread. Put a little bit of that fluffy stuff on the slice of bread.
Chocolate.
You put butter on both sides and you grill it. You grill it.
Ugh.
You grill it. That's what you do.
Change the subject. I'm hungry.
I know. Speaking of national days, of this awareness, this celebration of national days is always brought to you by our friends at Truckdown. The quickest way back on the path is truckdown.com. They've been doing it since '97. Truckers with maintenance issues have found service providers through Truckdown, and these days they're serving 50 states and 8 provinces. Go to truckdown.com and then turn your attention to, I like this one. Today is a day about making people aware of bullying. It's Stop Bullying Day, which falls on the second Wednesday in October. School children, teachers, and their parents spend time learning about bullying and recognizing how they can prevent it. It calls on schools and organizations to bring together children, educators, and parents for the sake of preventing bullying situations. It can come in many forms. Victims can feel helpless or unsure of how to stop the situation. While bystander intervention is an effective way to stop bullying in real time, understanding how it can be prevented is even more important. No, it's not. This is where I kind of break with these people. If somebody's bullying somebody, if somebody's bullying your child, put them down. I don't mean kill them. I don't mean kill them, but put them down. Put an end to it immediately.
Yeah.
Disproportionate response. Let people know. People touch your child. People ostracize your child, isolate your child. And by the way, here's a big one too. Maybe you're just not trying hard enough. You know, if you weren't so difficult, people wouldn't do this to you. Yeah, no.
No, I'm teaching my kids how to throw hands.
Yeah. Teach your kids how to throw hands.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you know what? Oh, we don't have conflict resolution that way. Yeah, teach your kids to make alliances and put these people down.
Yeah.
Well, we need to understand the bully better. No, we don't.
Stand up for yourself.
No, we don't.
And if they start it, finish it.
Tell them no. Tell them no. Matter of fact, all the great bullies of the world have been. Matter of fact, the last 5 years last 8 years have been a value lesson on all kinds of sides of this issue. No, absolutely not. Not doing it. And shame people who don't want to get involved, who say like, well, I keep my enemies closer. Oh, yeah, none of that stuff. It's a great day to celebrate Don't Bully People Day because it's also National Heroes Day.
Yeah.
Straight up, man. We need a couple of heroes. You know, like the Heavy says, ain't no place for a hero. Road Gang Radio is for heroes. It's celebrated each year on this day, October 8th, in the U.S. It isn't a matter of pride to be surrounded by people we can look up to. It's not just a matter of pride. It's a matter of necessity. By the way, Lindsay did this on the show. To define the word hero, many of us will list the instances when a person has gone beyond the call of their duty. That's really what it is. Being a hero to a large degree is going beyond the call of your duty. But being a hero is more than that. It includes having qualities that inspire a person to be stronger, smarter, kinder, and considerate of other people in desperate situations. From the battlefield to your classroom to the road. I think a hero ultimately and a leader ultimately are people who evangelize through example. Lead by doing it exactly the way you want it done. That in and of itself inspires people to do great things. 615-292-6366.
What he says, 615-292-NEMO. Give us a call.
Do you have any heroes in your life, Master Drag?
Ooh, several. My dad, my mom, of course, because those are two that went through the thick of it. But my older siblings, man, I've seen them honestly flip life upside down and make it their own. And then also some good friends and childhood people. I actually have one person that really was a big impact in my life, and that's one person that I missed their funeral whenever I moved out of town, out of high school.
It's the worst, isn't it?
And it's still haunts me to this day, but I am also just very thankful that I got to be graced with that presence of a woman named Ophelia growing up.
Oh, I like that very much.
Yes.
One of my heroes is Junker.
Nice.
34 Reset, West Palm Beach, Florida, Service Plaza. Good morning. He's going to get some breakfast now and enjoying the road.
I thought you were giving out his address. I was like, come on.
No. He's over at the 34. He's got a 34 Reset going on at the West Palm Beach, Florida Service Plaza. And wants everybody on Road Gang Radio to know good morning. He is having a spot of breakfast. Hope you are as well, too. Please jump into the chat everywhere there are chats. I know our friend Rebecca Brewster has probably already checked in on the Book of Face. And so many of you have leaned into the chat and the conversation over at YouTube. I don't need to bully people. I just give them a look. Come on, Marshall. No. You're doing it wrong. You're supposed to give the bullies the look. Forod says, it's not like I'm rocking an oversized banner. I'm more of an X than an L. Where's that coming from? Good morning to Tara. Good morning to Trucker Boson. Good morning to Marty Ellis from New Braunfels, Texas. Go out and make it a great Wednesday. Ken told us don't eat that. Well, shinola. I can't use that word in the air because then they got to put down some line, by the way. You know what I'm saying? They got to put down some line in our YouTube page where it says, nasty language. That was a weird moment yesterday. I mean, basically, if you read... Okay, so YouTube at the end, when we do reposting, asks us, you got to let us know if anything is offensive to people in general.
Yeah.
But it's like the way they kind of spelled it out, it was almost impossible for it not to be offensive. Well, I did talk about a cigarette for 2 seconds. But you talked about how it was bad. Still, you talked about cigarettes. You got to put an adult warning on the thing.
Oh, if you talked about guns, if you talked about any tragic situation, then you click that, and then you go into the 14 other details to be able to elaborate on why you talked about.
That's why Tara's my hero. Tara just basically got on the phone. She's like, we're not doing that.
Nah.
We're not doing that. Are you promoting it? Are you saying filthy things now? Well, then no.
Get your guns here.
Get your guns here. We're selling guns. Going
That is
once,
not
going-
what we're
We're
about.
not doing that. Please do not call asking for guns. We do got plenty of trucking news coming your way. Lots of stuff to kind of dig into. We got to take a break here. Deep gulp of oxygen to kind of contemplate the mysteries and the wonders of this remarkable country. A little pledge, a little national anthem, followed by a bracing cup of Java from the Bennett family of trucking's Pastor John. He's also kind of our resident in pastor. Phone Master Dre, break us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's start our morning with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Visit drive4bme.com.
It's Wednesday. You know, oftentimes when we come on, we often forget about the fact that there's a lot going on around us when we get together and have our time of devotion together. There's a lot of stuff that's happening that we don't see. And by us not seeing it, we really and truly don't even think about it. But I want to share something with you that's found in Isaiah chapter 40, verse 28 through 29. It says very clearly, he says, have you not known? Have you not heard? All of these questions. The Lord is the everlasting God, the creator of the earths, of the ends of the earth. Watch this. Now, this is where it gets good. He does not faint or grow weary. So that tells us ain't nothing going on that's going to cause God to get tired. His understanding is unsearchable. So it's nothing we can throw at him that he can't come up with a solution. He gives power to the faint, which he's saying just where we are today. We done got tired. We done got weary. He said, but God going to give you. Notice he didn't say he going to give him strength. He says, I'm going to give you power. Now watch this. Some translations do say strength, but this one says it's going to give you power to the faint. Now here's the kicker so we can get it. And to him who has no might, he increases strength. He said, when you get ready to toss it in, don't do it. He said, turn to the source that is responsible for all of your resources. God bless you, ladies and gentlemen, and enjoy your Wednesday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Visit drive4bme.com. Drive4bme.com to learn more about the Bennett values and opportunities for drivers just like you.
That's right, Pastor. Take that power and strength and face that bully.
Power, by the way. Nicely done. Speaking of power and strength, let's give a shout out to all the harbor masters out there. Dave
Yes.
on Monday said, hey, man, Now, let's not talk about our boats, but you know what? The world has changed. We talk about our boats now. It's National Harbor Master Appreciation Day. That also is, by the way, heroes. It's an opportunity for all of us to say thank you and appreciate the time and dedication that a relatively unknown player in our economy, in our supply chain, in our infrastructure, the harbor master puts into making sure that our harbors are run efficiently, safely, here's crucially, these days especially, ethically. Harbor managers manage the day-to-day running of the harbor. They work tirelessly to ensure that our harbors are productive and benefit our social and economic interests. So let's take the time today to appreciate the hardworking men and women. Dave grew up around them. I mean, don't forget, he worked on the docks of New Orleans. Go ahead, Dre.
Well, I want to say rest in peace to my brother-in-law, Gary Holmes. He was a harbor master and a tugboat captain, and that was one good
That's
man.
a rough job, man.
Yeah.
That's a rough job. That's some serious business. Well, big shout out to him. Gary?
Yeah,
Gary, wherever you are, hope. By the way, my dad always talks about what heaven is, right?
Yeah.
The idea of making your way across that giant bay towards the wintry shore. Here's hoping Gary is been appointed harbor master for a couple of days.
Man, that man is finding a beautiful buffet in the sky, I'll tell you that.
It's a perfect day for octopi, by the way. It's International Octopus Day. Make of that what you will. Let's merge into the traffic of today's lineup, by the way. We're going to do a little traffic stop with TAT. Louis Greek and Kim Longstreet are going to be joining us to talk about what you guys can do to make a difference against the scourge of human trafficking. Jane Jazraoui, of course, another edition of Edumacation Station. She checks in about every 4 episodes or so to kind of give us a look back on what we've talked about, and more importantly, a look forward about how we're going to go about the business of training folks. She, of course, is the CEO of Carrier's Edge. They're the sponsor of that segment. Jane does a terrific job of just kind of stepping in and kind of looking back at what we've talked about and kind of setting the course for what's next. When Lindsay gets here, it's the second part of the show, and that means we're going to go about the business of getting a life. Rosie Grant's going to come on and talk about her cookbook, To Die For, just in time for Halloween, by the way. And Ann Runkle will close out the show with a discussion of connectability. Okay, Dre, I got to take a breath here. We got to merge into the news. You got me some news music we can kind of dig into?
Breaking news!
It's day 7 of the shutdown, in case you guys didn't know, and the FMCSA, however, continues to function. It's got a separate funding mechanism. If you guys haven't been paying attention, Marjorie Taylor Greene broke ranks, by the way. Seems she's been talking to her constituents, and many of them are depending upon a lot of that Medicaid and a lot of those rural hospitals. It looks like there's going to be some internal discussions among the GOP caucus about maybe finding a way out of a self-inflicted bipartisan mess. After an initial under 21 commercial driver apprenticeship program drew underwhelming numbers, lawmakers in the House want to make some tweaks. Representative Rick Crawford, Republican Arkansas, recently reintroduced the Developing Responsible Individuals for a Vibrant Economy Drive Safe Act. H.R. 5563 aims to introduce 18 to 20-year-olds to interstate trucking. Currently, as you all well know, 21 is the minimum age for commercial drivers to cross state lines. Intrastate truckers can start at 18. We can unpack this all morning long, and you can call about it if you'd like to in the remaining time that we have. You can always call during the show. The only thing I ask is if you call during the TAT segment, everything else I'm kind of open to kind of negotiate for. If you call during the TAT segment, talk about trafficking with these folks, about what you can do. I mean, Jane and I are going to be open to talking about the 18 to 20 stuff. After all, it does really play into Education Station, and you can call any other time about that topic. That's all I ask. Interstate truckers can start at 18. I mean, this is one of the things that we keep on kind of harping on here. Dude, if you really want to get used to the idea of driving across vast open spaces and get a sense if you, in fact, are cut out for interstate trucking, move to Texas. Go to Ohio. You know what I'm saying? Go to California. There's some big places out there. The Hudson Valley comes roaring to mind.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but they're big places, man.
Yes.
You can get a feel for interstate trucking without having to cross state lines. If it was really that important to people to get these 18-year-olds out there on the road, you'd find a place to do it. It couldn't be. Citing a driver shortage, proponents of the bill have said that lowering the age is necessary to attract a new generation of drivers to trucking. However, these are Mark Schwemmer's words, not mine, but you know what? I'm always down for a little Schwemmer. However, multiple studies over the years have indicated, wait for it, you might be shocked to find out, there's no driver shortage. And by the way, I think I've come to peace with what Pack Rat and I used to argue about on a regular basis. There's no driver shortage. What there is a shortage of sometimes is quality drivers. And when there's a shortage of quality drivers, you, devoted listener, profit.
Yeah.
That's how it works, man. For instance, 2024 study from the National Academies of Sciences said that the idea of a driver shortage goes against the basic economic principles of supply and demand. Basically what they're saying is we need to undercut cost and reduce quality so we can profit. They won't say that, though. Saying that, people be like, yeah, we're not doing that. Driver shortage, it's a national crisis. The National Academy of Sciences said driver shortages goes against the basic economic American principles of supply and demand. Still, the driver shortage narrative continues. After all, it is October, which means zombie ideas run wild. By the way, have you ever looked up the Boston Scally zombie hat? They got a zombie edition.
I have to look into
It's
that.
Pretty groovy, man. Very patchwork. You get the idea. Led to the creation of the Under 21 Apprenticeship Program for the 2021 Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. By the way, this is one of the few places where I diverge with Oida a little bit here. I have no problem with the Under 21 apprenticeships. I really don't.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, one of our sponsors is, a big proponent of it. I'm a big fan of it. I'm a big fan of it for getting the next generation of truck drivers ready. I'm not a big fan of it for undercutting wages or getting a lot of cheap labor out there. If that's what happened, they created this program and they gave it a lot of restrictions and a lot of parameters and a lot of guardrails. And it's like, well, no, we just wanted cheap labor.
Yeah.
We're going to actually train people? I don't know who this voice is, by the way. I don't know what member of the ATA or the suits I'm actually impersonating here. I really don't have any idea. That's kind of the drill. Finally, Mexican officials vowed to push back against new tariffs. The Trump administration is planning on heavy trucks. By the way, they just did a really great episode with Jason Miller that we replayed yesterday on Trucking with Oida, discussing the idea of tariffs on a lot of semi-truck components and parts and even trucks themselves. It's well worth kind of listening to. Jason Miller, Ashley, and Scott really kind of dig into the issues. Yet another hurdle for the U.S. In regards to it's trying to work out all of this trade stuff around the world. It's basically we're throwing another blockade in front of our southern neighbor, and it's all part of the negotiating process of what is coming up in regards to reviewing the trade deal. Claudia Sheinbaum, who is the president of Mexico, said she may reach out to Donald Trump by phone about the new duties, which the U.S. president has said will be imposed November 1st. While the import tax applies to trucks from all over the world, Mexico would be hit the hardest, she said in a news conference on October 7th. We got to take a quick break. I do have later on in the show news about that 69-year-old driver who was seriously injured. Prosecutors say it was started by the former NFL quarterback, Mark Sanchez. He's suing Sanchez and Fox in Indiana.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
It's Wednesday on Wednesday.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Get your giggles going for the highway of hilarity that is the adventures of Mac and Cheese.
Hey, Mac.
What's the word, Cheese?
Well, I was thinking of opening a mummy resort. but I'm afraid no one will come.
Is that because a mummy's place is in the kitchen?
No, they might be afraid to unwind.
That joke's wrapped a little too tight.
Sew up your sides and tune in next time for the adventures of Mac and Cheese.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to Radio Nemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
You are in the Road Gang, and so many of you continue to take the ride along with us. We have a promo spot that covers this as well, but thank you for sticking with us. This show is shaping up really nicely. All kinds of great new sound imaging is being onboarded. All kinds of great conversations and friendships are being forged. The chat over on the Tube of You, where people are yakking up. By the way, communication, and for Art, you can trust me, I'm totally in agreement with you. You can't simultaneously have a driver shortage and and plenty of places to park. There's a lot of craziness going on out there. Don't believe the hype, as Chuck D and Flavor Flav used to say. Yeah, boy! By the way, that's just a great comic duo. I've always been convinced that Public Enemy is nothing more than just a great comic duo. Abbott and Costello for a rap age. It's the truth, man. I mean, you have a straight man and a comic relief. I mean, that's just what it kind of comes down to. What we're talking about now, after our mac and cheese and a lot of really fun stuff over the course of the first half hour, is much more serious. It doesn't mean we can't have a good time and we can't engage in fun and fellowship and, basically sitting down and talking with our friends from TAT. We've been taking a ride with them for a long time. We've watched them grow from simply kind of focusing on the trucking industry to including now law enforcement and a lot of captains and heads of industry and a lot of people on the ground, just the American motorist and the commuters out there. Everybody suddenly is an eye in the sky, keeping a lookout to prevent the scourge of human trafficking. Louis Greek, by the way, is a TAT training specialist. He joins us this morning. He is joined by Kim Longstreet, the manager at the Commerce City, Colorado TA truck stop. Good morning to you both. Welcome to Road Gang Radio.
Thanks for having us on.
You got it, man. Hey, Louis, so how's it going? We are emerging from the other side. I know why you brought Kim, because we're coming out the other side of Truck Driver Appreciation Week. You guys did a whole bunch of stuff to kind of say thank you to the people who are, I guess, your core constituency, the foundation, the rock on which you've built the Church of TAT. Talk to me how the week went, and then we can kind of slide into some other stuff.
Yeah, the week was fantastic. I mean, it couldn't have gone any better. We had 13 different locations between Travel Centers of America, Sapp Brothers, Loves, and Pilot, all across the country during September 15th through 19th. Really just to express our gratitude to the drivers out there, keeping America going, keeping our roadways safe, and keeping a vigilant eye out for potential human trafficking. You know, we say that our drivers are our eyes and ears, this army out there that is really looking to combat human trafficking along our roadways. And so not only does TAT want to thank them, but of course our truck stop and travel center partners out there that rely so much on those drivers. And they as well are also our frontline heroes. Those travel centers and truck stop employees are on the front lines and can see something and say something and really make a difference.
Yeah, and they become kind of hubs of information exchange too, because as drivers come in, a lot of times like, hey, I mean, having worked in law enforcement, I know the number of times that phone calls have been made from a counter. Hey, the driver can't call, but he's actually seeing something kind of unfolding in a parking lot right now, and it's the girl or the guy behind the counter making the call for the driver while he keeps a close eye on things. It works almost as a relay system sometimes in a crunch and a crisis. Kim joins us, as I said before, manager at the Commerce City, Colorado TA truck stop. Kim, good morning. Good to have you. Can you kind of talk a little bit about Well, let's talk about the Commerce City truck stop first. You wouldn't have done that, but I'm going to actually ask you to kind of tell us about your location and tell us about what a wonderful place it is.
All right. Well, thank you for having me. I do appreciate it. I've been with TA for 17 years. I've been hopping back from Commerce City and the Wheat Ridge location. Commerce City is kind of the bigger site in Colorado. We have a lot of foot traffic that goes through our location. We have a lot of drivers, local and over the road. It's an amazing place. It's, my team is all aboard, working with TAT. They learned a lot from the classes that they provided us. So it's really fun to interact with the drivers and the locals, and we just have a blast there.
Let me ask you something about working over there. 17 years, which means, like many of the people who are listening right now and chatting over in our YouTube section, you've seen a lot of the road. You've seen it as it's passed through. I can imagine how you started and where you are now are very different. What is the thing that you've most enjoyed about being in that location? What is the thing that makes you kind of get up and be willing to get in there every day and do a great job?
It's both. It's my team members and my drivers that come through the locations. I like building relationships with the drivers that come in. Obviously, a lot of people know me because I've been there for so long. So it's fun to, see drivers, how they live their lives. We see family pictures. They tell me everything that's going on in their lives. Like, we try to build a strong relationship with our drivers.
And by the way,
it's like we're all family.
Yeah, and I'm glad you got that last little thing in there too, because Louis, that really is what it kind of comes down to. That's why the relationships, not only with the drivers, but with these truck stops, with these travel centers, are so very important, right? Because the basic foundational strength of TAT, it seems to me, is the interpersonal relationships. Is that we've been talking about this so much that organizations like the St. Christopher Fund and OIDA, and they're very different, but then you come to TAT. These are as much about fellowship, about not being strangers, because so much of combating human trafficking is about combating loneliness. It's about getting people to start talking and communicating with one another, because if people like Kim are talking to truck drivers out there, there's a better chance of things getting stopped faster. And how do you guys go about doing that?
Yeah, that's a great question there, and I couldn't agree more in regards to the communication, what Kim said about the family. When you hear about issues that are going on in the world, you can't get on board with, there's no one who can't get on board of combating human trafficking. And, again, when the network of communication happens there, like you gave those examples, that's what we try to do in regards to empowering truck stop and travel center employees by providing free training so they can be informed about what to look for, or if a driver reports something, who they call, maybe the National Human Trafficking Hotline, or here in Colorado, a local human trafficking hotline. We provide them posters, wallet cards, which just is a simple piece of paper that goes in the pockets, purses, hands of those frontline employees that just kind of reminds them of the role that they play. And so, that really kind of empowers them to strengthen them, to give them the skills and understanding about what this crime looks like and how they can properly respond to it. And, we have numerous accounts for listeners out there. We have numerous accounts of where, in particular, frontline travel center employees have made a phone call on behalf of vulnerable individual and was able to get them out of that situation, has been able to assist law enforcement in arresting those perpetrators. And so we couldn't be more thankful for just, again, the relationship and the communication and their willingness to partner with us on this important issue.
I'm going to take a quick pivot here, come back to you in a second, Lou. I'm going to throw this to Kim first. So Kim, often you get new employees, people that are kind of onboarding, a lot of people that will kind of start at a travel center. Not as a manager. Very few people go from like not having any connection to a travel center or a truck stop and become the manager. But people often work there in other fashions and in forms, and then they make their way up the kind of the food chain until they get to a position like yours, the responsibility of yours. When you bring in new employees, there's a lot of stuff that they have to learn. They have to learn about the location, about what it is you guys do, about the daily shift responsibilities. How do you onboard? How do you incorporate letting people know about TAT, about the TAT training, about making sure that people who come to work for you understand that one of the responsibilities you have is that you sit in the hub. Basically, anybody who doesn't know Commerce City, it goes back to the 50s when it was a town. It incorporates Derby, and then all of a sudden, we got a city going on here. It's right next to the Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge, where a lot of runaways will often head to kind of get back to nature. It's also a big shipping area, which means you got a lot of people passing through. How do you let the new incoming employees know about their responsibility to work with organizations like TAT?
Well, I like for my managers, when we hire people, we like to, before we actually onboard them, we like to break down a trucker's life. We like to, explain what they have to go through over the roads, between traffic, dealing with dispatch, trucks breaking down, et cetera, et cetera. So I usually, when we're walking around and we're showing them the facility, we talk about, things that we have to look out for, just little examples like if you see, strangers walking up to drivers on the palms, or you see someone walk in the parking lot, knocking on multiple trucks. There's just little clues that we tell the employees this is what we need to be looking for. Then once a month, we usually have meetings with employees just to keep them up to date on what we need to be paying attention to.
It's really cool, by the way, because essentially, it kind of begins with the basic security requirements. We how to look for a shoplifter, because often, by the way, a shoplifter ends up being somebody who's been trafficked. Often there are people who are engaged in small petty crimes around your area who end up, we make jokes about Oliver Twist and all that kind of stuff, but there are a lot of people who serve as minions, for lack of a better word, for a lot of really bad actors and characters out there. And so, Louis, I want to kind of pivot to you because, Kim just talked very eloquently about how they kind of onboard new incoming employees. How do you guys establish relationships with the managers of these travel centers? Because I do want to get back to how you guys went about the business of appreciating them. But how do you establish relationships with all these different managers? How do you work with these people to kind of say, let's make some time to kind of discuss recognizing the signs of that?
Yeah, so, I think we sometimes work from the top up. So, leadership, stakeholders at TA, we try to get their buy-in, and it's not very hard to get their buy-in. And then it comes down to them introducing us to these various location managers throughout the United States. I had the pleasure of meeting Kim in the beginning of this year to provide an in-person training with another partner here in Colorado with the Human Trafficking Hotline. And so, being able to meet in person, to shake hands, to spend time at their locations every day, and again, as Kim was saying, just kind of watching, the drivers go throughout their lives and their businesses, the relationships that the employees have there with the drivers that come in that they know. And so I think it's building those relationships. We wouldn't have Kim on the show today if it wasn't because we've done so many different things together and initiatives that have really just kind of grown and been even stronger. And so I think for me personally, working in the role of TAT, the head honchos and the decision makers are great and our partners and companies out there. But for me, it's the frontline workers. It's the hard workers like Kim, who's managing her team, and there's a lot going on at that location. There's vulnerable individuals, that are living and commuting in that area. And she's doing her role, in society of just making sure that she's protecting those that are most vulnerable, that she's ensuring that her employees are prepared and aware. And so she was saying as they're onboarding, of just kind of giving them the layout and some of those indicators of potential human trafficking and what to look for.
Really quickly too, as well here, before I forget, by the way, I do a lot of good things on this show. One of the things I don't do is often cover the bureaucracy the way I should. TATnonprofit.org. TATnonprofit.org. Guys, and many of our listeners already are kind of aware of this. This becomes more of a PSA than it does kind of an onboarding for many of our listeners. But if you want to onboard anybody out there, guys, and you're listening right now, and you want to kind of say, if you want to find out as much as you can about human trafficking in a level-headed, measured response sort of way, I really would begin by sending people to TATnonprofit.org. Kim, kind of talk about protocols as well too, because Louis and the guys over there do a really great job. But give people a sense of, you've talked about what people should look for: people prowling the parking lot, people who seem out of place, people who seem a little bit lost sometimes, and I don't mean lost like need directions. But talk to us about how your employees are kind of set up to handle a situation that develops, because I think it applies to a lot of our drivers too, to understand it really is about getting the word out and notifying people and not intervening. Can you talk about that a little bit?
So usually I always have a manager on duty at my location, which, after the training that we had with TAT at the beginning of this year, my employees do pay a lot more attention than they did at the beginning. For instance, there is an incident that happened, and my employees came and grabbed me. So usually I never ask my employees to put themselves in any kind of risk. So if they feel like something's off, I usually have them tend to direct it towards management. And then we kind of bat it together. Well, for instance, if there's a female that doesn't look okay or something looks a little off, we'll try to go up to befriend her to figure out the situation, see if we can get any kind of information that's, showing us that she needs help.
Yeah, and go ahead,
go
Kim.
ahead.
No, you please. You had a thought.
And so usually, we've had to use the number a couple of times. There was a lady that was actually kidnapped from a different state, and the truck was in our shop, so we actually immediately called the local police department. I've been able to set up a really strong connection with the Commerce City Police Department. They've been amazing. They were on site ASAP, and so usually I try to get my managers more involved when it comes to stuff like that.
Yeah, and
my employees pay attention to everything surrounding them.
I think that really is in so many ways so important too. The idea of as bad of a scourge as this is, Louis, as alarming as it is, Kim makes such a good point. Let's just take a breath and kind of figure out what's going on, because what you want to make sure of is you don't walk over. You want to walk over and say, "Is everything okay?" That you give them enough time to say, "Yeah, my dad's being a jerk," and at that point you can go, "Okay, all right, you got to work that out on your own. That's not our problem." But that's really what it kind of comes down to. That's what you guys. I've always said that people who deal with crisis the best are when cool heads prevail. People who are able to bring the temperature down to get a sense of what is actually going on the ground. And that's what's so important here. I think in many ways there are a lot of people who saw a need to do something about this and did not know what to do, and sometimes would, overstep their bounds or put themselves into a dangerous situation. What TAD is actually doing, correct me if I'm wrong, Louis, is figuring out ways to give people the methodology and the protocol to really make a difference, to get the people who are trained both as working with people who are in trouble, but also people who actually have the authority to deal with the people who are causing the trouble to intervene, right? This really is about creating a permissional structure to allow things to play out into the best case scenario, correct?
That is correct, yeah. And we work on helping and assisting with designing even just a reporting protocol. So it just comes like second nature. You gave a perfect example there. Really it's all about kind of customer service, checking on the drivers, checking on the patrons, greeting them, just that normal everyday kindness and compassion and greeting the patrons there can actually explain a lot, can show a lot. If you see some of those indicators, that might be an opportunity to further that conversation and realize, hey, maybe I do need to get one of the managers involved, or maybe we do need to call the authorities and get some assistance for this individual. So, yeah, and again, I think it's an easy fit into the everyday businesses of a travel center and truck stop. Those employees are already vigilant, they're already hardworking, they're already managing a number of different challenges and crises that can happen at those locations, making sure it's running fine-tuned. And so easily implementing, a reporting protocol as it relates to the issue of human trafficking becomes natural. And I think that's why it's been so successful, especially with our truck stop industry, travel center industry, in really fighting this crime.
And by the way, I love the fact that you, without even just kind of alluding to it, that quality customer service in many ways becomes a really great bulwark against human trafficking, because it means that quality customer service means I'm more willing to talk to people who work someplace because I feel like I'm going to get a warm reception. And that if a place has a welcoming atmosphere, what Ernest Hemingway once called a clean, well-lighted place can often make a difference. Simply walking into a place where the vibes are good might tell a young person in trouble, this might be the place for me. That if they get someplace and they see somebody like Kim inside the store, they go, I have a chance. I might get out of this. Right?
Yeah, and I also want to mention, too, we have, printed posters that are victim-centered. We have other brochures and types of printed materials that TA and our other partners hang up at their locations. And so sometimes if individuals might be too afraid, or, if they don't get an opportunity to interact with an employee, they may see that information and realize, hey, this is a situation I don't need to be in or I don't want to be in, and here's a number and a resource to call. So, again, we're just thankful that our partners out there are willing to post these awareness and information materials to let people know that there is hope out there and there are resources.
And by the way, all of the last couple of weeks were you guys, Louis, just saying thank you. This was, like I said, we spend all year long keeping people up to date about what's going on, keep people on the lookout for one thing or another. This was just a chance, Driver Appreciation Week and its aftermath, just as a way of saying thank you for all you do. I know we had you guys on a couple of weeks ago right before this, and one of the fun things was the people who came on were just looking forward to being like, I know we're still focused on the scourge of trafficking, but just to get a chance to tell, thousands of American drivers, thousands of people, millions of people, thank you so much for simply being attentive to your fellow man. It must have been a great time, right, Louis?
Oh, it was awesome. We thanked almost 500 drivers during that week. And again, just from a observing perspective, especially when it was some of the employees there at TA and some of our partners thanking drivers, they were almost kind of thrown off, because I think sometimes it can be a bit of a thankless job. I think the general society doesn't realize how much we really rely on the logistics and transportation for the things that we need every day in our lives. And so, a simple thank you, and we've been talking about relationships here, a simple thank you from some of those frontline employees or from TAT employees, I think went a long way to building that relationship and that rapport with our core industry members as drivers.
Yeah, and one of the great things about not living in a police state is somebody once told me that it's not supposed to be easy being a policeman. It's only easy in a police state, and that's the point. But one of the things about our freedoms is that it means we have to be responsible for our fellow man. in that sense where everybody is not being asked every 5 minutes for papers, please. One of the great things means, though, that we have the responsibility of keeping an eye out when things go sideways, because the police and law enforcement can't be everywhere, but our eyes and our ears and our human compassion can be. Did you get a chance to do anything really fun? Do you have a particular memory yourself, Louis, of anything that happened over the appreciation time that you really wanted to highlight?
Well, so we had a lot of giveaways, both TA and some of our partners and TAT as well. We had giveaways, keychains, other memorabilia there. And so, I think that was kind of just one of my favorite memories. There's one individual that came up, and the employees actually knew this driver, a local driver, and just kind of hearing the jokes and the banter going back and forth, and you could just see that this is a relationship that's developed. That over time, every week or a few days a week, they get to see each other and they get to joke around and they just get to banter, and so for me to seeing that. And seeing those types of relationships, and even though we're talking about a very dark and tough subject, there's a lot of hope there, and that's what I saw. I saw a lot of hope in employees, in a community, in an industry that really cares, and so that to me was probably the highlight of that week.
Good enough for me. And by the way, Kim, I'm going to give you a chance to answer the same question. Did you have a highlight of the week, anything in particular? I mean, amidst all the human beings that pass through, and you get people of all sizes, stripes, and emotional moods. Like I said, you get people where Dad's being a jerk to people like, I'm so happy to be here with my parents and taking them over to the national park. What was the highlight of the week for you in regards to saying thank you?
Well, we did a barbecue for our drivers. So we were able to communicate, take a couple minutes, chit chat with them. So it was kind of fun. I had the TAT booth set up right next to us, and we all worked it together. And we were kind of sad at first because we weren't getting a lot of customers. I was like, where are all my drivers at? And then it started picking up, and we just had a heyday with it.
By the way, it's like our listenership over here at Road Gang Radio. I'll sometimes look over and be like, there's nobody listening. And then all of a sudden, that's the thing about the profession we have chosen, Kim. It's like, oh, man, it's a really light day today. And then you literally turn around to pick up something off the floor, stand up, and realize the entire room is full. And like, who let all these people into my room? Louis Greek has joined us. Kim Longstreet is the manager at Commerce City, Colorado TA Truck Stop. Louis is a TAT training specialist. I am going to rinse and lather and repeat this over and over again. tatnonprofit.org. tatnonprofit.org is where you should head. I hope you guys have the best week. And even though you spend time thanking everybody else for what they do, Louis, Kim, thank you both for what you do out there. You're making the world a safer and kinder place, and we really appreciate it.
Thanks so much. It was
Thank
a pleasure.
you. Could I just add one more thing? There's also a mobile app for iPhones and Androids that have training, additional information, and a way to report a tip, too. So if your folks that are listening want to download the app, they have that option, too.
I'm sorry, Kim, I didn't hear that. That was coming in all garbled. Maybe you should repeat that. Say it again.
There is also a mobile app available for iPhones and Androids. And on that app, it has training, additional information, and a way to report a tip also. So if your listeners want to hop on that too, they can.
Guys, by the way, if you think Kim isn't a convert to the cause, I think she just proved it. We really appreciate you, Kim. 17 years basically helping and assisting all those drivers out there, keeping them a warm and safe place to kind of call home. And, well, Louis, it's always good to have you on, man. Have a great week, okay?
You as well.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
Oh, what a great time. Yeah, and what a great time, by the way. I'm telling you, sometimes the worst of situations can bring the best of people together. And when the best of people get together, good things happen. When we come back on the other side of this break, by the way, I want to kind of go back to something Ike Stevens talked about on Monday, Phone Master Dre. He talked about the idea of presenting yourself better. And look, I've seen a lot of you in person, Our good friend Jerry stopped by. Our good friend Marshall stopped by. I have broken bread with Junker, one of my heroes on National Hero Day. Met a lot of you guys in person. And so when I talk about this is more about kind of getting the gospel out of what you already practice. Looking good, not being, not being a scumbag in your personal presentation. I'll get to this on the other half of this. You know where I'm going with this,
Yep,
right? In
looking
regards
good,
to
feeling good.
Well, in feeling good and also being there for other people.
Yes.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
I'm really thrilled that our good friend Scat Pack's Garage and Trucking has joined us this morning. Trucker Boaston also gave him a big shout out. Hey, you Scat Pack, absolutely. And good morning to the Master Chief as well. It's good to have all you folks out there. Paranormal Pie Man says there's a shortage of potato chips in my truck. I think that's pretty good, by the way. That's the real shortage, isn't there? Scat Pack is a great person to kind of drop in for this because if any of you guys have spent any time around him, Trucker Boaston as well. Matter of fact, everybody in the chat right now that I have met on a personal level actually lives up to this. Ike Stevens was on Monday, the Bonehead Trucker. Joined Dave and I on Nemo Nation. That is every Monday from 7 to 11. One of the things that I got to tell you, it's a real, it's a real nit, as you would say. If you don't pick nits, you get lice. Kind of thing for the Bonehead Trucker for Ike. I get it, man. The people who walk around and flip. Look, every once in a blue moon, look, I get it. Every once in a while, you arrive and, you just want to race into a truck stop and go in there in your jammies and your flip-flops and kind of do your thing. But there is something to be said about the professional presentation of the self in everyday life.
Yeah.
I'll just put it that way. I mean, look, and Dre and I don't, Dre Madison and I do not every day dress to the nines, although we have had a couple of days where we knew clients were stopping in, people were stopping by. But when I tell you that the hygiene and the bearing of both the young woman and the young man who actually work with me, I guess the slowly drifting his way to a geezer in golf pants person that is me, we do, always make a point of, even in our casual, we're casually nice. Just to kind of give you examples, Dre's hat matches his shirt, which of course matches pants. Everything kind of comes together ensemble-wise. Madison is the same way, and I don't mean like sharp dressed man like ZZ Top. Although occasionally being a sharp dressed man or a woman can get you the client and get you the deal. Ike really kind of went into kind of a poetic sort of unveiling of his thoughts on that. And you can hear that on the tube of you. And by the way, that's where the commercial spots exist. Thank you, by the way, Tara, for taking care of that. Once again, big shout out. Marshall gave her one as well. We're all giving it to her. We figured out the other side of that. On the live broadcast, there will be no YouTube interruptions that were happening before. We really appreciate that. By the way, before I go any further, our good friend Forod said the TA in Commerce City lost something when they closed the Country Pride. Jem was a great waitress. If you know, you know. And yes, and Scat Pack is going with me on this. Too many folks dress like slobs. Okay, so let's go through the standard stuff of why it's so important to dress well, all right? And Drake can tell you this too. It's like, we constantly, bring your lint brush, bring your toothbrush. There's a little small kit bag that you should have all the time. Just a lint brush and a toothbrush and a little bit of hand soap goes a long way to being a human being, okay? Yeah. And making sure that if you're going to wear shorts, which, by the way, I don't have a problem with shorts either. I'm wearing some right now. There are certain kinds of shoes you should wear. May I suggest high-ankled boots? May I suggest that? Just some ankle boots, you know what I'm talking about? If you're working in a truck. I'm not telling you should wear that, but if you're getting out of a truck, you don't want to sprain your ankle. What are you laughing about?
Nothing. No, I'm glad you elaborated on that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I don't mean like wearing cowboy boots. I don't mean like having that goofy look. You know what I'm talking about, though?
No, I know what you're talking
about. To look as if you're going on a hike, well appointed, is a really good way to dress. It's both comfortable and presentable is a really kind of good approach.
Ankle support, baby.
Ankle support, baby, because that 3-point exit from the truck is important. All of that being said, what have we just been talking about here? TAT. Truckers Against Trafficking. And I talked about the idea that when someone who is in harm's way, someone who is in jeopardy, walks into a place like Commerce City, and it's great. I've been over there, by the way. Commerce City is great. And Commerce City really is one of those places where a lot of bad things could happen and don't because of the good people that live there. But it's got a national park, which, in case you guys didn't know, as great as national parks are, that's a really great place for a lot of people who are engaged in a lot of nefarious stuff to disappear into from time to time. There's a lot of trucking hubs that are around there, a lot of moving and shaking going on over there, so a lot of people can be put in harm's way were it not for the law enforcement and people like him and Louie out there looking out for us all, and you as well too. Remember, when you look like you're from Lower Slobovia, that Eastern European country from which so many people seem to come from these days, it makes you less approachable. That an unkempt, bad hygiened, flip-flop wearing, torn shorts, torn pajama bottoms, wife beater wearing human being ain't somebody that somebody in trouble is going to approach. They're just not. You might be the best person in the world. You probably are. But remember, you're not just dressing for yourself and you're not just dressing for your success. That's not what you're dressing for. You're dressing to let people know that you are, in fact, a citizen of the world. That you're a citizen of this here United States and maybe somebody. Let me tell you something, because the guys that are out there doing the nefarious stuff, the people doing the bad deeds, they don't look like scumbags.
No.
They don't look like they're not trustworthy. They're putting their best foot forward. That's what they do. They put their best foot forward so that they can actually trap somebody else's foot in a bear trap.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
They're looking approachable, so you approach them.
Yeah, you're looking approachable, so you approach them. So it is your job to make sure that you let, as one of the good guys, know that you, in fact, are an approachable person, that you're out there looking out for people. That's my TED Talk. There you go.
We'll take it.
And here's a couple of, we got some great tips, by the way, and all of these I agree with. Trucker Bosun says, jeans, T-shirt, and boots or tennis shoes. And don't forget the trucker cap. Nothing. That's it, right there. I mean, if everything's clean and everything's well put together and you got a little lint brush and maybe do a little pressing from time to time, you're good to go.
Your appearance is a representation of your mind.
Yeah, it's the, what is it? I call it the performance of self in everyday life. By the way, Marshall says he's looking forward to wearing plaid golf pants. By the way, if you do wear plaid pants, which I got no problem with, make sure you wear a complete solid polo on top of that. That's a really good look, by the way. Wearing plaid pants. If you wear plaid pants, make sure you get a black or a blue solid shirt on top.
No, just match the pants. No, man. Have plaid on plaid. That's what we need.
Reduce the silence. Marshall says, I like my Hawaiian shirts, and Dan posts boots. By the way, once again, Hawaiian shirts with a nice pair of jeans or a nice pair of khakis, outstanding look.
Yes,
really good look, by the way. And, of course, Scat Pack, who, by the way, is a pretty dapper dude. You know what I'm saying? Even when he's casual, he's a pretty dapper dude. He says, wear clothes that fit. Amen. Can we kind of please talk about this? And by fit, what I mean, guys, is not so tight that you're squeezing your sausage. I don't mean that. But here's the thing, is the fact that people often say, well, I don't want to, I'll wear bigger clothes because I'm heavy. Clothes that are like 2 times too big for me. It's like the fastest way to look fat is to wear, other than stuffing yourself into clothes you shouldn't be wearing, where the creep up above the belly and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
The second worst way to get there is to wear clothes that look like you're wearing a muumuu.
Yeah.
He's right. And by the way, the heavier you are, buying really cheap clothes and getting them tailored is not a bad idea. I would recommend for a lot of people who have bellies, high-waisted pants that actually fit the high point of your waist.
And if you don't know and you're unsure of where to go and what to do, you can ask around. You can ask people you trust, but you can also go to a lot of these places like Men's Warehouse and these other
these are dudes,
stores.
and these are dudes who are willing to talk to dudes about looking good as a dude.
Exactly, and that's also a part of their job. They're sitting there. They're basically hired to be brutally honest with you. They're trying to make the sale, but if you go in there and you ask them straight up, they will set you up and they will do what they can because they want to help you, but at the same time, they know a few things because they have to wear the clothes.
It's their job.
Yes.
It's their job. And by the way, they do not want to send you out looking terrible because the nightmare scenario for them, Andre, is that you go someplace and people laugh at you. You're never going back to them and you're not recommending you. They will actually. And here's the thing, too. I'm going to be really blunt. This is not misogyny. There are a few ladies out there for whom I trust when I put on clothes.
Oh, yeah.
Do not let women dress you all the time. At some point, you got to be a full-grown man and learn to buy clothes that fit on your own and let men at those places help you.
Exactly. And don't get us wrong. They do get you out of your comfort zone and they do let you play with the color palettes and stuff. But when it comes to the overall things that you would look good and feel good in, man, go ask a pro.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, that's exactly it. Go talk to a pro. Here's the thing, and we got some phone calls we're going to get to here in just one moment. But I'm going to say this right now. And 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. Give it a call.
It is so important to forge, especially if you're over 50, to forge relationships with men late in life. Mm-hmm. This is really now look, if you've got a great network of friends, if you've got 10, 15 guys that you actually can talk to and you're comfortable with that aren't just your bro, your actual brother, that's groovy and you're going to be fine. But if you're struggling to make friends over 50, come talk to us. We actually have some advice for you. There's some really cool things you can do that don't involve you going down really kind of awful rabbit holes, awful internet holes where it's like, I'm just lonely and angry. Ugh, I got veins in my neck.
And then you get two friends out the gate because you came to us.
You came to us. Full-grown men. Full-grown men here, both of us. Who do we got on the phone, Phone Master?
Man, we're about to find out together because I didn't want to jump off yet. So who are you? What do you want from us?
What are you doing calling here? We're just doing a blind kamikaze call.
Thank you for calling.
Who the heck do you think would be calling at this time of the morning on a Wednesday?
Weasel. What's going on, Weasel?
Tequila.
Morning, fellers.
What's happening?
No, I didn't. I did not steal any of that tequila.
I know
Matter
you
of
did.
fact, I don't like the stuff.
That's what they are.
Guy Fieri.
I had too much one night, and I don't care for it anymore.
That's what happens. All right. What's going on, Weasel?
My normal dress, like today, boots, blue jeans, and today happens to be a denim western shirt.
Nice.
Look decent. I'm not looking to go out and pick up ladies in a bar or nothing like that.
Nobody, and that's the thing too. We are not. And by the way, you know where we're coming from here. Weasel's not correcting us.
Yeah.
It's like we're not saying it got to be ZZ Top. Every girl's crazy about a sharp dress band. All that song is awesome. That video's even better. All we're saying is clothes make the man, and that's kind of my take on it. Go ahead.
On my Sundays, on my time off, I'm watching TV. If I need to run in and use the restroom or something, I slip on my Army PTs and a pair of loafers, and I go in, take care of my business, and come back out to the truck. And when I go back in to eat or whatever later to maybe do some shopping or stretch my legs, then I get dressed and stay that way. But running in to use the restroom in a nice-looking pair of sweatpants and a T-shirt or whatever to take care of your business, that's fine.
By the way, really great addition. And Dre's got something he wants to add in a second here, Weasel. I have to tell you, that's exactly it. Look, and we've had Amanda Herdina on here. By the way, every once in a while when it's a lady who's actually a fashion consultant, you can go to them too. But Weasel's absolutely right. Notice what he said? A nice pair of warm-ups, a nice pair of loafers. People get it. People understand. If you're wearing a jumpsuit and it's a nice little jumpsuit, you get like my dad this morning. Weasel was going to a workout. He was going to work out. He's going to physical therapy. So he's wearing his dark brown sweat outfit. It looks great. You know, and people understand. It's
Yeah.
like, I'm going in here. I'm going to get some toothbrushing on in here. I'm going to get some personal hygiene going on. That's cool, Magoo. You know, there are all kinds of different ways to dress great. We just know what wrong is, and we should avoid that. Is kind of my take. Dre's got something for you. What you got?
Well, I was gonna say, and I think you would agree with this, both of you guys, man. I feel like two brands that you just can't go wrong with for the everyday trucker or just in general. Wrangler and Carhartt, because those two brands, man, they got a little bit of everything that you need.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. And by the way, Dickies. By the way, I know people who
Oh,
I know
God,
people
I
who
will
are
murder for
who I mean, I got to tell you, you know, Claire does a lot of work, a lot of metallurgy. Claire does a lot of work where you know got to get Claire's hands dirty. So where's the Dickies? Where's the Dickies suits? You know, there's all kinds of comfortable stuff that looks nice. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Drake.
You know who did a collab, Weasel, that just, man, now they're more affordable. When they came out, that was like hotcakes. Harley Davidson and Dickies, man. Whew, the jackets, the pants, the shirts.
Outstanding.
Yep. I have a couple Dickie Western shirts that, you know, they hang up. They're in my rotation. They, you know, as I take one thing off, put it in the laundry bag, whatever's hanging next, and it changes every time I wash clothes and hang stuff up. Whatever's next in rotation is what I put on.
Weasel, hold on one second. I'm going to ask Dre a question here really quickly. So, you know, Dre and I have been talking for a while about him talking about some fitness stuff on the air and kind of digging into that. And the idea of the complete package. And it's kind of fun today because, like I said, Scat Pack's on, Trucker Bosun's on, you're on. We're not talking about people who don't have it going on, you know.
Yeah.
It's more like kind of a collaboration with you guys. So, Dre, let's go through Weasel's situation. First of all, loafers, good call.
Yeah.
Warm-up pants, good call, especially when you're doing toiletry stuff to go to the truck stop. If you were going to give somebody one kind of thing to drink in the morning in a hurry, as a breakfast substitute when they're on the run and trying to get ready, what is the reach for a bottle? What is the thing that they can have?
Man, well, out the gate, you want electrolytes, but you don't want to throw anything like a Gatorade or a Powerade where it's just like it's
a bucket of sugar, yeah.
Yeah, a bucket of sugar or just anything with
or
aspartame.
yeah.
Yeah. But, man, honestly, if I can, man, a little lemon water, and if you can throw in a little pink salt, Himalayan pink salt in there. And
you know what I put in, too? I put in cayenne pepper with it as well, too.
There you go. But, yeah, if you get that straight water, just try to not do ice water. Like, you can throw in a couple cubes, get it to a good chill, but don't just – because I like to look at it as, hey, when you jump in a cold lake, what happens to your muscles? They get tight, they get tense.
You get veins in your neck,
You get veins in your neck, and it happens to your stomach.
And it happens to your stomach, absolutely. The only time you really take anything actually ice cold in the morning is when you really want to wake up and want to avoid caffeine.
Dude.
If you really want to wake up and avoid caffeine in the morning, then a good shot of ice cold water makes a difference. Weasel, do you have kind of a go-to in the morning when you're kind of getting out that truck and need a quick blast of energy that you know is healthy? Anything you kind of trying to look for to get yourself going?
V8 spicy.
Man, I haven't heard that in a minute. V8 spicy?
That's pretty good, dude, by the way. I should
V8 spicy.
Yeah.
You're trying to poop.
Yeah.
And get the spicy stuff.
That's pretty good, man.
That gives you a little ting, and it, you know, get your veggies for the day, and it does kind of fill you up so you don't need that donut or whatever for a while. Is it going to be a complete breakfast? No, but it'll tide you over for an hour or two.
Yeah.
I had a friend of mine, he's a trainer, Weasel. He made me laugh. He was like telling a guy how to lose weight. He's like, you eat too much. And he's like, well, I just have 3 square meals a day. He said, you shouldn't be having 3 square meals a day. He said, what did he go? He goes, people who are ill, women, and children need 3 squares. He said, you can get by on 2, you know?
And look, and in all honesty, my friend, and whenever you, like he asked me earlier, like, what would you do if you're on a run? It's okay. We'll have that water first, but that cup of coffee with no sugar, that'll suppress it a little bit. And then if you need some food, throw in some fruit. Throw in a little something. Man, if you have a whole meal or a sandwich or something, you're going to get tired.
You're going to get tired. Yeah,
you're
you're going to get tired, and it makes all the difference in the world. A couple of really quick things before we give Weasel the last word here. 4-Art drinks green tea, ginger, cayenne with a little bit of maple syrup.
Nice.
By the way, Joe J has finally made it to the party, and rather than being upset that you're late, we're going to celebrate the fact that you made it at all. By the way, Marshall points out, and I agree with this. Marshall, this is the truth. Here it is. J.C. Penney. If you can't afford a really nice suit, and by the way, you can afford a really nice suit, but if you can't, or you want to get a suit cheap and then look great, Go get that nice J.C. Penney suit, get a little bit bigger, take it to a Vietnamese tailor. Oh, yeah. That's a New Orleans thing, by the way. Go ahead, Phone Master.
Weasel, I'm going to add something real quick because I always like looking at the nutrition facts on certain things, and especially with V8 because they stray away here and there. Just be careful with that sodium on that V8 spicy, my friend. That thing will sneak up on you quick.
Yeah, just make sure about the sodium stuff. Yeah, you want to kind of make sure yeah, go ahead.
I generally don't use hardly any salt the rest of the day.
Nah, okay.
So, and then again in the morning, nice deal of watermelon if it's in season, a cup of watermelon or a cup of grapes.
My dude's hydrated.
By the way, a friend of mine, listen, I love this, by the way. He gets those packages of watermelon, Dre, pours himself a nice cool glass of water in the morning, and then takes the watermelon canister and then just pours the watermelon juice at the bottom into his glass.
Nice.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And just gives himself a nice little way to kind of start the day. Weasel makes a really good point, guys. Many of you know this. We're preaching to the choir, but Weasel makes a good point. If, in fact, you're going to have something like a V8, if you're going to have one thing that has basically a salt or a sugar bomb in it, then you've got to make a commitment. That's the last and the first and the last time you do anything involving salt or sugar like that. Weasel, I got to shuffle off the radio coil with you, brother, but what a great phone call. It's great to hear from you. You got any final tips for people out there, as you are the pro from Dover when it comes to this stuff?
No, I'll just say nice talking to you, fellers, and we'll talk to you again some other time.
Thank you, as always. And you guys can just give us a call at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. And speaking of that, man, he sent us a message, but I think he was trying to send it to your texting, but he sent it to your email. And Dave Nemo said, cleanliness, us, next to godliness is. Well, he meant to say is, but he said, this conversation reminds me of October 8th, 1973. Same thing, different decade.
Different decade, yeah. But here's the thing, and by the way, it's we're not getting anything done here. It's that there are things Dave was talking about the idea that AI remembers on Monday, remember, and that we always don't. We have to go to class.
Yeah.
We have to do continuing education. And this is all just part and parcel of that process. The Pie Man, by the way, Dre says, polo, clean jeans, and a pair of good-looking Skechers. Done. Done. By the way, Bruce Almighty appreciates the uniforms provided by his company, keeps everybody projecting a professional image. Marshall says, coffee with real butter, healthy fat, control your appetite. That's really the big thing, too. This is what's so crucial. Weasel made a point without making the point. He just stated a fact. It ain't going to fill you up, but it's going to tide you over. Mm-hmm. I got to tell you, and Dre came in this morning and watched me do it, eat slowly. For God's sake, people, don't guzzle, gulp, or throw it down. I know I'm in a hurry. Take it easy.
Mindfully eat.
The way I fixed it from a long time ago was I still have problems maybe moving through food too fast, but the one commitment I've made is first bite of anything, 40 chews.
Yeah.
On the first bite, I just say, I don't know if I can keep up with this pace, but the first bite I do 40 chews.
And we talked about this before. That's the reason why a lot of things of hanging out with people and being around people, there's food involved, because you're supposed to enjoy the moment with people, enjoy the food, be mindful of the food, but don't rush yourself.
We didn't finish that pizza yesterday. I brought those 2 pieces over to a friend of ours who couldn't make it with us. We didn't finish that pizza.
No.
So Madison, Dre, and I went over to Pizza Delicious. She had never been there before. We went to Euclid Records because we're turning this studio into a place that all of you guys can visit. Marshall and Jerry have seen it. A few of you other guys have seen it. But we really want to make sure when you guys get here, more and more cool things are happening over here. Go ahead.
And now you have somewhere to sit in the back. We have a table, and it's comfortable, guys.
Oh, and like I said, and that wasn't our fault. We actually would have gotten up to speed, full disclosure, but we had so much else going on that week that we had to use it as a storage space for all the other events, like the like all the trucking conferences they were having in the building at the same. It was crazy over there. But we actually went, and Madison, Dre, and I went to a place called Pizza Delicious. We got the garlic knots. And that's real Brooklyn pizza, by the way.
Oh, real Brooklyn.
And they claim it. I mean, they're from Brooklyn. They set up shop here in New Orleans. Dre had their pizza, but he'd never been there before. It's a great place, isn't it?
Oh, I love the setup. The people, the flow of the inside and outside, very well done.
But with the point that Dre was making that I think is really important for all of you guys to remember is that we, all of us, Madison, Dre, and myself, we ate slowly.
Yeah.
people, we spent more time talking. How many times did I put my arm around you to comfort you and be like, dude, that's got nothing to do with you?
Yeah.
I mean, it really was funny because we were airing our grievances, not complaining, airing our grievances. And there was one moment when I literally, and Dre was rightfully upset about something, about, one thing or another. I got more upset over the course of the meal about different things. We aired our grievances. But at one point I had to put my arm around him and be like, dude, it was aimed at him, but I'm like, that literally has nothing to do with you. We all are on the receiving end of that. 615-292-6366.
Nemo.
Yeah, that'll do the trick there. Dre, can you give me a little bit of news music here?
Can I yell something?
Of course.
Breaking news!
That 69-year-old truck driver who was seriously injured in a fight that prosecutors say was started by former NFL quarterback and sports analyst Mark Sanchez is suing Sanchez and his employer, Fox Corporation, in Indiana State Court. Lawyers for Perry Toll, the truck driver now has a name, filed the lawsuit Monday seeking an unspecified amount in actual and punitive damages as well as attorney fees. Hey, man, you get thrown in a dumpster by a former NFL quarterback star and analyst for Fox Sports. You may get a little. He deserves it, by the way, if he gets anything out of this. The lawsuit accuses Sanchez of instigating a fight. That's true. At least most of the stories bear it out, with Toll Saturday night outside of a downtown Indianapolis hotel, leading to severe and permanent disfigurement, loss of function, and other injuries and emotional distress. The one thing I am concerned about for Toll, go ahead, Dre.
No, you're good. I was just letting you know.
Yeah, the one thing I am concerned about for Toll is that he's right. Even if you're in what I call old man strength, even if you are in tip-top shape, how many times have you known somebody 65 and upward who was doing great and had one accidental fall, fell in a parking lot, tripped on something, and was never the same?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that might be part of what's playing out here, by the way. Toll stabbed Sanchez several times in the fight, according to police. A picture of Toll circulating online shows him in a neck brace on a hospital bed, covered in blood with a deep slash on the side of his face. Ooh, so Sanchez's scars are below his neck. Toll scars are on his face. Let's go to the phones here real quick before we actually bring in Jane Jazrawi for Edumacation Station.
Oh, man, let's get the bully taken care of, or hey, Marshall.
Hey, Marshall. He's not a bully. He's a starer.
Yeah, no, he's taking care of her. He takes care of him.
He's actually staring down the bullies is what he's doing. Go ahead, Marshall.
Yeah, a cigar in the eye.
Talking about food and stuff like that, eat till you're full. That's what a lot of people don't do. You need to fill yourself up till your appetite is satiated. And here's the thing. You will never see an animal out in the wild who is calorie counting, who is trying to portion control his meals. They eat till they're full, then they stop eating. And that's the way humans should do too, because we're all animals. But too many people are out there trying to calorie count and I should only eat 6 grams of this a day, blah, blah, blah. And they're starving all the time. That's why diets fail, because you're always hungry. If you eat till you're full, but you eat the proper things, you're not hungry anymore.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's like watching a movie and eating potato chips. I'll tell you how to break yourself of that habit of watching a movie and eating potato chips. Substitute the potato chips with a pound of fried bacon, already cooked up, ready to go. Sit down, start watching the movie. You'll eat 2 or 3 pieces of that bacon, and it's really good, it's really tasty. But after you eat 2 or 3 pieces of it, your brain will say, hey, we're full. We don't want any more. Chips, carbohydrates, all that crap, your brain never gets that message. And you'll eat that until the bag is empty, and half the people go get another bag. But if you eat something like meat, bacon, beef, whatever, the kind of meat you like, you'll eat that while you're watching the movie. Your brain will tell you, hey, we're full. We don't need any more.
Well, yeah. Yeah, Marshall, I'll tell you this right now. Part of it, hold on one second.
Yeah, get it out.
Part of it is the fact that as you eat chips, what's happening is you're putting the chip in your mouth and saying, oh, that's it. Oh, wait, that's not it. Oh, that's it. Oh, wait, that's not it. At some point, your brain does signal you've gotten the nutrients you need. Since potato chips have no nutrients in them, it never signals that. That's why slowing down and eating as well, because you can always feel at some point, it takes our brain, 20 minutes to catch up, Dre?
Mm-hmm.
I think Marshall is spot on. We got to take a break, Marshall. Final thought from you, though. What you got?
Hey, have a great day, everybody. Take care.
Thank you. And by the way, Marshall, you're welcome to call back, of course, when Lindsay Lawler shows up as we go about the business around here of getting a life. Speaking of getting a life, Jane Jezrawi's coming up here for Edumacation Station. This is Road Gang Radio. By the way, Dre, did you see the numbers during that half hour? Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, man. I know what I'm doing. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing as well. Enjoy this next section here on Road Gang Radio. It's Education Station.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
You are in the gang, because this is Road Gang Radio. We're broadcasting live from Fastport Studios with Jimmy Mack. Hello, sir.
Good morning to you as well, Phone Master Dre. We're doing it through, of course, the newfangled technologies, and they're doing it through people. Our friends at Fastport are keeping the miracle moving. Speaking of our friends out there who make things happen, our friends at Carrier's Edge are out there kind of, making sure that people get the information they need and they get it in a way that actually makes sense so that they can be aware of all the places that they need to kind of get their company up to speed in regards to education and understanding. And they actually are the sponsors of Education Station. Mm-hmm. Our good friend Jane Jezrawi, who is a regular contributor to Education Station, as she is off to do, joins us on her once-a-month segment here on Education Station. Hey, Jane. Good morning, and as always, welcome back.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, Dre. Good morning to you, Jimmy.
By the way,
hope everything's good.
It is good, actually. I wanted to share this with you. We've been talking all morning about diet stuff. We've been talking about how people dress, clothes maketh the person, clothes kind of present the self and all that stuff. And our good friend Forod just wrote a really funny thing. He's losing weight, but he's still got a ways to go, as he says. He goes, we were talking about Mark Sanchez throwing that poor 69-year-old truck driver into a dumpster. By the way, truck driver won the fight. He says, I don't have to worry about anybody picking me up and throwing me into a dumpster. He says, honestly, my problem was eating too fast. I agree with that. I did that too. Crazy huge portions. Not that I was eating nasty stuff like marshmallow fluff. Today is, what is it? Fluff or nut? What is it?
Fluff or nut or fluff or butter?
Have you ever had that, by the way? Have you ever had that fluffer nut sandwich thing from the Northeast?
No.
Oh my God!
No.
You know what it is, though, right? You do know what it is. Fluff nutters.
No. Okay, can I just tell you that in Canada we don't get some of the stuff that you guys have. We do not get. It's some of the really, really bad stuff we don't get at all.
Well, this is America.
So
where
tell me what that is.
Oh my God, this is terrible. It is it's a beloved childhood sandwich of peanut butter and marshmallow fluff.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it makes Elvis look like a health nut, doesn't it? Oh my God. Oh my
I
God.
think people probably do eat that stuff up here. It's just not like kind of in the. It's not in the main. Well, it's kind of not what you would. It's not common. I don't even know what to say. It's
I have it. I actually think I know where we're going with this. The idea that eating a fluff nutter is not an ideological statement up there. People might eat it, but it ain't something that you kind of proudly fly your flag with. It ain't one more form of the freak flag. I'm eating my fluff nutter.
No, like there's different things. Like there's just different. I don't know. We have. Now I'm thinking about it. There's just different kinds of, when you go to different places and different places have their comfort food, right? And, we had ketchup chips for a long time. You guys didn't have those. And, beaver tails, you probably don't have those. Things like that. The Horton's double. That's a common thing up here that I would say and so it's just, different regions have different things. We have Thanksgiving coming up this weekend.
I know.
You don't have it yet.
I find that I really wish North America would kind of get on the same page. But let's just all do the Thanksgiving thing at the same time. I'm going to say this, by the way. Being from Southeast Louisiana, Jane, I will never criticize anybody's weird food stuff ever.
Oh, poutine. There you go. That reminded me. Poutine.
Oh, never mind. I will criticize that. I'll criticize that. I don't understand that.
So a fluff nutter and poutine, I think I would rather have. Oh, what would I rather have? Poutine, I think.
Can I get to choose?
It's just what you're used to.
Yeah, I guess is what I that's all I can kind of think of. Yeah. By the way, there's a thing down here called the French enchilada, where it is a po' boy where they put instead of having a meat, they put French fries on it and cover it with brown gravy. So basically, it's a hero sandwich, the Louisiana version on the French bread, where they use French fries instead of meat. They put those on there and then they pour brown gravy all over it.
Well, that's very similar to a chip buddy in England. So I don't know if you've ever. So in England,
I've had a chip buddy.
Are their sandwiches. That's what they just call them, buddies, and like BUTTY. And a chip buddy is not an unusual thing to have. Just slap some chips or French fries in a sandwich, and there you go. Bob's your uncle.
By the way, speaking of Bob's your uncle, they actually call it a buddy because they don't want to offend the Earl of Sandwich's family. That's really what it kind of comes down to. Actually, Trucker Bosun says he actually had some Canadian Fruit Loops, and they were like pastel colors instead of the bright colors here in the U.S.
Oh, you know why?
Why is that?
Because the dye that Fruit Loops, and I only learned this recently, the dye that you use in the States is not allowed here.
So I guess they've already made Canada healthy again, is what you're telling me.
Canada was always healthier again.
Well, it's because
there's some.
Go ahead.
No. Just there's some. I think that it was the chemical or synthetic dye or whatever dye that was used in Fruit Loops. They in Canada it was made they actually had to be fruit derivatives or something like that. I may be totally wrong on that, but I just read that briefly, I think a couple of weeks ago.
This is something really interesting has happened today, Jane, and we actually, Dre and I can actually see the numbers as they unfold, and they've been up across the board. The last couple of weeks have been up across the board. Today in particular has been spiked, and it was partially an accident. On Monday, we had Ike Stevens, the Bonehead Trucker, come on, and he spoke, I thought, really eloquently about the need to dress better on the highway. Whether or not you're like the Paranormal Pie Man, Bruce Almighty, who points out that he really appreciates the uniforms being provided by his carrier, and about projecting a professional image, which I thought was really, really groovy. But a number of our listeners have been talking about being dressed better. They dress better. A lot of the people that are actually talking in our chat I've met in person, and they practice what they preach. Ike Stevens spoke about the idea of putting your best foot forward, and as you can probably tell, I'm slowly setting up our kind of love of both citizen driver and light blue collar driver that's coming up here in just one moment. We actually ended up talking to Truckers Against Trafficking. And in our conversation with them, one of the things that we pointed out was the better dressed you are, the more approachable you are to somebody who might be in trouble. That if you're wearing white beaters and torn up pajama bottoms and flip-flops, there's less of a chance of somebody coming to you and saying, hey, I need your help, and all of that kind of stuff really kind of fits into this. I was just wondering, before we actually get to, does Carrier's Edge have anything, and like I said, there's so much else we'll get to about that. Do you guys have anything about the presentation of self in everyday life, about professional comportment for drivers?
We're actually working on one right now that's kind of like part of it is customer service, part of it is going to be comportment and appearance and all of that stuff. It's something that we kind of add into most of our courses, but this one is a specific one, so it'll probably be out in about three or 4 months. But that's something that we have always, in Best Fleets and in just kind of doing our own research for our courses. That's something that we've kind of come across as well. It's also a health thing and we have this in our exercise course, because the mindset of exercise and being healthy is, it is also wrapped up in your appearance and mental. Oh yes, we have a mental health course, and this talks about the mental health course that we talk about how to practice good mental health and how to recognize when you're in trouble. It is to do with your appearance as well. So I think the reason that Truckers Against Trafficking was talking about how you're more approachable, you appear healthier and more together and capable of providing assistance. And that citizen driver idea, you can't be that professional on the road if you aren't looking the part, even to just keeping yourself kind of neat. Like, that isn't to say that, you can't ever be, if you're living your truck, you're not. There are times where you can't, but that appearance is really, really important.
Well, yeah, and it's funny, by the way, we had a great phone call in the last half hour from our friend Weasel, who pointed out, and I thought wonderfully, the idea that, look, he said every day you can't be in your jeans and your nice polished boots and your button down with your cowboy hat or your trucker cap. He said, but even when you're in a more relaxed mode, what does it hurt to actually have some loafers and some nice sweatpants and a nice sweatshirt to be able to kind of go in and take care of toiletries at the truck stop? You're still setting off an era of even when I have to take care of things that require me to be a little more dressed down, I still understand about the presentation of self in everyday life, and that's so important. Just on a kind of a random note, Brian Egdahl commented that the Fluff Nutter is very popular with the Expeditionary Force series by Craig Allenson. Totally forgot that. Good get on you, Brian. Well said, well done. All right, so we have danced around this for a while, but you actually have become obsessed with, and I, by the way, am utterly obsessed with it, the light blue collar aspect of the job, because as more AI onboards itself, the blue is going to get a little bit whiter, because some of the responsibilities of the truck driver are going to go from simply operating the vehicle to working on a more kind of, what I would call more high-tech, high-skill sense of keeping up with the equipment, filling out reports, keeping an eye on the road, becoming a security expert, all that kind of. There's a lot of stuff that's getting onboarded, while some stuff is getting taken away. Other stuff is coming in. But I wanted to give you a chance to kind of unpack your thoughts on light blue collar as the position evolves.
Well, it was interesting because I'd never really heard it before you said it on the show, and I don't remember which one it was. But so I looked it up because I was interested in the phrase, and I thought, oh, I've never heard this phrase before, so I'm going to look it up on the grand old web. And it was interesting, the definition that I saw, and this is from 2014, there was not a lot on it. So you're coining a term right now, I think, Jimmy. I think you're redefining it, because the definition I saw from a while ago is that white collar jobs were being increasingly commoditized, like they were becoming easier to find, less valuable. The white collar job that you could get, I don't know, as an entry level in a bank or in an insurance company or something like that was harder to get, and the pay wasn't as good. So it was actually kind of it was more about losing the white collar job and sort of moving into the blue collar. But the way that you talked about it, I thought it was really interesting because it's actually the opposite.
Yep.
Is that the blue collar is kind of pushing up into the white because the blue collar job is now about knowing both the technical aspects and the hands-on aspects of a particular, we can call it trucking, or trucking is a good example, but that there's white collar elements being added to it. And I don't think people foresaw that.
What is really cool is I'll tell you, I've been thinking about it for a while, and I thought about what we used to do when I worked at Kinko's overnight, and the two people I worked with not only were really good. This is when you actually had to really kind of know stuff to do the overnight gig at Kinko's, often helping people with printing press kind of stuff, helping people with overnight projects of Photoshop and all that kind of stuff. And of course, at Kinko's, the shirts they wore back then were light blue collar. They all wore light blue collar shirts. What really codified it for me is before the pandemic, we went over to Wyotech, and one of the people from TA Petro's West Coast said, he goes, Jimmy, he said, I got plenty of people that can repair trucks. I need more people that can actually simultaneously write the work order. And I went, that's it right there. I said, that is really it. That, I think, for me, the core of light blue collar is what you're doing is that it's a combination of, it's the HVAC guy who also can articulate to the customer what exactly is being done and then write up the report in such a way that the customer understands the services they're getting. And that person is also acting as an ambassador and representative for their company in a way that goes above and beyond just being friendly. And I think it's all kind of coming together, that those are going to be the big high earners in the next economy. That's my kind of take on it.
I think so, and I think that carriers themselves could start promoting those skills within their drivers, because that's part of career path, right? You can't, you get your license, you start driving, you get more and more expertise, but the professional development that you can do is not just about driving different equipment. It's about how you relate to other people, and that's really where I see a bit of a gap. Like the best fleets tend to fill this gap. The top 20 has more focus on this, where there's one company that I can't remember who it is because my memory is I don't know, it's so Swiss cheese right now. But what this company does is it has mentoring programs. It's like a buddy program, but you can sort of go and job shadow different people. So it's not just job shadowing a dispatcher, it's job shadowing someone in customer service or job shadowing someone in planning. So a driver has the opportunity to go and see what the office does. And that whole idea of promoting different ways of approaching a problem, different lessons that can be taught just by observing other people. I think that's a really, really important part of it, getting ready for that future type of professional driver. What you do today is not what you're going to be doing in 5 years for sure. The job isn't going away, but it's definitely changing.
I have a really fun story that I've been holding on in my pocket too for a while. I've told it in different forms and fashions. My brother, he since has moved on because he understands this economy in a way that he's been kind of my inspiration for watching a lot of this. He and his friend Mike, they ran a retrofitting company, insulation, weatherization, retrofitting solar panels to people's houses and all this. And they used to have breakfast every morning at a Burger King. They just would go in and pick up their breakfast. And there was a particularly nice young man who was always helping them, always was service with a smile, greeted them and all that kind of stuff. And Mike one day looked at the young man and he said, "What do you want to do when you grow up, by the way?" And he goes, "I want to do what you do." He said, I want to do what you do. He said, I see you guys drive in here with that truck full of things and you make stuff and you do stuff. I don't know what it is you do, but I want to do it. And Mike told him, he said, show up tomorrow. He said, when's your first day off? He said, tomorrow. He said, show up tomorrow. He said, show up on time. And he said, if you show that you actually can do this, he said, I'll pay you for the day. He said, I'll keep you on. And the kid ended up going to Delgado Community College and getting a degree in environmental justice, which was a fancy pants term for actually, doing retrofitting work. And I remember that. But with the real insight on it was my brother and Mike then made a decision that they would they would have breakfast at different places across the city, and they would try to spot the best workers behind the counter anytime they were looking for anybody new, because they knew they could offer them more money and a better opportunity to do that. And like I said, when we figure out how to kind of spot this talent, we still haven't gotten there yet about how to spot that talent. We know how to spot really, really good blue labor, and we know how to spot really good white labor. We don't know how to spot the combination of them yet. And when we figure out that, we're going to solve the next great recruiting challenges. That's kind of my take. Sorry, I just wanted to kind of share that.
No. No, I like the story. I think it's important to develop people as well. Develop the people that you have, provide those opportunities to, for learning, like just to see what it's like. I think there's a lot of fleets who kind of go, there's two different ways of showing people respect. And one of them is pushing them. And that's where I land. I want to push people to do things that they may not think that they can do. Or I push myself all the time, but I want to push other people, come with me. We can do this. We can chop it up into all of these different parts and we can achieve something. And then there's people who are like, I just want my employees to be happy and give them what they want. And I'm just going to ask them what they want, how they want to do it. What kind of training do you want? Okay, that's what I'll give them. But if you just give people what they want, you end up with, Henry Ford's faster horses. You don't end up with a motor vehicle. You end up with faster horses. And I am more on the side of let's push people out of their comfort zone a bit, make sure that it's in a risk-free environment. So you're not going to, if you can't do it the first time, you're not going to be punished. It's more of a, here, let's see how you can develop and see these small steps that you can take that are uncomfortable. It is uncomfortable to change. But if you learn to live with that discomfort, you can move much further than if everybody is trying to keep you happy and satisfied and kind of going like not moving forward, just sort of staying on the same flat line.
I do think that there's it's actually more on your side. I think that there's a clever middle, and one of them is to say, you tell me what you want, and then you challenge them, saying, okay, if you want that, here's what you're going to have to do, or to let people kind of articulate what they want, and then to kind of counter and say, well, I can't do that, and here's why, but I can do this, and to figure out some way, I think it falls on your side, because I think what we're talking about is that creates the space that you're talking about to then challenge people. You tell me where you want to go. You tell me what you want to be, and that has to happen in an interview too. Because if somebody says to me, "Well, I just want to show up and get a paycheck," and by the way, there are jobs where you can show up, do your work to the best of your ability, and go home. But that's the thing. I just want to show up and get a paycheck. I hope you find that job. And that's part of what the interview. But here's the thing: but those jobs exist. Okay, they are actually they
don't pay well.
They don't pay well, but they're there. There's data processing and working the floor at some stores that are there and waiting for you. And look, there are people who do that, who have a nighttime passion, who want to do other things, and I get that. But I really do think the combination of what you're talking about, the idea of let's create an environment where you can achieve, where you get the things that you want, but it's going to come with some sacrifices and some challenges to get there. And I think that might be the happy, not the happy middle, because like I said, I think I'm on your side here. I think we're on the same page. And I think it's about the strategy that we create a work environment that while we're inside the hermetically sealed area, as opposed to the front facing kind of stuff, that we allow people some room to fail. to kind of figure out how to get there, and that's what kind of training provides. Talk to me about your thoughts on Citizen Driver, by the way.
On Citizen Driver, well, I think it's all part and parcel of the same thing. The idea of the Citizen Driver is and correct me if we're thinking about separate things. It's the road knight, the hero on the road kind of thing that has been a bit lost in the last 10 or 15 years, but that there's the drivers on the road are people who will help you, who are there to they're there to do their job, obviously, but they're also there in a capacity that they're almost the guardians of the road as well. Is that what you're thinking?
Well, that by the way, okay. So I would not problematize it. I would make it a little bit more complex than that. I think a citizen driver also understands. Okay, I'll give you an example. There are often drivers out there who are volunteer firemen, little league coaches, or lectern readers at their local church, and the idea that they engage enough with their community to understand the people who they are running into and looking out for on the road, who those people are, and how they fit into the overall supply of love and life chain that actually kind of brings the entire country together. That we have men and women behind the wheel who are community leaders and not just individual independent agents out there kind of like, Yeah, the issue is I want less Ethans from the searchers, and I want more people who are willing to be folded back into their communities as well. And I got no problem with an Ethan out there. We all need people out there who are tough, who are looking out for us all. But I want them also to understand who they're looking out for. And I think that's part of what being – I think you're right is what I'm saying. Is I just think I said the idea that they understand their connectivity to everybody. They know who they're looking out for, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, I really like that kind of that connection with community, because I think that's something that everybody is kind of agreed it's being lost. And the more that you can find community and build on that, and it doesn't have to be, with the people that you are immediately surrounded, like your nuclear family and your neighbors and all of that. It can be anywhere that you are. And the idea of creating community is more of an outlook or an attitude than it is, having connections with people. And that kind of goes back towards that professionalism, the idea that the way that you present yourself and the way that you are with other people can make you seem threatening or approachable or lazy or, got it all together like that. When you are in public, how do you want people to interact with you? And how you are yourself makes a big deal. Do you have your head down? Do you have your head up? That just really, really simple things. And if you are aspiring to be that citizen driver, if that's your goal, and I will tell you, it will get you far if you do that. There's a lot of respect that goes along with that, but it's a lot of work, and you have to the way that you are as you go through the world is how, one, you can become a more community minded, but also build your career. It's all part and parcel of it. And people need to be not educated, but they need to know how to do that, the steps to take. And I think that's what is missing in kind of the trucking world, is that there isn't a lot of formal sort of, this is how you do it, like in instructions. So I like the idea that you're talking about, and I think that's something that where there's a gap, and we can fill that gap.
By the way, this is my kind of final thought on it as well, too, and we'll talk about this next time along with the concepts of insight the next time you show up here on Education Station. I've always felt that when we talk to our friends from the NAPF-TDS, the National Association of Publicly Funded Truck Driving Schools, I find that one of the best things that they can do is explain who the community college serves. And I think a lot of people, when they're onboarding Jane, don't bother to ask their company, who do you serve? Because I think that when you figure out who it is you serve, you then have a purpose-driven life. We are out of time, my friend. I want people to head over to Carrier's. It happens. And by the way, I said, it's so funny because, we were talking before this all started, I just have a lot of stuff. It's like, we have enough time to talk about all the stuff, and I'm like, absolutely not. carriersedge.com, by the way, is where you want to go and kind of make the miracle happen for yourself. Thrilled to have you, Jane, as always. And I'm glad you're on the other side of the last couple of weeks. Welcome back to the land of living.
Yeah, thank you. It was great to be here.
It really
is. It's nice to spend my early mornings with you.
Crack of Doom, by the way. I'll be joining you in the Crack of Doom sooner rather than later because at some point my wife would like to lay eyes on me. Thank you, Jane.
Take care. Bye, Jimmy. Bye, Dre.
Oh, good people over there at carriersedge.com. Jane Jazrawi is the head honcho over there. This has been another edition of Education Station brought to you by our friends at Carrier's Edge. We particularly appreciate their commitment to the forward-thinking stuff here. The future was yesterday and Education Station. Look busy, guys, because LaRue is coming. And she means business. I got a question for her, by the way, since this is a professional development day. I got some good stuff for her as well, too.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Oh, yeah.
Time to torque it up. Or down.
Let me just stand up on my chair.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
Yep.
The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Good morning. We're still rolling. I'm a little crackety. My body's a little hurty, achy. I drank more wine last night than I've done in a long time on a double blind date. well, I was with my husband, by the way. We set up some friends. They were on the blind date.
Was that the one?
That was the one. Shh, we're not going to say their names because they might be listening.
Okay, but tell us about it.
Go on.
I know you have stuff you want to talk about, Jim, but I have so much to unpack because of it. And it got me thinking about, because the guy who we set up after dinner, he had to like head over to Buskall to head out on the road. And it got me thinking about truckers the whole night, to like when you squeeze in dates when you travel and you're on the road, and then what those whole nother conversation, which we'll dive into in a second, but about the qualities that you're looking for when you're just like, I got to get to the point. I spend a lot of time gone. Let's find out, do we like each other? Do we not? What do I need? Did this work or not? Check or not check, and move on. It was fascinating, Jim. I know you had a question, but
well, no. Actually, it all ties in, guys. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Of course, it is the second half of the show. I'll get the bureaucracy out of the way, where we go about the business of getting you guys a life. And this is really an A-team kind of plan, where everything is kind of coming together as I have not foreseen, in a way. For those of you who are just joining us, I would really recommend going back and listening to the top of the show as well, because Dre and I have been in a long conversation about the way you present yourself, Lindsay, the way you dress. We actually had a great talk with
the way
our
I dress.
Yeah, by the way you dress, by the way. By the way, we can talk about that in a second, too, because I have nothing but the highest compliments and praise for you in regards to Lindsay is really great at reading the situation and then responding in kind, reading the room, but reading the moment before she enters, and it's about networking and kind of putting yourself out there. We got into a great conversation with Truckers Against Trafficking this morning, and one of the things I realized, Ike Stevens was on with Dave and I on Monday from the Bonehead Trucker, and he just bemoans Lindsay a lot of the times, the flip-flops, the wife beaters, the torn-up pajama bottoms. Now, we're in great shape here because our chat room over in YouTube, we've met a lot of these guys, and none of them fall under that category. And we're not talking about dictating personal style to people. That's your bag. That's your thing for you to tweak and shape as you want to. But the amount of discussion of hygiene, of making sure that clothes fit, Scat Pack pointed that out, spot on right. If you ever seen the
I forget sometimes that it is a hard thing for some people.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Like, it doesn't just come naturally to everybody.
Yeah.
And that's not a slam. It just, some people have different things they focus on. But how you present should be one of the biggest things you focus on. Not in a try-hard way, not in a keeping up with the Joneses way. And do I feel comfortable? Do I feel myself? Do I feel like I can present properly to the world in order to set myself up for success? That kind of way. Not like I got to have the Gucci jeans. That's not what we're talking about here at all.
Absolutely.
Mind you, I shop at thrift stores. So that's not what we're talking about.
The performance of self in everyday life is so crucial. And Weasel's phone call that he had with Dre and I had a couple of really great not health food, but eating well or satiating yourself on the road, and some really great reminders. Weasel pointed out that usually he's in boots, jeans, a nice button down, and a hat of some sort. He says every once in a while, though, when he has to do his toiletries at a truck stop, he will, and I thought it was so funny. He said, I'll dress down. He said, I'll slip into some loafers and have some of my former, warm-up pants. And it made it really clear, Lindsay, that if you saw him walking in that form, you'd be like, that's a man who actually meets the moment. And like I said, we're not talking about casual, less casual. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the presentation of letting people know, because with Truckers Against Trafficking, what's so important is the better your hygiene is, the better your comportment is, the better your attitude and your mental health are, the faster somebody in trouble will approach you for help. And all of it ties in together kind of beautifully and is all interconnected. What I wanted to talk to you about, since this has turned into professional development day for both truckers and people who work in the transportation industry, is I will tell you my friend is a master networker. There's just no other way to describe Lindsay Lawler. Masterful at it. She and I, because I'm a lazy guy and because she is still trying to kind of navigate it, marketing, that's a whole other game. But when it comes to networking, I know few people who aren't what I would call professional networkers. They're people whose job it is to make it rain. They're people whose job it is to make those connections. BB the King comes to mind. I'm going to ignore that comment, although it was very funny. Nicely done. I will say this, that Lindsay is a master, and I kind of wanted to, along with your sparkling personality, if you could give our friends out there
sometimes
some tips, some tips as to kind of how to begin kind of with the basic foundational skills necessary to become good networkers. Because it's not just about, as you and Brad have often shown me, it's not just about this person can profit me. This person will bring me money or job opportunities.
No.
Sometimes it's about creating a larger network of people that might get you to those people, but also make their daily existence a little bit more easy and sometimes a lot more fun. Go on.
Well, first of all, I think intention is everything. So to your point, if it's not like I want to meet that person because I want them to do something for me, you've already lost if that's your ultimate game plan, I think. That can be a byproduct for sure. I mean, I don't, I think every connection should be a mutually beneficial connection. I believe that wholeheartedly. Now, I think a couple of things to me are the most important. It's connection, it's follow up, it's being a person of your word. When you say you're going to do something, doing it. I think all those three things are the top key that come to the top most important things that come to mind for me. I mean, I when I meet somebody, first of all, I love introducing people. I sort of, and this is you kind of got to walk the line of people are like, don't talk about what you do. That's not who you are. But I don't fully
I'm with you on
agree
this.
with that.
I know I'm with you. I fully agree. Where you're going, I'm with you. You and me. You and me.
Yeah,
on the same
I don't
page.
agree mainly because I like to surround myself with really interesting people. And so, therefore, I want to talk about what they do. I want to introduce them to say, this is my friend. This is my friend Kevin. He is whatever, fill in the blank. I like to introduce and say, this is what he does. This is where he's been, and this is my friend. Let's call her Anna. This is what she's done. This is where she's been, and then see, because those are their names. And then let's just see what happens after that, and then almost kind of walk away. But it sets it up. It's icebreakers. It gets something out of the way for people because you have an entrance point. And usually when I'm introducing people, I'm doing it for a reason because I know they're going to have some sort of connection, that they will have something to talk about. I would never personally put two people into a conversation where I'm like, let's see what happens here. This will be weird. Like, that would never be my MO. So I think it's all about, knowing who blends with who. But honestly, connection for me, I mean, I do it on this show. I do it when I leave a party. I do it when I meet somebody at a restaurant. I immediately follow up with that person. It was great to meet you. Here's my number, or however we're going to stay in touch. And I don't ask for anything in that connection. I just say, it was great to meet you. I hope we can stay in touch. Here's what I'm going to be doing coming up, whatever. And I don't leave it where they have to respond, but I just want to take the first step and know I'm here. I would like to do something. I would like to have a conversation or relationship here. And then leave it up to that person to make, quote unquote, the next move. Because, by the way, if that person isn't going to be equally invested, I'm not chasing people anymore. I did that for too long. I'm not chasing people. I'm not forcing relationships that don't want to be there. I'll just lay my cards on the table. If you want in, great. If not, I'm out.
That's a really crucial thing too. The idea that it's like, leave the door open for friends. Leave the door open for friends.
And lock it for some friends.
Yeah, but that's really the truth of the matter, because there is a thing too, from both a practical standpoint as well, not just from an emotional well-being standpoint, from a practical standpoint. If you come on too strong, if you chase people too much, I don't know what it is in our DNA, in the human condition, that the moment you become a try-hard, and I hate that expression, but there's a truth to it. There's a truth to being like, oh, be my friend, be my friend, be my friend, be my friend. It's like, that's enough. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, people want to be wanted, but not too much. This is stupid. But also, like playing games, I'm done with that too. It goes back to the date last night, because I really appreciated. I had two friends that I adore that are both single and have been for quite some time, that I already know are not crazy. They've got their you-know-what together and then some. These are both fascinating, kind, good human beings. So I know that's already off the table. That's already far more than you would know on social media or meeting somebody at a bar. Like, I can vouch wholeheartedly, trust both of these people with my life. So that's already a big step. And I was just gonna put them in a room together. And I said to the female counterpart here, I was like, what if I just have a bunch of people over and see if y'all meet? And she was like, can I be honest? I'd rather just go on a date with you and Seamus, and cut to it. And I was like, oh, I mean, great. But I just haven't seen people be that forward lately. And so then I said it to the male counterpart, and he's like, great, I appreciate you setting that up. Let's do it. And I was like, oh my God, this is too easy. And it was wonderful, of course, because we were all on the same page, Everything went great. It was a very long dinner. My dad was all in a kerfuffle when I showed up to pick up my daughter too late. Just kidding. Kind of. And no, just kidding. And it was great. But point being, again, we laid on the table when we sat down. I was like, okay, this is how I met her, and this is how I met him, and this is what we've done together. And we've done together, and then it just opened the door for them to start talking about each other. And here's the thing: if it's not romantic, I knew that there was zero pressure, because if nothing else, I knew these people would be friends. And I said that to both of them. If there's a spark, great. If not, I think this is a connection that's mutually beneficial, period. And everyone was like, cool, I'm good with that. Now, granted, the day after, we're all worried. I'm like, I was up all night. I'm like, oh, I want him to get married.
I know.
No pressure.
No pressure. No pressure whatsoever. I'm reminded, by the way, in a very different time, in 2004, at the end of the presidential debate between John Kerry and George Bush, the moderator, Bob Schieffer, said, you're both married to two extraordinary women. And not every American knows the story of how you all met. Would you care to share that right now? And the stories they told, Lindsay, were about being set up. But not just being kind of thrown blindly into situations, but of people who loved them both very much, who loved Senator Kerry and loved President Bush very much when they were, still coming up in their lives. And both of them, the warmth of which they told the stories, not just about the person ultimately, not just Teresa Hines and the ultimate would become Laura Bush, not those stories, but the stories of the friends who made the effort. And the way George Bush told his story was, he said, I was just told by a couple of my lady friends that there'd be somebody that they wanted me to meet because they thought I might be interested. And the story he tells is that he goes to the back deck of this barbecue in Texas, and he looks across the yard at the grill, and Laura is standing there, and immediately he stops in his tracks and looks at her. And he says, oh, my God, I really hope that woman over there is the one. That's
who I'm here to meet.
I hope it. And the woman walked over, and the friend walked over and said, oh, I see you're already looking at her.
Oh, that's awesome.
And it's a great story. And the whole thing with Kerry coming out of a divorce, and, he was already, and it's really funny. The best part is that he got set up, and somebody tells him, I think she's perfect for you, Bob. Why is that? And John, why is that? And the response to it, I just think is perfect. She's got more money than you do, so you don't have to worry about your family money coming into play here.
That's as we get older, that's a thing.
And he's like, how much more money? And he goes, and basically they said, she's the heir to the Hines fortune. I think you're going to be fine.
That'll do, pig. That'll do. That's something to think about, though. As I haven't been on a date, obviously, with somebody that I'm not married to in a very long time. I have zero desire to get back into the dating scene. Anytime Seamus pisses me off, I'm like, make this work, Lindsay, and vice versa. I know he's the same. I mean that jokingly, but also lovingly. You know what I'm saying? It's like I do not envy my single friends out there. I know it's difficult. Actually, we have Marshall on the line. I'm going to ask him in a minute because, Jim, this morning when we were, or maybe it was yesterday, today. Either one. We were cooking breakfast for Freya, Seamus and I, and Seamus came over and he was scrambling eggs and he kissed me, and Freya, of course, goes, ew. And I was like, I said, well, you're going to kiss somebody one day. And Seamus, of course, was like, no. And she said, when I'm 18. And Seamus goes, that'll work. Yeah, that's okay. and then she goes, I'm so nervous. Who am I going to marry? She's 6, by the way. And I was like, well, who do you want to marry? And she goes, and you could tell she was like trying to figure out what that really meant. And anyway, in that moment, I said the first 3 things to me that were important that came to mind. And I said, you marry whoever you want, as long as they are kind, funny, and they take care of you. And that was the first things that came to mind. And I feel like those are important because, by the way, I didn't say made a lot of money, although that's, not a bad thing. No, but I said take care of you. That's a very different thing. Somebody who's kind and funny and takes care of you, therefore aka sees you. And I thought that was real important, and I just realized in that moment I'm going to keep reiterating that to my daughter forever. You be with whoever you want, as long as those were my important things. But I kind of think those should be the basis of everybody's important things. Maybe funny isn't important to you. It is to me. But
Oh, I'm going to get to that in a second. I got a great punchline for that, but go on.
Well, as far as presentation, and I said this to you before, Jim, but I did my mentor a long time ago. His name was Kid Craddock, radio guy. He had me write down when I was single in my crazy single days. He's like, write down everything you could think of in a person that you'd want. I mean, it can be 300 things, down to the very specific, I want them to have blue eyes or whatever. But every trait, everything you can think of, and then start checking them, crossing them off what you could do away with. And I'm not talking about settling, but like, okay, that's silly. And he's like, and get down to
Deal
the three
breakers.
things. Deal breakers. Get down to the 3 things that are your deal breakers. And then whenever you're on a date, whenever you meet somebody, like kind of be gauging if they have that. And if they don't, stay true to it and walk away. And I found somebody that had my 3 things. Sort of subconsciously, at some point, it just becomes, second nature. And so I bring all that up, not only just because I had that experience last night and I want good people to be with good people, but also because I am curious for drivers, like I said, knowing that my friend last night was having to hit the road after the date at midnight. Thinking of that, and from a driver perspective too, like you've got to have it down to what's important to you, what your priorities are, because there isn't sometimes, a lot of time to mix and mingle, and it's like I'm here. I can meet you for dinner at the truck stop. I got an hour, and I got to know quickly if I want to talk to you longer or not, or wherever you may be meeting. I don't know, and Marshall can answer that as well. Marshall, I know he's divorced but how many times divorced, Marshall?
Twice.
Okay. But still, like, you'd still want to meet somebody, right? Or am I putting words in your mouth?
You're putting words in my mouth.
Oh.
My game plan is in a few years from now, head down to like Fort Lauderdale and join a grief counseling group, and maybe I can get a rich woman who owns her own car, boat, house, all that stuff.
You're gonna prey off a rich widow. Got it.
Yeah,
okay.
That's the game plan. I don't know if I'll execute it.
Well, at least he admits it.
We're talking about meeting people. I want to tell a story about meeting Bob Hope. In the 70s, late 70s, just after I got out of high school, I worked part-time at night, thanks to Jimmy Carter and his terrible policies, as a security guard, because there were all kinds of apartment complexes that were halfway built and then they lost all their financing and stuff. So anyhow, that's what I did at night. I get a phone call early on a Saturday morning. Marshall, we need you to run down to Myerson's department store and get dress pants, dress shirt, white gloves. We need you to come up to the Tucson Open and direct traffic for us. Can you please help us out? So okay. So I went down, got the uniform, drove out to the golf course, and it's put on by the Conquistadors, which is a wealthy man's group in Tucson, or it was, I don't know anymore. But anyhow, so I'm out there directing traffic. Well, I went to a very wealthy area high school. My family was not wealthy, but I knew all these guys from school. They see me out there directing traffic. They're all laughing at me and everything else, blah, blah, blah. A girl a girl that I had dated in high school, her father, Biff Baker, was the head of the Conquistadors at the time. He sees me out there directing traffic, comes over to me after a little while and says, hey, come here, I got somebody I want you to meet. And Bob Hope had just arrived by helicopter to the event, and he takes me over there and introduces me to Bob Hope. I think it was a photo op so they could show Bob hanging out with the little people or something, I don't know. But anyhow, so I meet Bob Hope. He's very nice to me, shakes my hand, asks me a few questions. They take some pictures, all that and stuff. Now I'm done for the day. So I'm getting ready to leave, and I walk out, and they have an area there called the Grand Slam Club. It's all wealthy people in there. They pay big bucks, like $20,000 a pop to be in there. So anyhow, they see me, my friends do. Hey, Marshall, come on over, hang out with us. So next thing I know, I'm sitting in the Grand Slam area. My bosses can't get in there. They're looking at me like, what are you doing? They're off to one side. I see them waving at me and stuff, but I pretended I didn't see them. And I'm sitting in there having drinks with the guys and stuff. And then finally I go over and talk. What are you doing in there? I said, I know all these guys. I went to high school with them. He said, yeah, I saw you with Mr. Baker, introduced to Bob Hope and all. Yeah, Biff wanted me to meet him. I used to date his daughter years ago. So anyhow, all this goes on. Following Monday, they call me want me to come down to the office. I really didn't know these guys. They were ex-cops, but I didn't know them. You know, hey, since you know all these people, can you go around and introduce us to them and so on? So I said, absolutely not. He said, what do you mean? I said, I don't know you guys. I'm not putting my reputation out. I'm only 19 years old at the time. I said, I'm not putting my reputation. I go to school. I went to school with all these people's kids and stuff. They're all friends of mine. I go to their houses for parties and stuff. I'm not taking you guys in there. I don't know you from Adam. I said, I had answered an advertisement in the newspaper for a part-time gig. I said, that's all I want out of this. That was the end of it. So I value relationships with people. I don't try to use them to promote myself. I just use them as they're a valuable person. It's a good relationship, and I want to be friends with them, and I want them to be my friends. So I don't use it to advance myself. It does sometimes, but it's not my purpose.
I think, Lindsay, by the way, yeah, we can hear you, by the way. Well said, by the way. And I think to kind of thank you for the call, Marshall, I think what's important, Lindsay, about what he has to say, too, is that whether you actually believe that or don't believe that about the idea that it's like that I'm not going to use these people for this end game. But I think if you take his approach that I want to be their friend, that I want to, I want to actually have a good relationship with this person, if anything is to come of it, it will, because that goes back to your kind of core value, which is authenticity. The idea that if people get the sense that they're being played or being used, that becomes the real issue at play. Is if people get any sense that they're a means to an end, the relationship will end unless there's a really big amount of money at stake on both sides, unless it really is a counterparty relationship. Is that kind of... Go ahead.
You said a term, Jim, that I think is really important too. You said, when you said it goes back to your core value, companies get together and do... I've gotten to sit in on some companies putting together core values. It's a fascinating exercise, quite frankly, when everybody gets to kind of co-create and say what's important to them and then come down to get it down to brass tacks. And I think it's important that we do that as human beings, too. And I don't mean just kind of know in the back of your head. I mean, like, have it. I'm thinking right now, I would like to work through it and write it down and have it in front of me every day. It's such a good reminder how to walk through your day to know what your core values are. And not what's the most important to you, not what you want from other people, who you want to be, how you want to show up in the world, and then I think then back to your point as well, Marshall, you will start to attract the people that make sense, that fit into your core values, and you will quickly know who doesn't and quickly detract them. Bye.
I give people this advice often on Facebook and stuff, and it really pays off for me, like this week with my boss telling me, hey, go ahead, bobtail up there, don't worry about it, things like that. Be an asset, not an ass.
Yeah, buddy.
Of guys, I ain't doing that, man, that's BS, they want me to do this, and hey, one hand washes the other, and together they wash the face. So if you treat people right and you try to help them out when they need a hand, you can ask them to give you a hand when you need one. So that's a lot of guys, I think, anyhow, what I see in my lifetime is a lot of guys miss that. They don't realize just because someone's asking you to do something you want to do, it can benefit you if you can do it.
Thank you, Marshall.
That's my philosophy.
I think it's a great core value, Lindsay. That's a great core value. Thank you for the call, Marshall. Be safe out there on the road, my friend. Take care.
Take care.
Take care, brother.
One of the things Jane and I talked about at the end of Education Station, Lindsay, was just the idea of it's important in a job interview, it's important in a discussion of a business partnership, any of it, to ask the question when you're going to a university, when you're going to a CDL school, when you're going to a vocational school, wherever you're going, you need to ask the question, whom do you serve? Whom do we serve? Who are we out there? Who are we actually working for? And I don't mean working for like the man. What I mean is who does the company, who does the institution, who does the organization, who does this goal serve? And if you don't like the answer, you shouldn't be there. And if you do like the answer, then you should figure out everything you do needs to be kind of, geared towards serving those people. I think it's a really crucial thing. Whom does this serve is a question we don't ask ourselves enough. We know who we serve. You and I do. We know.
We serve the road gang, yo. and ourselves.
We have two great guests this morning, by the way.
We do.
And
Listen, Jim, I didn't know what the crap a gravestone recipe was. I didn't know this was a thing.
Oh,
and this is like a thing.
It's a thing, man. To die for is a thing, by the way. So here's my question. Do you want to introduce Ann Runkle, or do you want to introduce Rosie Grant? It's up to you.
I'll introduce Rosie. I'll introduce the gravestone recipe, Chicky Poo.
You want to set this up for us as we head into this break really quickly?
Yeah, I'll bring her. I'll introduce her when we come back. But what she literally is, I mean, this is her first book, but she's a podcaster. She's a connector. She's a connector big time, guys. And she's spent the past 4 years, this lovely woman, Rosie, has spent the past 4 years traveling, making recipes and taking them to people's gravestones, grave sites, where people actually, this is a thing, people engrave their recipe on their headstone. So it's like, what do you want to be remembered for? I mean, clearly, I'm going to have a queso recipe on my tombstone. I didn't know this was a thing, and I can't not know this now, Jim. I mean, I don't know if that's what that says about me, to be remembered by plastic fake cheese, but it's what I'm going to go down for, quite literally.
Oh my God, Lindsay, I was thinking of you last weekend. I actually took an 11,000 step walk with a friend of mine, and then we went to the Velvet Cactus and had some of the best queso I have had in a long
Was it
time.
white or yellow or orange?
It was yellow, and it had ground beef inside of it.
Okay,
Lots of it.
Yeah. Let's go. Ooh, spooky. Well, it's not spooky. I mean, it's a little spooky, but it's more about the connection. It's about honoring past and memories. It's a really cool conversation. We're going to be talking to Rosie next, and this is a book you're going to want to get. Really cool gift, really cool conversation starter, really cool chick. I can't wait to talk to Rosie Grant next. Don't you go away.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
It's Wednesday.
Just like a good setup and a punchline, Mac and Cheese delivers the sticky goods.
Hey, Mac, did you hear about the black magic over at the pet cemetery?
You know I never go anywhere near there.
Pets were rising from the dead all over the place.
That sounds terrible.
No, their owners were thrilled to have them home. But there was one problem. They kept falling apart.
How do they fix that?
Well, luckily, Walmart's open 24 hours. #1 retailer in the country.
Don't be an ignoramus of the interstate. Tune in next time for Mac and Cheese.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Oh, man, I got to tell you.
Tell me.
Pretty bad joke over the break. That mac and cheese, man, they just...
So bad.
things just kind of fall apart at the seams. Thank God that thank God for retailing. And by the way, speaking of retailing, it is Prime Week. Prime days are upon us, Lindsay. Getting people gifts is so important, by the way, this time of year. It's the gift-giving time of year. I believe it starts at Halloween. I can't think of a better gift than what's coming up next here. I mean,
and you know what I love?
What's that?
Getting or giving a gift for no reason. I'd actually prefer to give I call them happies. When you see something, like if you're out and about and you see something that makes you think of somebody, and you're like, I'm just going to get it. Either hold on to it and give it to them at a birthday, but even more excitingly, just be like, this is just for you because I saw this and this made me think of you. And that's what this new book could do for somebody. I think this would, because this is a very interesting spin on a cookbook. Very interesting spin on a cookbook. I had no idea there was such thing, as what we're going to talk about today. And now I can't not know it. And I'm so excited. So our first guest today, Jim, she's serving up something to die for. I've been waiting up all morning to see that. Quite literally. Rosie Grant, she's a writer, a researcher, a food folklorist. That's a thing, guys. She has spent years uncovering actual recipes that are carved onto gravestones. This is so cool. And her new cookbook, To Die For, that's what it's called. It collects 40 of them from across the country, including 2 right over there by you, Jim, in Louisiana. From spritz cookies to guava cobbler. It's all these recipes, and they're more than ingredients and measurements. They're like stories about love and loss and legacy, and they're baked right into the stone. And Rosie's work, she's been featured everywhere from the New York Times to Good Morning America, the Kelly Clarkson Show, shout out Kelly. And she's been behind the viral account at Ghostly Archive, which is really fun, where she explores the intersection of food and folklore and afterlife. And so today, Jim, we're going to ask these questions. What dish would you want to be remembered by? You got to think about it. Don't just throw something out, because when you think about it, cooking a loved one's recipe, Jim, we talk about seances right around here a lot. It might be the closest thing to a seance that you can actually taste.
Oh,
we're going to go there.
And I'm delighted, by the way, because I come down here at the Fastport Studios in New Orleans. We are the people that put the fun in funeral. So, I mean, we are just absolutely thrilled to have our next guest on the air.
We're thrilled to have her. Rosie Grant, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning. And I love Put the Fun in Funeral. I'm going to quote you on that. I love that.
Yeah, head on down to New Orleans. Rosie, I just have to tell you real quick, my daughter, who is 6, names every stuffed animal or animal she sees Rosie. Everything she sees, I'm like, what are you going to name it? She goes, I want to name it Rosie. I want to be named Rosie. I love this name so much. You just already feel like somebody I want to hug. So, good morning.
Oh, my gosh. Good morning. I love that. I do usually hear when I say my name, people either say that's my dog's name or that's my grandmother's name. So I love that so much.
Both a compliment.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I just say, I'm going to jump way ahead in the book and get right to the savory section, because I have to tell you, I get moved by the strangest of things, but I don't think this was strange to be moved by this. Literally, she made the best meatloaf, just melted my heart. Lindsay, I got to tell you, I mean, the idea of that on a tombstone would be enough. You know what I'm saying? It's even better than saved his family from a burning battleship from the Royal Tenenbaums. It's even better than that. She made the best meatloaf. It just lands. And I think in many ways it kind of encompasses the power and the importance of what this book actually has to say about how we remember people. And being from a place, as I said earlier, putting the fun in funeral, we also have a great relationship with food here. There's a lot of these tombstones that are down here that people said, you know, if somebody could simply say, she made the best Louisiana brown rice, the best gumbo, would mean the world to people. Can you kind of talk about the overall project through the filter of she made the best meatloaf?
Yeah, oh man, and I love Beverly's recipe. She really did make the best meatloaf. Bacon on top, it's so beautiful. And yeah, it was exactly that. Like each person, food was so important to them. And as I've been interviewing the families for this book and traveling to these different gravestones, we do have one featured in New Orleans, and then there's another one a little bit north of there in Louisiana. And each person, food was love. They often loved serving other people. They were the hosts of their family holidays. So the very first woman that I learned about, her name is Naomi, and she's buried in Brooklyn, New York. Food was something that she just showed love with. And it was something, when it came time to planning her memorial, it was her son's idea to put her recipe onto her gravestone. What better way to remember what you smelled during the holidays, during your birthdays, things that were just very nostalgic to each family. And so I just think it's the coolest idea. People decided to do this.
Well, and you take it to another level by over the past couple of years, you have actually made these recipes, traveled to these gravestones. I love, by the way, on your Instagram when you traveled to one and found out she was actually, in fact, still alive. You have to tell us that story. Tell us that story in a second. But so talk a little bit about this, because people understand this is literally people want to be remembered for something they made. They have their famous recipe, their family recipe, whatever, carved into their gravestone, and you are making it, going and serving it to the dead, eating with the dead, having this dance, this communion with somebody on the other side. I just think it is such a cool thing. I love cemeteries, by the way. There's something obviously spiritual about it, but it's just such such a powerful place. So talk a little bit about the journey to making this and how you're connecting with these people you have never even met, but I assume you feel like you know them.
Yeah, boy, there's something about cooking someone's food that gives you this like affinity and I don't know, trust in this person. And it's just such a personal and precious thing. And so, I mean, it just started very randomly. I was interning at a cemetery in Washington, D.C., and I started a TikTok account about what's it like to intern at a cemetery. This was very new to me. I knew very little about the death industry. I should say my parents are both ghost tour guides in Virginia, so cemeteries were not the most unusual thing for me, but I just didn't know very much about how people chose to be remembered. And I was so struck by some really funny, interesting, sweet, personal things people put onto their gravestones. And that was how I learned about the very first gravestone, which was Naomi's. She has a spritz cookie recipe on hers. And, you know, traveling to New York wasn't too hard. And I was thinking about what to bring flower-wise for her, like what kind of flowers would she have liked. And then I was like, you know, I should bring her cookies. These are something important to her. So my mom and I went up to Brooklyn, and while I was visiting Naomi, there's another woman named Connie who's a little bit north of New York City. So I thought I might as well bring Connie her recipe, and that just kind of started it. So it was a little bit organic. Flash forward to traveling to California, and there's a woman named Christine who is still alive and well and has her carrot cake recipe on it. Some of the recipes are a little harder to travel with. There's a woman in Maine named Marion who has a ice cream recipe. And that was hard to get up to her. It's like 2 hours outside of Portland, and making sure the ice cream didn't melt by the time I got to the cemetery. But it felt it felt right. It felt like I'll go to the gravestone and visit them, and it's a memorial to a person. And, I'll read the obituary there and just have this like kind of lovely, quiet moment with the person. And yeah, you just become so interested in them and you care so much about these people. And then, of course, that's doubled as you're cooking their food and interviewing their family and loved ones about who this person was in life.
Rosie, there's a term, it's a theory term, ghosting, and I don't mean the one where you don't talk to anybody anymore. The idea is that the idea with ghosting is that you're creating the memory and the aura of somebody by, people say houses are haunted. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. But if you have enough sounds and smells and realities of a person that used to be there, in many ways are there. What I was going to kind of wonder about when you did all this cooking and you're putting together all these recipes, so much of our memory is based on our olfactory. I mean, the idea that we remember through smell. And I was kind of wondering, given what you already knew about some of these people, if you got a better sense of them from smelling their recipes in your kitchen and in the preparation, if you had a sense of, because the thing is, it's one thing to eat meatloaf. It's another thing to actually take all the ingredients and dice and chop everything you need. Those are very different smell sensations and very different tactile sensations in the sense that you almost are, inhabiting the landscape that they kind of existed in as you put all this together. Did that become something you were aware of at some point in making all of these recipes?
Oh, I love how you describe that. And I've never heard the word ghosting in that frame, and I really, really love that. And yeah, I think there is so much of a sense of nostalgia is such an interesting thing, and both of my grandmothers actually passed away in the course of this project, and I was thinking about the smells that I grew up with and the tastes and the things that I would experience in a kitchen. And, it's very much of like that ratatouille scene where the villain at the very end is eating the ratatouille and he's just transported back to his childhood. And it's just smell and taste and these senses dropping into a memory are so powerful. And of course, these are people who I did not know. I'm, gleaning information and hearing the stories from their families. And nothing was better than in the cases where I got to cook with the families. Like, that was just so precious and special, and it's creating new memories. But yeah, I mean, food, I can't think of a more powerful memory tool than being able to cook and taste and just kind of, your senses really connecting with that. So I would definitely say, like, when I was cooking these recipes and thinking about the person, I would imagine them there with me of, like, what would they have done? And, of course, like, multiple times of having to test the recipes, I usually made it wrong the first time, and then I would chat with their kids or their siblings or other relatives of theirs, and they'd be like, oh, she would make it this way or he would do it that way. And so over the course of like many years of perfecting the recipe, and in some cases never even perfecting the recipe because they had it the right way. So yeah, I would basically say, yes, I discovered of how powerful food is as a memory tool by doing this project.
I was trying to think what I would, I mean, of course, when you read this, everyone's going to think, what would I want to be remembered for if it was a recipe? And this is so basic, Rosie, but and everybody knows me for queso. Like I'm from Texas. Tex-Mex is my thing. I make queso. People come to my house specifically for it.
I got it for her her birthday.
Yeah, like everyone knows. Like people send me queso queen shirts all the time. Like it's my thing. But I started thinking about it as it pertains to you. I was like, I'm so curious. Like in your research, if you've noticed patterns and types of recipes people leave behind, like the person that known for sweets, known for savory, known for like queso. Because I was like, okay, if queso is my thing, why do I love that? Why do people come around? And if I had to think about it, I was like, well, I know when I cook it's a cozy thing, it's a comfort thing, and everybody gathers around the crock pot and eats it and talks, and that's what I love, that it gets everybody in one place, and we're like pouring over this thing that is so like cozy and bad for us but fun, and we're like oohing and gooing over it. And I'm like, that's what I love, that it gets everybody, kind of huddled together. So have you found patterns in people, what they leave behind and what it says about them based on what kind of food it is?
Okay, I love that you have a queso recipe that has all of these gathering moments. Like that is honestly the perfect and exactly the heart of a lot of these gravestone recipes of, this is the recipe. And most of them, I should say, there's only so much space on a gravestone. So in some cases, it's a really complicated recipe that has a lot of instructions. It actually doesn't lend itself too well to the gravestone just because it wouldn't fit very well. An epitaph can only have so many letters. And so there's a ranch dip and there's a cheese dip that are on it. And I think exactly that, like, especially, so I'm thinking of the cheese dip, which belongs to a woman named Deb Nelson, who's buried in Iowa. And when talking to her daughter, it was exactly that. Deb would make it during the holidays. It was a thing people would look forward to. It had this really special connection in their family. Her husband and her met at this restaurant that would serve this cheese dip that she worked at. And then years later, she would bottle it up and send it to people with a sleeve of crackers for Christmas presents. And people had to return the jar every year and in order to get it, the gift again for the following year. And it was just something, it's not super complicated. You can just make it in a mixer. It has bacon bits. Oh my gosh, it's so good. But it, instruction-wise, it's pretty simple, and so it fits really nicely into an epitaph. And it has this really cool story of, like, every time people go to visit her grave and make her cheese dip, they go, oh my gosh, remember when? Like, it's just like, it's such a beautiful way to remember you. Like, I don't know. I just think, so I love that you have a queso recipe.
I guess I'll put it on my gravestone. Well, which begs the question, Jim, what happens when more and more people are being cremated these days? How do I remember my recipe if I'm cremated? I don't even know what I would do in that. Do I write it in the dust? No, I'm obviously not, but.
So many options. No, it's such a great question. Yeah, I mean, the point of the project is cool. I mean, I love cemeteries. I love gravestones.
Yeah.
But there's so many ways people chose to be remembered, particularly through food. So at the beginning of the book, I love every recipe that's featured, but it is supposed to be a personal reflection of, like, what are my recipes? Have I documented them? Have I written them down? A lot of families, their grandparent or parent has this famous recipe in the family. My dad makes a really good jambalaya. He does not write the recipe down. And so it's encouraging some sort of documenting, maybe cooking it together, maybe filming the experience, maybe sharing it with, there's so many ways. And then sharing it and making sure other family members or community members, whoever, have access to that just to preserve it. Because if you don't do it, it's, when you lose a person, it's like losing a library. Like, there's no way to get that back. And so it is a little bit of documenting it while you can, cooking it together. And then also, people have gotten really creative. I've seen at different funerals, some people will do prayer cards with a recipe of that person or in the funeral pamphlet. I've also seen on urns, some people, right? It's such a cool idea. And sometimes in obituaries, people will put their recipe in the obituary. A whole side quest to this project has been obituary recipes, which, that could be a whole other book, just some really cool obituary. And there's no limit of space. You could put a longer recipe if you wanted to. So definitely, but I would say the core of it is cooking it and documenting it just to make sure you have those recipes.
Jim, I love the idea. It's like, if I told you, I'd have to kill you, people. It's like we always loved what she made, but we didn't know what was in it until she passed away. Yeah. I mean, listen, I don't want anybody to be murdered for their recipe. However, it's a really cool thing to be like, did she leave it behind? Did she leave it behind? We're dying.
Who got it? Who got it? One of the things too, and that Rosie has pointed out, that the book really does do. It's not just a series of recipes, guys. There's some really beautiful prose in the book, and equally important, it is a reminder that I often worry that we live in an age of so much information where it is so easy to collate, to really kind of build receptacles where we can put information, that people forget to do it. Is one of the most heartbreaking things that is happening all around us, that there is so many opportunities. Like I said, so we don't write the jambalaya recipe down. There's no reason why somebody can't sit there one day and say, hey, I'm just going to film you making it. We're just going to have that record. We're going to put it someplace. And people, because of the ability we have to do this so quickly, say, I'll get to it. And then they're gone. And then we're kind of living in that sad world where we had every ample opportunity. The book really does this, guys. Along with the recipes, there are a lot of how-to stuff, a lot of reminders of how to kind of do this stuff and put this together. I just wanted to share this from the book, guys, to give you a sense of how wonderful the writing is. Valerie's cooking was the heart of her family's table, and her Thanksgiving stuffing earned legendary status, fondly deemed to die for. There's the titular line. This savory masterpiece anchored meals alongside her signature chicken cutlets and creamy mashed potatoes, staples that define countless family dinners. And then you go on to talk about the holiday season. And the tombstone there, which, by the way, once again, but along with the meatloaf one, is one of my favorites. She was a lady raised by a lady. And just love that. And in some ways, it actually speaks towards the recipes as well, too, of traditions passed down. Can you kind of talk about, and we've been talking about the purpose of things, and you've kind of alluded to it and spoken of it. Can you kind of tell us a couple of things that when people buy this book, and you should buy this book, guys, that people should walk away with, what you hope, what would be your idea of, along with enjoying the book, a success where you'd be like, man, that's exactly what I hope would happen. I mean, Lindsay's already got her queso tombstone, so I'm thrilled about that. But give us some more examples.
My work here is done.
Yeah. Done. Pick the recipe. I love that you brought up Valerie's grave. I think she has one of the most beautiful gravestones, and the recipe is written in her handwriting, which I just think is so special. And I think just over the course of a few years of posting and hearing just a lot of stories from different folks who have lost someone, I think definitely if one takeaway is just documenting your family or community recipes in whichever way, and I try to make it as simple as possible or as low lift as possible to documenting your, whether it is, just filming and cooking together or writing it down while you can. I think also having conversations of what do you want? Some people, death is a taboo thing, and it's uncomfortable and scary to talk about this with your loved ones of do you want to be cremated? Do you want to be buried? What cemetery? You love this band. You like Neil Young. Do you want to play him at your funeral? like, what are symbols of things that we should look for? Like, I loved one woman who has her tea biscuits recipe. Her and her daughter would talk about this, and she said, look for me in the white feather. And so every time her daughter sees a white feather, she knows it's a sign from her mom. So it's just all these ways for the living to keep remembering and connecting with those who have come before. And so even if it's just a really like surface level conversation of like, oh, do you love cooking? Do you want a recipe? You love this other thing. Would you want that? And letting that just kind of start the conversation, just because I've heard so many stories of people being like, yeah, like my dad died and we didn't know what he wanted. We didn't really do pre-planning. We didn't have these conversations. And it's a nice way to start things. And the idea of this death positive movement, which I was very inspired by, it's something that came out of hospice, that people are healthier if we actually talk about these things.
Well, and here's what I think is important to note. Like, we're all going to die, and it doesn't have to be a conversation you have when somebody gets older. Just in general, I think it's a fabulous conversation starter. How do you want to be remembered? Whether you're 12, 20, or maybe we don't want to be talking about death with kids at 12, but you know what I mean? Like, people save it for later in life, and then it kind of becomes a taboo and offensive. Whereas if it's just an open conversation, I think that's just an important thing to note. Okay, here's my question. You know, I want to know about this, Jem, because since you mentioned both of your parents do ghost tours, you were an intern at a cemetery, you now travel to these cemeteries and visit these people. Is there a story that you or anyone else has submitted as found? I mean, you've got the white feather you just mentioned. Any sort of moments where you're like, oh, they're here. We're remembering them and they're here. Have you had any they're here moments?
Yeah, I would say probably with almost every single one of them, there's been, I call this whole book like a Hail Mary throw, because it feels almost like too crazy to, like the number of like things that were out of my control that just had to happen. And so like, I remember when I would learn about maybe 20 recipes, I got connected with this editor who who's the person who edited this particular book. And she really saw the vision of like, it won't just be a cookbook, it'll also be, the stories behind each person, encouraging people to document their own recipes. And in my mind, I was like, I mean, we can try, but like we have to have so many things together. We have to locate each of these gravestones. We need to locate each family member. We need to, get people comfortable, see how they feel about it. Each recipe needs to be signed off on and see, again, it's a celebration of each person, but I was like, I don't even know. And I would be like, traveling to places and just randomly get a message from someone who I'd been searching for like years, being like, oh, hey, like I just saw your TikTok. That's my grandma, by the way. Like let's chat about her and things like that. And I would be like it felt like something beyond me, because there was so much out of my control that were just like synchronicity moments. And so, yes, moments like the white feather. There was also like, one particular moment I went to Missouri, and there's a really beautiful gravestone of a woman named Kim, who it's her carrot cake recipe. And this crazy flash flood came to the area. I traveled in the summer to there. And I was on the phone with her daughter while visiting the cemetery. And her daughter was like, who didn't live there, but she was like checking the weather. And she's like, I think you need to like get out of the area right now. Like these flash floods are coming. And right when I was leaving, this double rainbow came over the cemetery. Just because of the way the storm hit. I've never seen a rainbow like this before. And I just felt, I had been feeling a little bit nervous. And I was like, I think it's going to be okay. I feel like Kim is with us right now. And awesome. I had this Airbnb that was very lovely near the cemetery. So I went there, and it was, honestly, it provided the most beautiful rainbow that came out of it. And so, just like lots of little moments like this, in addition to just really bizarre synchronicities, even like connections between some of the families that like they didn't know each other, but they had so many like locations and places in common. The world is huge. There's so many people in it. And so it's amazing with like all over the country, there were these little connections between people, which it was a lot of like goosebumps kind of moments.
This is it's so inspirational. I think Rosie, my husband's mom, passed away a couple months ago, and he's just recently started making her lemon chicken recipe. And and he's kind of healing through it. Like he called his sister a couple weeks ago and was like, do you want to both make it tonight? And so they both made it the same night.
Wow.
And it was a way of real communion together. And so I was thinking about that with this book. I think this book is such an inspiration and encouragement to people. This is a real way to feel connected to your loved ones, and actually even connected to other people's loved ones. I think about the movie Coco, where it's like, we don't talk about them. They can't exist anymore. So this is a really special thing. And I think I think this is a beautiful gift for anybody. I know, Jim, you agree as well.
Oh, my God. And by the way, promise me you'll come back on at some point so we can talk about, while Airbnb is often an iffy situation, when it comes to like visiting smaller ex-urban or rural communities, if you can find a really good Airbnb in one of those environments, it really helps set the mood of any place you're kind of going to kind of immerse yourself in the culture of that world. I just have the idea of knowing you have a house to go back to after visiting a cemetery is a really kind of groovy and cool thing. Can't thank you enough, Rosie, for making time for us. Guys, highest recommendation to die for, Rosie Grant. Can't get enough of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's been such an honor to be here.
Oh, you're so fun. I want to be friends with Rosie. Rosie, everybody check it out, To Die For. It is out. It is brought to you through HarperCollins. Oh, it just came out like 2 days ago, right?
Just yesterday, yeah.
Or just yesterday,
hit the
okay.
bookshelves.
Well, good God Almighty, congratulations.
I know. What are you doing to celebrate this?
I have a book launch tonight at an event. We're going to do a food and death panel with wine and gravestone cookies.
I love that. And where is that?
That's going to be in Los Feliz in Los Angeles. We're doing it at like a spooky library.
Oh, I love it. Are you based in California?
I'm based in California right now. I'm going to do an event in a few weeks in Washington, D.C. at the cemetery that I first interned at.
Awesome. Well, thank you also for joining us early, since you're 2 hours behind, of course, where we are. Everybody check it out, To Die For by Rosie Grant. There's a link on our website. Buy this book for yourself, for other people. Be inspired to commune and bake with the dead. Cook with the other side. Rosie Grant, have the best day.
Thank you, Rosie.
Thank you.
We'll be back on the other side. A lot of great stuff to talk about. A lot of stuff there to unpack, Lindsay. You guys can also give us a call as well at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. Talk to you on the other side. And I don't mean that in a dead way, but maybe.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter, now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance. The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, We're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, with your help, we sure can. Phone lines are open on Road Gang Radio live from the House of Fastport with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler, but she's in Nashville.
She's over in... That's okay. By the way, we got plenty of cemeteries over here, LaRue. Plenty of cemeteries. And
I know you do. And next time, there's also one in Franklin. I mean, there's this really cool one in Franklin that's old, but I know you guys have a ton. And who did we have on the show recently that said they write in cemeteries? Do you remember that conversation?
I do, actually, and I can't remember who it was. But, we'll just keep talking for a little bit rather than agonizing over it. At some point, one of us will blurt us out.
I want to start doing that. I want to come, I love cemeteries. I want to go. They're so inspiring. I'm going to go start I'm going to go with a notepad and sit in a cemetery.
By the way,
till I get kicked out.
You know what they call them down here, right? They call them this everywhere, but they really call them down here. It's called them cities of the dead, because the way they're built down here, because you got to keep people above the surface in a lot of cases because of the ground. They build them up. As a matter of fact, I know where I'm getting buried. I know it.
You're going to be buried.
I'm going to.
Let's talk about it. What are your wishes?
Actually, it's with my grandparents. Okay. I actually have one of the things they left me was they left me the ability to be buried with them. I have that ability, and I can take Claire along if they want to come.
Cool.
That's kind of a really cool thing.
And what do you want your do you want memorial? What songs will I be performing?
Well,
what do you want?
Well, the song I probably ought to take the time to think about what songs I want performed. I really do. But I also know that simply, and I'm by the way, guys, this is not that kind of humble brag or modest stuff. The fact that I'm with them is enough. Because I was thinking about that during the interview with Rosie. I was thinking about this. I have to tell you, the invention of mocktails, one of the best thing about the invention of mocktails is I get to taste old fashions again. And because I taste old fashioned, Lindsay, I get to spend time with my grandfather. And I had a mocktail last night and watched the Yankees win the baseball game. Watching the Yankees win the baseball game while having an old fashioned, albeit without alcohol in it, but there are things that they have now.
New fashion.
Yeah, there are things that they have that make it taste just like an old fashioned.
For sure.
And to be able to sit there and watch that game and to watch Aaron Judge, oh my God, what a game that was! To watch the Bronx go nuts, I literally was transported back to a moment of memory with my grandfather.
That's so cool.
And it's such
that's
a
really
neat thing.
sweet. Those, I think, more and more these kind of memories are inspiration. You know what my daughter called cemetery? We drove by one like a year ago. She said it, and she now continues to say it. Stone garden. She goes, "Look at that stone garden."
Aww.
And I was like, this child is brilliant. And by the way, I'm like, well, why have I not written a song about stone gardens? That sounds like an amazing country song, by the way, too. So I said that to my neighbor the other day. So we're on it. He's like, I'm writing it. I'm like, no, not without me. Wait. We're doing that together. Stone Garden.
By the way, there is a Francis Ford Coppola movie with James Caan and Angelica Houston about the people that actually take care of the gravestones at Arlington called Gardens of Stone. Stone Garden. I love the simplicity of that. Stone Garden.
Isn't that beautiful?
I just love it.
She also said, by the way, when we were walking home, another thing that sort of blew my mind, and I don't know why I had never thought about this, Jim, but she said, and then we'll go to the phone. She said something, I'm trying to pull it back up. Where was it? Because we were walking home from the bus stop, and where is it? Anyway, we were walking home from the bus stop. Oh, here it is. And she said, and we heard a bird chirping, and we were listening to it. And she said, Mommy, what does a sad bird sound like? And I was like, I never thought of that. I just assumed birds were happy. The birds were always happy because they could fly. And of course, then I immediately started writing down. I'm like, I've written this whole song. But what does a sad bird sound like?
A whippoorwill.
Listen to kids and old people is what I'm trying to tell you. Listen to kids and old people, and you will become a songwriter. Dre, there's somebody calling. Who is it? What we got?
Well, it's a little blast from the past. I'm not sure if you're familiar with her, Lindsay, but I know Jimmy is. Misbehavin's in the house.
Misbehaving? What's going on? Good morning.
Good morning. How's everybody doing?
Fantastic.
Better now that you're here. Hi. I don't know if I've ever gotten to talk to you before.
No, probably not. It's been a while since I've called into any of the shows. Just different schedules and when I drive and things of that nature. But now that, I got in touch with Andre and found out all kind of new stuff, and I'm like, well, I better call and say hi so they don't.
Now
forget
that we
about
got
me.
you. Now that we got you, we got you.
We ain't
She's
gonna
been
let
busy
you go.
misbehaving, but we got her back.
We ain't gonna let you go. That's it. We got our hooks into you again, misbehaving, and that's just how I kind of roll around here. How you been? What's going on? What's on your mind?
I've been doing good. I moved to Gulf Shores, so I'm down here on the coast soaking up the sun.
Yes.
Got a new job working for a company. I don't have to kill myself every day.
Hey,
It's a pretty laid-back place, and so we're doing good there. And I got on this whole health kick. I've lost 40 pounds. And
Come on.
Killing it.
doing great.
That's amazing. What did you do? Just got healthy, yeah?
Yeah, I just got healthy. I've cut my calorie intake down quite a bit. Just, being a little bit more active and doing things of that nature. But like I said, I started in the last of May, first part of June. I've lost about 40 pounds. So
That's
I'm doing
amazing.
great.
Wait, are you telling me that you've eaten less and exercised and you find that it helps you lose weight? I'm shocked.
Oh, yeah, I know, right? And then I quit eating this, we got us a portable freezer, and we're able to take our own food with us, and avoiding the fried foods, avoiding the truck stop food, just eating healthier. And I've gotten on this thing to where I like celery and carrots a lot.
Who knew? Who knew?
Yeah, I know, right?
Have you found, this is something that I think is real cool when you start getting healthy, and somebody said this to me years ago and it really landed, that don't think about the things that you have to take away or that you don't get to have. It's think about the things that you're adding, because every time you add something healthy, something unhealthy just kind of magically disappears. And and that was a cool way to do it. If you add the celery and carrots and you just all of a sudden notice, oh, I'm doing less of that because I'm doing more of this. And so it's more about the add than the take away. I don't know if you felt that as well, but it sounds like that's been a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, my blood pressure has gone down. My A1C has gone down, which my A1C was never super high, but I mean it was borderline. I was almost pre-diabetic stage, but that's gone down. I don't have indigestion as bad as I used to have. I mean, everything's just changed, and it's been great.
Amazing.
I call it the peace dividend. You also find that surprisingly, like, wait, who put all this money back into my bank account? I don't know what's happening here, but for some reason it seems like going to the grocery store and buying stuff to eat just doesn't cost me as much as a daily trip to a fast food joint. I'm shocked. Exactly. Right?
Well, when my husband and I were eating mainly on the road, just one meal a day, just one, it would cost us between $300 and $350 a week. Now I can spend $300, put food in the truck, and that'll last me 2 or 3 weeks. And so it's just, it really has cut down on our spending as far as being out on the road. So, I mean, if anybody, I know it's hard to eat in the truck for some people because you can't prepare meals or whatnot. You don't have to have anything that you really have to prepare, just, things that are ready to eat, like I said, the fruits, the vegetables. Like if I'm hungry for a snack or something and I really don't want to go back there and like dig through everything, don't wake Kim up in the middle of the night or whatever, I will go into a truck stop, but I'll get stuff like the little protein packs that's got the ham or turkey or, a little bit of cheese or something like that. I'm not really much into eating sweets anymore. Like I said, I've gotten to where I don't really like fried foods because they just make you feel horrible. It does. It just really makes you feel horrible. Drinking more water. I've gotten to where I don't drink. My Achilles heel was Mountain Dew. And I've got
it seems to be.
That's a trucking thing.
It's a growing concern. I have to tell you, man. I think that Mountain Dew is the great enemy of the health and well-being of the truck driving industry. I'm becoming more and
Somebody
more convinced.
needs to come out with the Mountain Don't drink, Jim. Right. Telling you what.
Yeah. There is actually there is a Mountain Dew drink, Lindsay. It's called water.
It's called water.
Yeah, exactly.
Water, yeah. And I mean, if you don't like the taste of just regular water, I mean, you can get the little things you can put in your water, that makes it taste a little better if that's your thing.
Yeah.
But if it's good and cold, I'll drink a bottle of water in like a minute and a half because I get thirsty, or whatever. But I mean, like I said, everything's just changed. It's just been great. The job we got now, there's not as much stress. There's not the whole weight gain from stress. There's, the foods and everything that I'm doing different. So it's just been really good all the way around.
It sounds like too, just the I'm going to say the word mindfulness, and I don't mean it in a woo woo way, just in a we realize we get so far gone where we're just sort of sleepwalking through things, and we just grab whatever, we just do this, we do that, we get comfortable feeling uncomfortable and don't even realize it.
Oh man, that's a big one, dude. When you stop and suddenly realize I've felt terrible all along.
Yeah.
What is going on here?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's crazy.
The place where we live now, we live up on the 3rd floor. Now, there is an elevator, but I've gotten to where I'll walk up the stairs and go down the elevator.
Atta girl. That's
Take
amazing.
the stairs. Take the stairs. Always take the stairs up. It's a really kind of great approach. Misbehaving. Where's the next place you're headed? Where's the next place you're going? Where are your adventures taking you?
I'm not sure, really. Everything's kind of wide open. We're home for a week right now, so I'm just kind of sitting back enjoying the sun.
I love that.
By the way, I think we're in the last part of the country of us down here on the Gulf Coast is going to be enjoying, enjoying some warm weather. It's coming to a pretty quick end here. Misbehaving, I am glad you found us. Welcome back, and a good chance to meet Lindsay as well. We love you. Please don't be a stranger. Drop in again soon. Okay?
I sure will. Love you guys. Y'all take care.
And you're going to be around a lot longer now. You're going to be able to listen forever because you're so healthy, girl. Come on.
I know, right?
That's awesome. Have the best day. So nice to meet you. Keep misbehaving, but in a healthy, cool way.
Okay.
Okay. Bye, friend.
Speaking of a healthy, good way, and speaking of writing, let's talk a little bit about what's going to be happening after the show today, Lindsay, shall we?
Yeah, I would love that. So right when we get off the air at 11, we're going to replay last week's episode of We Should Write with the great Larry Gatlin, which was such a good episode. He is such a hoot, such a just wise man and weirdo all in one.
He's not a hoot. He's a hoot and a half.
He is a hoot and a half, and a third if you consider the brothers. Larry Gatlin of the Gatlin brothers. He was my guest last week, and so we'll be replaying that. And then right after that, at 12 o'clock today, there's a brand new episode. We will be live with the great Sandy Knox. Jim, she's a Grammy Award nominated songwriter. She's got so many hits. She wrote "But Does He Love You" for Reba, a lot of Reba hits. Why haven't I heard from you? And it's so funny. She thinks his name is John, which is about a woman, by the way, who has a one-night stand, contracts AIDS, and passes away from it. This is a deep song. I sang this song at the top of my lungs when I was 13. Her song's about divorce and death and illness. I don't know what it is, and we're going to talk about it today. How she's able to write and make you feel something you've never gone through. Sandy Knox can do it better than almost anybody. It's so beautiful. And she's got a new project out, Jim, which is such a cool take. It's called Waiting, Weighting, Waiting, My Life If It Were a Musical. And here's what's cool, the concept she's done, Jim. It's so hard to actually write a musical theater piece. It's a massive undertaking to actually do that, both from the script side and the music side. What she's done is sort of put it in terms that she knows how to do. It's an audiobook she's written. It's about, 12 or so chapters, let's say. They reach about 20 minutes. But she's just telling her life story in an audio, and particularly as it pertains to her going into not a rehab place, but people with eating disorders or having trouble losing weight or gaining weight, either way, a facility.
I said, a rehab place is what I would think of, and I don't want to say a fat farm for obvious reasons.
Yeah, it's a facility. It's called Foundation House. She talks about it. It's a facility for people.
Healing center.
Healing center. Yeah. And so it's all mapped around that. But what's cool? So it's an audio book coupled with 21 original songs that sound like musical theater that are coupled with this audio book. And so it's like presenting it in a way that makes sense to her, that she was able to do. And she is, man, this book, I read it, and she is so vulnerable in it, Jim, talking about not only the weight loss thing, but about being with a very abusive man and escaping it. And another woman who ended up with that man later, they ended up connected connecting and being best friends. She helped her get out of that relationship, and they became best friends. They've been best friends for 30 years now. And some of the relationships that come through some of the heartbreak, she is so honest in this book and in this music. And she also doesn't really, it's kind of like, I'm putting this out there. I've earned my success. I can do whatever I want now. It's one of those moments, but I hope that I also heal somebody through it. It's really cool. And she's she's funny. This isn't going to be all sad. She's funny. She owns her vulnerability. Just a really neat woman, very respected here in Nashville. So I'm honored to have her on today.
Well, and the other thing about it is the fact that I really am interested when she comes on of her talking at length about the idea of what happens when you get to the point that you get to do a project and you hope to reach people and you hope to speak to people, but that you're doing a project for yourself.
Yeah.
That you finally reach that place where it's like, I've been wanting to do this, I'm doing this thing, and if people appreciate what I'm doing, terrific. If I reach somebody, if I touch somebody, amazing. At the end of the day, I needed to do this. I needed to do something. I needed to find out something and discover something through the process. And I really like those kind of projects as well. I think that the idea that I have this in me, and if I don't get it out, I'm going to feel a little bit poorer in my life if I don't do it. So I'm kind of interested.
I hope it inspires everyone, because we shouldn't have to get to a place where it's like, now that I've done all this, now I can do what I want. It shouldn't be that. This should be the reminder that do the thing you want. You can make space for it. You can prioritize it. We have a lot more free time than we give ourselves credit for, because we fill our time with endless scrolling or whatever. We can talk about it with our next guest quite a bit. It's the connection piece. I think the more we connect to each other, the more we're inspired to do the things that inspire us.
This show is crazy today, by the way. The connectivity, speaking of connectivity, of Dre and I have been here for the whole enchilada. I know you've been listening all morning long. I mean, that's exactly it, Lindsay. The idea that it's like, start talking to people. Mm-hmm. Start sitting around.
Start spreading the news.
Yeah, start actually having conversations with human beings. I mean, start, it's an effort, by the way, because it's so easy to doom scroll. It's so easy. And by the way, even to get pulled into AI slop, I thought there's no way this, and then you realize your brain shuts off and you're just looking for a dopamine hit, and you're like, oh my God, I got to stop this. You got to cultivate. You got to cultivate the long form, and the long form is friendship. That's the longest form of them all. Marriages, relationships, and friendships. That's the long con. That's the real investment in life, that you can get through a long stretch of time and look back and realize you've built something with somebody. And I don't mean a work of art or a house or a business. I mean a relationship. Mm-hmm. And to be able to kind of look at that, just start talking to people. Reach
out and touch.
It's so important.
Somebody's hand. Well, especially so much of our audience spend so much time alone, obviously, and some people are in this profession because they want that to be the case. But I think we need to flip the script on that. Stop telling that story. Stop telling that narrative. You can spend time alone and not be lonely. Like, there's ways to be connected. Even, as a truck driver, just staying in touch with your people back home. Pick up the phone. If you don't like being in person with people, I get it. Pick up the phone, or, send an email. Just a quick check-in. Something as small as, I'm trying to be better about when people I haven't talked to in a while pop in my head. Like, if I hear a song and it makes me think of someone, even if I haven't talked to them in years, I'm starting to be like, hey, this song just came on, made me think of you. And I'm not looking to open up a huge, wide conversation. It's just, I want to let you know I was thinking about you. I think it means a lot to people. It means a lot when people do it to me. So why not do it to somebody else?
I have a friend of mine, Gemma, who when she walks anywhere to go, she'll walk by the building occasionally because her son goes to the school down the street. She wears headsets, and she don't care, Lindsay. When she walks down the street on her way over to the school to pick up her son, I mean, she walks with those headsets and she sways. Unembarrassingly, you know what I'm saying? Just kind of goes back and forth and just kind of just walks and shucks and jives while she does it. And I was just listening yesterday, as a matter of fact, I was listening. The Dire Straits song "Skate Away." Mm-hmm. So he plays rock and roll on the rock and roll station on the rock and roll dream, and I said. The idea of the skateaway girl, rubbing up against the truck as she just skates down the road, thinking of all the movies that the songs she listens to, and it made me just think of Gemma, who I hadn't talked to in a while, and I sent her the song, and I'm like, hey, this made me think of you. And she wrote back and she's like, why? And then I said, go back and listen to the lyrics. And she said, oh, got it. Thanks. Have a great day. And that was the end of it. But there are times when we just listen to a song, you're right, and it brings up the person that we think about the song with. And sometimes, have you ever had that too, where you never talk to the person about it, but there's a song that you listen to that makes you think of somebody you've known for a long time, but you've never mentioned that fact to them? Like you just listen to a song and you go, oh, that's so-and-so. That sounds like so-and-so. That sounds just like my friend blankety blank, and never bother to tell them that when you hear that song, you think of them. I don't mean the song that they like, but a song that you love that makes you think of a friend. Do you have anything like that?
No, because I quickly tell people. So I've never held it. I'd be like, this is our song. But I mean, I hear what you're saying though. The thing that comes to my same idea with when I hear that song, I'm immediately go back to where I was, this time of place or feeling, kind of the same idea. The song makes me, think of somebody or where we were or what was happening at the time. So for sure yeah.
It's tough with you, by the way, because there's a lot of songs that made me think of you because I kind of go, I think Lindsay would do a really good cover of this or a really comical cover. That's my other thought too. That would be a song that is completely not right for you. That would be perfect for you, if you know what I'm talking about.
I like things that aren't right for me.
I mean,
we're going to do a whole campfire live album, and I put together a lot of the songs for it, stuff that I've written over the years and never released, and they're all sad. I mean, it's sad. There's songs that people have told me in the past, that's too sad, don't release it. I'm saying screw you. I'm singing sad songs by a campfire because winter's coming and that feels right. And I'm going to do it, and I'm excited about it. And there's songs we have one song, which the comical piece about it, Jim, there's a song that years ago I was playing at a casino in Tunica, Mississippi, and this woman, Dee Drager, my friend who I write a lot of songs with, she was playing guitar for me, and Seamus was there too, and we were walking through the lobby, and it was loud, and so she had to scream across to get me, and so waved over, and we had a song idea, and I screamed it in the moment. I'm like, I want to write a song called Whiskey Creek, and she goes, Krispy Kreme? I'm like, no, Whiskey Creek. And so we always joke the song called Krispy Kreme. But the song, it's about alcoholism, and it's basically people standing up at AA saying, why am I here? And the terrible things that have happened. And then they all sort of commune over Whiskey Creek. It's both a concept and an actual place. It's a state of mind, and then also a place where I used to, back to Whiskey Creek where I saw my dreams, back to Dad and me skipping rocks over the stream. How can one time seem so pure and this not even have a cure? Keeps me drowning in the current that it leaves. Lord, I pray I find the strength out of Whiskey Creek. Now, I love the song, and I had so many people say to me, that is so depressing. And now I'm taking depressing back and owning it because people want to connect. It's back to connection. Anybody can think about a time that they felt so sad and alone and helpless. And we like listening to sad music because it makes us feel seen, I think.
I've been thinking about this for a while because you have actually brought this up before in the past about why do we like listening to sad songs? Why do we like going to sad places? And
sad songs say so much.
And I actually have a clear thought about why we like doing it. I told you that a friend of mine went on, and I went on, and I didn't start off with the idea of doing this. I knew it would be long. We went on an 11,000 step walk. And for him, it was a 13,000 step walk because he's a tiny little guy. So it was a lot of walking. And one of the things that we knew was going to happen, Lindsay, to get back to the Lindsay Lawler connection, is that there was queso waiting for us because we knew we would walk across the bridge from City Park into Lakeview, and then we would head on over to the Velvet Cactus where we had actually parked the car. So we parked the car in front of the restaurant, walked across the bridge into City Park, and then walked the entire breadth of the park, did the whole thing. And I realized something, that one of the great things in the last 10 minutes of the walk, Lindsay, as we took the turn and we could see the bridge in the distance, I said, how much are you thinking about that queso? And Lou was like, oh, it's all I can think about right now. And what did Lou say? Lou said, I haven't had a Sprite in like a year, and I really want a Sprite to go along with the queso. And I said, I totally would not have a Sprite, and I understand where you're coming from. And I think about the idea of sitting by Whiskey Creek, and I think why we like sad songs so much is why we like the last 10 minutes of that walk, because we know it's a place we can go that we can come out the other side. I think we don't mind being sad. I think that often grief is when we feel like it's never going to end. But I think that with a sad song, we know we can enter it. We can have that feeling, which in many ways will purge us. I mean, a good cry or a good, or a good kind of contemplation is always a good thing. I think we know that people that love us and joy are on the other side of the song, and that we will come through it on the other end. And I think there's a sense of going down to kind of lift ourselves back up at the end and kind of emerge back into the sunlight of our lives. Yeah. Hopefully. I think that's part of it. I think
and releasing it. In the Whiskey Creek, there's a line at the end of the bridge, "Damn that brown river that flows over the rocks," which obviously you're connecting to both a creek and a whiskey glass. And that song to me is the release, is the flow, like if visualizing it flowing through us and out of us and moving on. And I think when I wrote the song years ago, I was not in a great place, and that's why I wasn't comfortable or confident singing it. Now I am, and I'm much more, I'm much healthier. And so I think it's sort of a badge of honor, to your point, to get to the other side and be like, okay, I can sing this now because I'm not in that place, so I can own it. And by the way, I was never an alcoholic and didn't kill anybody. This does happen in that song. That didn't happen to me, but being on a healthier side, to be able to sing it and then know that somebody else could hear it, maybe when they are going through something tough, and be like, oh, someone else did it too. They're on the other side. I can get to the other side too.
Yeah. And by the way, John Cougar Mellencamp's Jesus, Can You Give Me a Ride Back Home, in many ways is what I'm thinking of when I think about the kind of stuff you talk about. Promise me that you will record that song, but it'll be only you and Kevin Post do it, with him just playing guitar. Keep it clean. Those lyrics are too good to muddy up with a lot of overproduction and a lot of number. Just go right down.
Maybe a cello. Maybe just a subtle cello with Mark Evans.
Little Avett Brothers kind of approach there where you have a cello or a guitar. Yeah, please do it that way. Please, I am begging you, because those lyrics are too good to let anything else get in the way of that nonsense. Gotcha. That is just too beautiful. We're going to take a quick break here.
Beautiful? You're beautiful.
You're beautiful. You're beautiful.
You're beautiful. Yeah, you. Hey, you. I know you. We're talking connectability with our next guest, Anna Runkle, an expert in connectability, both in the book and the actual thing, Jim.
We'll come back on the other side, and we'll talk about this wonderful book.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
bring that life on over here and hang out with us at Fastport Studios with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack just hanging and dangling, man.
No, I like that.
Yeah.
This is a safe space. This is a safe space.
Go write a recipe on a tombstone.
Yeah, come on. That's what normal people do. And actually, Jim, I love when a plan comes together, whether it's whether it was on purpose or not. Our two guests today actually go really hand in hand together. Very interesting. You know, we just talked about with Rosie, we talked about connection through food and the afterlife. And now we're talking about connection in the here and now and why so many of us struggle to feel like we belong. This speaks very much so to our trucking audience who spend a lot of time alone on the highways and byways, some by choice and some by force. But I think this next guest plays in perfectly to everything we've been talking about today and sort of the theme of road gang radio in general, Jim.
Yeah, I do too, by the way. And for 30 years, Anna Runkle has shown people how they can heal symptoms of childhood trauma and live happier, freer, more fulfilling lives. She herself is a survivor of trauma herself and knows these techniques we'll be talking about work because they saved her life and they are providing powerful results to legions of followers. As a matter of fact, 930,000 subscribers on the Tube of You and 78 million views as well. She is known as the crappy childhood fairy to more than 1 million subscribers across multiple platforms. Connectability is at the center of her work, and what we're talking about today is connectability. Heal the hidden ways you isolate, find your people, and feel at last like you belong. If you feel like you are untethered and drifting outside of the atmosphere, this book shows you a way to actually make re-entry into the land of the living. Anna, welcome to the show. We are thrilled to have you.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Anna, I want to start dive right in here. A vast majority of our audience are over-the-road truck drivers who obviously spend a lot of time alone. Some choose the industry because they want the solitude. Some it's a great way to make a living. So some just love it, and by the nature of the beast, spend a lot of time alone. I would love to talk about how we can tell the difference between truly needing solitude versus unconsciously isolating because it feels safer at the time.
Well, everybody needs some solitude. It's really healthy. It's nutritious for your spirit to have some solitude. But the sign that it's solitude and not isolating is that it does good for you. It does not tear down your relationships. It doesn't make you depressed. It doesn't stop you from fulfilling your potential and pursuing what you really want in your life.
Well, and does that, I'll just ask as a follow-up here, does that, because I had somebody tell me somewhat recently, it was like, you've thought you're an extrovert your whole life. You're actually an introvert who forces yourself to be an extrovert. So I started thinking about when we label ourselves. I think words like extrovert and introvert actually kind of hurt us because we put ourselves in one box or another, and then we think we have to live there, and as opposed to finding sort of the balance. So is that something that's really important? It sounds like what you're saying. Like, I mean, I've realized I need to fuel up by spending time alone. And then go out and then, I don't want to say power down, but like get a different kind of fuel by being around people and walk the balance. So is that something that you think people need to be aware of, really finding that ground that's the dance that works for them?
I think a lot of introversion is misdiagnosed.
Yeah.
I think what it is people have had trauma and it's too stressful to be around people. The big revelation about early trauma is that it leaves a lot of us with a nervous system that glitches out sometimes. And it's called dysregulation. People are starting to talk about it more now, but that's the topic of my first book. It's called Re-Regulated. Mm-hmm. And when you're walking around with a nervous system that sort of reacts to social life by panicking or getting angry or needing to pull away, it just cuts off your life at the knees. You can't pursue anything. And you might have been told, oh, you're an introvert, but actually you probably have a personality that does many things, but you've been having to control the dysregulation and stress by either avoiding people or holding them at arm's length. And when I talk about this, so many people are just like, oh, yes, that's exactly what it is. I can't take the stress. So I call it, a lot of people have
what I call covert avoidance, which is where they appear to have a connected life. Maybe they have a spouse, some friends, kids, hang out with some friends sometimes, but it's that there's never really presence there. They're not really making commitments. They're not really listening. And we all do it a little bit, like looking at our phones at the dinner table when we've been lonely all day and we finally get to sit down with somebody and we're just sitting there looking at what happened on X today.
Yeah.
I wanted to kind of point out here too that in going through the book, one of the things that I began to realize is that there's a big difference between being actually genuinely connected and attachment. And I wanted to make sure I was kind of on the right track there with this. The idea that attaching is often, it seems to me, in the way you use it throughout the book, is a desperate attempt to kind of know that you need to be connected, but not knowing how to go about being connected. Whereas connectivity, being connected, connectability is really about figuring out ways to actually engage with the human project of being with other people in a healthy and healing sort of way. Is that kind of what you're getting at there?
That may not be what I say about attachment. Attachment is just a human thing that happens.
Okay.
And you could be, attachment, I could say this. Attachment could be why you're with a spouse, because you're attached, but you may not be present. So they can be two different things. But it's connectability is my word for this air that some people have around them where they have an easy time walking into a room with people. People are happy to see them. It's easy for them to make friends. Other people feel liked by them. And that's a quality that I could see in other people long before I had it. And I had a lot of things going for me in my life. I had been healing from my trauma for many years. A lot was going well, a lot wasn't going well. And it really came to a head for me when I had a series of hospitalizations. There was a medical accident. And I ended up needing a ton of surgery over 4 years, and I was a divorced mom. And I just really didn't have much help. And I thought I had a lot of friends, but I didn't have the kind who help you in situations like that. And that's how I found out that I had a connectability problem. I wasn't really connecting. So I set about to figure out how to have those kinds of friends who are there for you and be that kind of friend. And I found out it was a lot more than just like showing up, to run errands. I had a lot of internal obstacles, and I now know because I'm a YouTuber and I talk about it, so many people have the same thing. There's a lot of inner obstacles to feeling like you can connect with other people. And a lot of us have avoidant tendencies. We just tend to avoid people. Some of us lack boundaries. Some of us, our life is already full with people who are jerks. There's just not room for new people. Well, it's true.
Yeah. Well, when you talk about it from the relationship standpoint, I think sometimes, at least I know I did this in the past. The old me was sort of subconsciously more into quantity over quality as far as my connections. It was like if I have a lot of people around me, then I'm doing great. But I realized that was my way to avoid really one-on-one deeper connection. Now I have since wildly changed that, and I'm very aware of who I do sort of let in, but it took really consciously navigating or thinking about, intentionally thinking about who I had in my life. So, how can what is some advice you can give to people to be like, even if I have only one, I mean, no, that sounds cliche, but one or two people versus that I know I can trust that make me feel good. Or as my friend always says, does that person make me feel light or heavy? If I walk away feeling heavy, that is not someone I need in my life. What are a couple things you can say that help us know if that person is a safe space for us or not?
Well, yeah, I call that the friendship gut check. And when I encourage people who have been isolating a long time, and for a lot of people it got worse during the pandemic. It's continued to be hard to come back. I think the division in the country, scares a lot of us to death about actually showing up and saying what we think about things, and it really has broken relationships down. So there's more anxiety, more disconnection than before. But when we do choose the good people to hang out with, there's so much you can do. And one of the things I encourage people to do is titrate, go slowly. That's a medical word for a little at a time. Go slowly and then do your gut check. How does this person make me feel? Do I feel drained and ashamed? And we feel ashamed of ourselves pretty easily. Or do I feel like that was really fun? I'm full of ideas. I have energy. I hope we get to do that again. There's your gut check. And so many of us who grew up with trauma, we do this thing, I call it crap fitting. We fit ourselves to crap. We fit ourselves to unacceptable people and situations. So you might get together for a coffee with somebody, and they're a little bit like critical. They put you down. They aren't paying attention. Don't remember that something big happened in your life. But you tell yourself, oh, well, I'm lucky to have anybody, and I should just put up with it, and it's probably my fault anyway. And that's how we end up with a life full of jerks, is we don't do that gut check and say, this didn't feel great. A good friend is somebody who has your best interest at heart. And that means it goes two ways. We do care about their best interest. We're listening. We are on their side. And it doesn't mean you can't talk to them about a conflict or anything like that. But that's a little bit stage 2 when you're just learning to reconnect. It's just trying to find people who feel good. And I don't think safety is always like the only thing. I think of safety as, a lot of people say, oh, I want a safe space. But that means other people won't do things that trigger me. I would call safety is when you are confident enough that you have tools and principles to help you so that if things get weird, you'll know what to do. That's safety. And you can take yourself out of it, or you can speak up, or you can decide not to say anything. But you're never again going to have to silence yourself and, put up with terrible treatment ever again.
Jim, it's like pre-tripping your relationships.
I mean, it really is. I mean, it's like it's right out of the truck driver's handbook. But by the way, you just kind of walked into the next question I have from the notes I was taking. I love the fact about the trigger, the idea of you can numb your sensitivity to people who trigger you, or you can calm your triggers. And I love the fact that you wrote "ding, ding, ding, ding" in the parenthetical when you're kind of talking about that. And I want you to distinguish that for our listeners, please, about numbing and calming are not the same thing.
No, they're not. And then there's a third thing that a lot of people are fond of, which is you try to control the other person and say, don't ever talk like that. Don't act like that. Don't wear that shirt. That's another, that's how you can, that is like one way that you can try to deal with your triggers. And when I say trigger, I mean, it sets off dysregulation in your nervous system. Your heart pounds, you feel flustered, your emotions are a little bit elevated, and maybe not matched by your reasoning powers, which is a thing that's happening in the brain under stress when you have this kind of trauma. And so that's when lashing out and making huge pronouncements you're at risk. And you never want to be that person who is, just blowing off steam verbally at people. That's always regrettable. So it's better to sort of stay with your wits, stay with your reasoning, and pick what you want to do. So there's 3 choices when something is dysregulating you. You can avoid it, and that's a good option. I would think of somebody who's like trying to stay off drugs. It's a trigger, right? And they just prefer not to be around people using drugs. That's legitimate. That's an okay choice. You can avoid it. You can tell people, hey, don't do drugs around me. And anybody who's ever had an addict in their life knows how the results you're likely to get over time. With that approach, you probably have an argument. They can't do it. It's not really for you to decide. You might have to leave. And the third thing is to become neutral to the trigger so that you stay regulated when you're exposed to the trigger. And you have your wits about you, and you actually, all your choices are there at your disposal, and you can decide what to do. And that would be the ideal, but it's totally not realistic that any one human being can be that way about everything in their life. So, we kind of work the odds here on what's going to be the most helpful.
It's baby steps.
Anna, I got to tell you, I laughed out loud, Lindsay, when you said emergency measures to re-regulate your nervous system. Number 1 was notice when you're triggered. Number 2 was be safe. And the next line was, this is not a good time to drive your car. And I literally spit my coffee out while I was reading that. Not because I thought it was ridiculous, because I'm like going, absolutely. I mean, the number of times people will like storm out of a door having been triggered and put themselves in unthinking, harmful situations, right?
Do not operate heavy machinery when triggered.
I mean, that.
No. It is. You can think of it as intoxication, and you're not yourself. Your brain is not working properly. And I had to figure this out the hard way. I had a tragedy in my life. I was very triggered, and as a week afterward, I was frantic. I was in pain. I was still back in my divorced mom days. I had a lot on my plate. I went to go get gas. I forgot to put gas in, and then I drove off with the thing in the car. Went back to get more gas, got the gas, drove again with the gas pump in the car, And then on the freeway, I rear-ended a truck that thankfully had a stainless steel bumper, and only my car was damaged, and they were just like, don't worry about it, lady. But I was like, I got to get off the road. I'm not okay. Yeah.
And you realize it. We're talking with Anna Runkle. You can head on over to her website, crappychildhoodfairy.com. A great place to remember it. She's got a quiz there you can take on the main page. It's Do You Have Childhood PTSD? You can take a quiz and a few different ways that she can help you sort of sort through and get to the root of it. But Anna, a lot of some of these things that seem really simple are actually huge and powerful. I mean, especially when it comes to, say, a text. Why did somebody not, these small triggers, why did they not text me back?
Oh, yeah.
I do this or I used to. And then our brain starts spinning out of control, making up all these stories, projecting what's happening. And we've worked ourselves into a tizzy. And then they respond, days later, hi, what's up? Sorry, I was busy. And you're like, oh, everything's fine. But you realize you've lost all this time and put out so much energy making up the story in your brain, when really you just need to figure out, why am I worried if they respond or not? Am I reaching out because I need a response, or because I actually want to reach out? So walk us through some of these small triggers that are actually wildly profound at the end of the day.
Oh, the triggers. Well, getting ignored, overlooked, dismissed, underestimated, yelled at, treated in a disrespectful manner, which just happens so easily, doesn't it? But for some people, it's hearing a loud noise, seeing, I have one, a dirt road. My husband and I tried to drive on a dirt road to visit a hot spring last month in the Eastern Sierra, and I just started panicking, and I have almost no triggers left over from my crazy hippie upbringing with my commune parents. But this was one of them. Dirt roads, just like I was just like, I'm sorry, we're like only a half mile away. I just can't deal with another minute of this being on the dirt road. I just can't deal with it. I'm really sorry. And I know it's not necessary. It's not happening now, but we had, we used to get we had a VW bus that would break down like every 5 minutes out in the middle of nowhere. And one time, 12 hours into a dirt road in Mexico, where no one knew we were there, and we didn't have a way to get out. And obviously I survived. Some shark fishermen came and helped us. But we were stuck there for 5 weeks. That's my parents' that's the sort of weird trauma that I had. And it came out. It's like 2 hours on a dirt road. I was like having a heart attack.
By the way, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing because there are things I will tell you both right now, Lindsay. At some point, I got so sick and tired of panicking over a lack of responses on text that I literally had a breakthrough when I went, I'm going to take the attitude where that I'm going to assume that if anybody has a problem with me, they'll tell me, and if they don't, then it's up to them to tell me, and it's not my problem. And it was like, but it got simply so overwhelming when people didn't respond on text that I couldn't bear it anymore, so I didn't. But it was almost like something broke inside of me that finally stopped it, because I would work myself up into an absolute tizzy. I'm now at the point where if you actually ask me something and then 5 minutes later send me a text message with a question mark, I get infuriated. That's one of my new triggers, by the way, where it's like if I look down and see there's like 3 question marks after having not looked at my phone for a half an hour, that infuriates me.
How dare you? How dare you not be staring at your phone waiting for me to text you, Jimmy Mack?
That's exactly what it is. I mean, it's like, it's crazy, but I was as bad as all of that. I would get into terrible panic about just pain on a situation, and I'm laughing because there are the tiniest things that I can feel it rising up in my throat and my heart accelerating. How do you regulate? How do you break through other than having what I had, which was, I don't care anymore. It broke. It finally just broke on me. But what do you do, Anna?
Yeah, you got over your own reaction. But regulation, it's like a physiological thing. This was the breakthrough. For most of my life, when I used to go to therapy, they'd be like, it's psychological, it's all about your feelings. But you know what? Only a little was. It was mostly like my nervous system was sort of shutting down under stress. And it had learned to do that as a survival mechanism. I'm totally grateful that the little kid me had the infinite wisdom to just shut down huge parts of my feelings and personalities and go blank and get angry at the wrong times, because it helped me survive. And I had a full spirit intact to bring forth again later when I could. And so most of these are survival mechanisms, but in adulthood, they make us alone and volatile, and a lot of people don't understand why it's going on. So when they were saying it's psychological, in therapy also, there was a lot of focus on my mom. She was an alcoholic and a drug addict, and you could talk about that forever. But the problems that I had by the time I was 30 were entirely mine. And yeah, I was affected by that. It gave me some vulnerabilities, but the choices I was making in my life were just creating catastrophe after catastrophe, and I couldn't really get help with that. So in my method of healing, you learn to re-regulate using a technique that involves writing and meditation. It's very specific. I have a free course. Maybe you can share it with everybody if they'd like to take it. It's also in my books, but the free course is a way you can listen to it while you drive. And but you can't meditate while you drive. But I'll tell you what, you can. My writing technique, I've done it many times. There's a power to writing, a therapeutic power to writing that's different than talking about things. We all sit around ruminating about problems and emotions all day. Thinking about it has gone as far as it's going to go. Talking about it, for me, was very triggering. I would just get more and more worked up, start, feeling worse and worse. So that didn't work for me. And this girl who had lived on the streets and was sober in AA, she's like, I'm going to show you. You want me to show you how I feel better? And she showed me how to write these things. She's taught me how to do it as a prayer. And now that I've taught 1 million people how to do it, I say, if that's not your thing, you can release it intentionally. I have a hard time releasing anything. I hold grudges, But we release it and then follow it with a restful meditation. A meditation, don't let it mislead you. It's nothing fancy. It's just resting. And so for the first few years that I had this technique, I was just making progress so fast, and my intelligence came back and my emotional balance came back. I still had a lot of life problems to solve. But to this day, if I'm driving and I'm in the middle, I'm upset about something, I've got my finger over on the upholstery of the passenger seat and I'm writing it there. I have fear that nobody likes me, and fear I really messed this thing up, and fear, and I'm getting it out. And I've been getting this stuff out in writing for so long using this specific technique that even when I write a grocery list, I start feeling better. So there's a way to get rid of the excess emotion that's so common in traumatized people. The brain is just generating more emotion and less reasoning. And it's you can observe it on an MRI. People who are traumatized as kids, when they get stressed out, this imbalance happens that makes it very hard to interpret reality and figure out what to do. So we pause, we use the tools, and then there's some emergency measures, and those are things like you said, you say, I'm getting dysregulated. You can take a cold shower, a hot shower, and if you can't do that, how about wash your hands in cold water or hot water? Anything to tell your nervous system, here's a sensation for you. Your nervous system is this beautiful part of your body and being that is governing your hormones, your immune system, your movements, your awareness of what's going on around you. And you want that to be tip-top. This is like, I saw a picture of what the nervous system looks like physically, and they have to animate it with pretend light. It doesn't give off light, but it looks like an angel. It looks like an angel, that's inside your body, and it's just helping you with everything. So you want to take care of that and learn, it's going off. And some signs that it's getting dysregulated are you're feeling clumsy, discombobulated, overreactive, can't focus, your thoughts are going in circles, or desperate or can't sleep, you're eating at the wrong time, sleeping at the wrong time. This is also, the nervous system governs your daily rhythms, it governs your life rhythms. It governs just about everything except maybe your spiritual life. So it's something to pay attention to and feel. So movement, if you have to do one emergency measure, it's move your body. Get out of the vehicle, move around a little bit, feel the gravity of your body on your feet. When you sit back down, feel the gravity of your butt in the seat. Start waking up to just some of the senses going on. But your brain and your body need to know what time of day is it? What day is it anyway? What is the season? Where am I? And every time you go outside, you allow your brain to recalibrate those things that it needs to know.
Anna, by the way, I can't tell you how much you've actually walked into the company of two great friends, because both of us believe in the absolute healing power of writing. My colleague over there has a podcast she does once a week, and all she does is talk to creatives, not about how to make cool things, but how to literally write yourself to some level of freedom. Could not have stepped into a better group of people. I'm bragging on us, by the way, but I want to do that because I love my co-host.
Oh, that's lovely.
Go ahead, Lindsay. I know you got one more thing before we get
well,
out of here.
on that tip, first of all, I want to say I love that you say that the nerve. Thank you, Jim. I love that you say the nervous system looks like an angel, because then it really, you can visualize what's happening inside of you, and if that angel's there to take care of you, you need to take care of it as much as possible as well, and realize it's sort of a relationship with your nervous system. So I love that visual you just gave. And really quickly, we just have a couple minutes left, but on We Should Write, we talk about the healing power of writing, and I always feel like if I share something vulnerable, we cue others that it's safe for them to do the same. But you mentioned with your mom, you said because of how you grew up with the trauma from your mother, that she gave you a lot of vulnerabilities. And I just was interested to hear the word vulnerability is used there versus, like, I was saying it more of as a positive thing, but not that you said it as a negative thing, but I'm interested in that take on it of a dance between the two, if that makes sense.
That's funny. Yeah, I'm aware of that too, because when you're a kid who isn't fed food and stuff, the concept of vulnerable is not something you want.
Yeah, it's interesting though. Yeah.
But and so toughness was usually my thing. I was a heavy smoker. I would say tough things. I would, if I was flirting with a guy, I'd put him down. I had some weird ideas about what vulnerable is or why that's a good thing. And but I've learned, and so being vulnerable with people means not being tough. And but I'll be honest with you, I still don't really think of that as the highest virtue. I think I would call it presence, actually listening, and listening without having to jump in and go, oh yeah, the same thing happened to me, or well, you shouldn't feel that because science says the blah blah blah. There's just so many ways that we cut off people when they're trying to reveal themselves to us, and so. As many traumatized people, I'm a little bit of an oversharer, and that's probably why I have a different relationship to the concept of vulnerability than you might. But oversharing, I get anxious, I'll tell you anything, which has been great for my career as a YouTuber. You can't blackmail me. I've already said everything shameful in my life. But vulnerable. I know what you're talking about, the being able to trust and open up and say what's really going on and be honest and not reactive. And I think that's a gift. It's one of several good things that come as a result of being regulated. When you're regulated, you have less fear and resentment. When you have less fear and resentment, you can be open. You naturally have gratitude. You naturally feel more accepting of other people and their limitations.
Anna, wonderful. Thank you for all this information. Everyone can head over to crappychildhoodfairy.com. The link is also on our website under our guest. Anna, we really appreciate you making the time and connecting. Your connectability is beautiful. So everybody check out the book. You can also go to our website, take a quiz, and just start from one. Start at the very beginning. The first step is admitting there's a problem, and Anna is here to help you through it. Thank you for making the time.
Thank you.
By the way, once again, please go over to thecrappychildhoodfairy.com. That's it. We are done for the day, Lindsay, but you are not. You will return in about an hour, as a matter of fact. What's happening?
Well, right next, don't go anywhere because Larry Gatlin is joining me. We're playing the episode from last week, and after that, we'll be live with Sandy Knox, Grammy-nominated artist, talking about her vulnerabilities, taking the power back, guys. Don't go anywhere. It's We Should Write coming up next. Have the best day.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Well, hey there. It's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host,
Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? Larry's fixing his britches. That means we're live.
I just ate a hot dog.
That's okay. Okay. This is a safe space.
A safe space.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
How you may want to vacate the safe space. No, I had to get my oil change. Well, I mean, I had in my car.
Right. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Not on the hot dog.
The tires rotated.
Okay.
And all those little flashing lights were going on. Truck drivers know about flashing lights.
Sure they do.
Change the oil, do the filter. So there was a...
Although I haven't even introed you, we're just getting into it. I am going to do you a nice intro, but I want to hear what's happening here first.
Well, they told me they could do it in 30 minutes. And, well, they said 10. But it took 30. But they did some extra stuff, which I appreciate. They were really... At Jiffy Lube, I'm going to give them a little plug.
That's where I go. They are. It's in and out. No appointment.
Yeah. And then I went to... they had a Sonic next door.
Yeah.
So I got me a double chili dog with jalapenos and onions, and good luck to you for the rest of the day.
Listen, I'm honored.
Well, I'm kind of
honored you're
smacking. I mean, you're not supposed to chew gum on...
It's okay.
Well, you can chew gum on radio.
Sure. You can do whatever you want.
Well, but I didn't get a chance to go brush my teeth and floss them.
It's okay.
Remember, only floss the ones you want to keep.
Good point. This has been a PSA. Thank you for tuning in.
Good evening and welcome to Disney World. Okay, go ahead.
This does feel like...
Is that your husband walking up?
That's my husband walking up.
He caught us.
He caught... Lock the doors! He's not going to shoot you. Guys, today... This has been the most impromptu intro and already my favorite episode. And I say that to everybody, but today I mean it, Larry. Welcome to the show.
Good to see you, pal. You doing all right? Yeah, doing well. Good. We're interrupting show business.
It's okay.
Go ahead,
You're just
Double L.
interrupting me about to dote on you, but you've heard that a lot.
Well, dote on.
Okay, here we go then. Today, guys, on We Should Write, I am joined by the one and only Larry Gatlin. Yes, that Larry. That Larry Gatlin of the Gatlin Brothers, a Grammy-winning songwriter, a member of the Nashville Songwriters Hall of Fame, and the pen behind classics like Broken Lady, All the Gold in California, and Houston means that I'm one step closer to you. Yeah. Come on! Larry's voice and those unmistakable Gatlin harmonies have been shaping country music, and let's be honest, all of music, can I get an amen, for more than 5 decades. But beyond...
We are old.
That's okay, looking great. I can say looking great, can still eat a double chili dog, guys. Beyond the accolades, the number ones, the awards, the standing ovations, what I love about Larry is the spirit that he carries. He's a truth teller, he's a storyteller, he's a man of deep faith and conviction, and someone who believes, like I do, that writing is one of the most healing and human things that we can do. Do you believe that? Before I put words in your mouth? Yeah, he's over it. He's lived through a lot of seasons.
I do.
Do you? Okay.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Go
he
ahead.
does.
That was rude, the little snoring thing.
That's okay.
But I get bored
you were doing
hearing
it
about
towards
myself.
you, not me. You're doing it towards you.
I was bored hearing about myself.
I don't
It's
take
just-
offense.
Okay. But carry on right where you were. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, anyway, guys, listen. The most important thing for me here, Larry, is it is not lost on me that this Texas girl grew up with your voice in my house, and now you're sitting here in mine. What a gift. So.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, it's pretty cool for me.
You know, I wrote a song one time that says, I'm just one generation out of an outhouse behind a little white house where blue jeans, red beans, collard greens, peanut butter, and jelly, and Jesus and the King James Version of the Bible made a home. Wasn't much of a house, but it was home. We are simple guys. First generation of either side of our family to get a college education. Grateful for that. But just that, I say that as the precursor for the blessings. Really, my mama was born in a house that they had the little house out back. So from the outhouse to the White House, you know, it's been, and if nothing comes out today but this, for those folks out there listening, they are the reason. They are part of what we do. And I'm not being, trying to say, oh, y'all are so, but I mean it.
Yeah.
I mean, they came to shows, they requested records, they bought records, they supported us when sometimes we weren't exactly living at the foot of the cross. You know what I'm saying?
I do, unfortunately.
So,
or fortunately.
Yeah, it's all part of the tapestry. So I'm very grateful. I'm going to take my chewing gum out.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I learned, there's a trash can. Wait, hold it, folks.
Oh, even better.
Okay, there we go. I learned, I have on my Chris Christopherson t-shirt today because I believe very simply that he was the greatest wordsmith in the English language since William Shakespeare. And I think if Willie were here, Willie would say, Gatlin, I think you're right.
Legends, talking about legends. Well, actually, that was, I texted you yesterday, and I think this was the coolest thing. I said, Mr. Gatlin, would you mind if we shared 2 songs that we're going to play? We're going to play a clip of them both here in a little bit, but one song of yours and maybe one song of someone else's, because that's the thing about writing is that it's not necessarily for us. Sometimes it's for us. Sometimes it's for someone else. Sometimes it's for nothing. There's a lot of that as well, and we never know. But that's not the important piece. So I love that you said, okay, here's my song that's inspired me and so many others, including the great Chris Christopherson. This song inspired him to write that song, which we don't even know how many songs, both of those songs inspired other people to either write or just live and get through another day. So the whole point of the show, I'm not trying to convince people to become songwriters or authors. If that's a byproduct and you do, awesome. But for me, it's about getting your stuff out, writing things down. And I will start here because I came to your show Friday night, which was so wonderful. And the thing you said is something I feel you said it more profoundly than me, but talking about if the idea, if you want to write songs, or if you just want to exist, really read, think, listen. Those are kind of what you walked away with. So is that your holy grail?
You're a good listener. Thank you.
Every once in a while.
Well, on occasion I do master classes in songwriting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an English major. I'm very well read. I had an incredible education back in Odessa High School, in Odessa,
Shout
Texas.
out.
The Permian Basin, the oil, the largest oil field on the face of the earth, and because of that, we had a great tax base and we had great teachers, incredible teachers. I'll give you an example,
please,
and I'll try to bring this around, and if I don't bring it around, you remind me of what we were talking about in the first place.
I've already forgotten.
Did we talk about getting my tires rotated and my oil
We
change?
started out there.
Okay,
It's
well,
a
let's
great
get
place
back.
to start. Yeah.
When I was 10 years old. Well, first of all, I wrote a song. The first time I fell in love with a little girl named Jane. She had a brother named Dick and a sister named Sally and a dog named Spot and a cat named Tim. Teddy bear named Tim. Because of her, my life was never the same. If it weren't for fun with Dick and Jane, I would not be in the Songwriters Hall of Fame. First time I fell in love with a little girl named Jane. I fell in love with fun with Dick and Jane, with reading, with the words. And I always, if not read all the way out loud, I whisper because I love the sound of the words. So in Abilene, Texas, first or second grade, whenever they, use that was I don't even know if you know what I'm talking about.
I do.
Fun with Dick and Jane. That's the first reading. But, okay. I fell in love with the words. See Dick run. There you go. Run, Spot, run. Yeah. Jane has, all of that. Moved to Odessa in the 3rd grade. So in the 5th grade, when I was 10 years old, after lunch, the very first day at Sam Houston Elementary School, the first thing that happened after lunch, Miss Iris Cherry came in from lunch. We had been at lunch, but she had smoked a couple of Salem cigarettes in the teacher's lounge. We came in, and some of that smoke was still kind of wafting through that 8-inch high beehive black dyed hairdo. It was like Marie Antoinette, She said, "Children, put your heads on your desk for a little bit. Take a little nap, and I'll wake you up in a little bit, and I'll read you a story." We took our little nap, and she did a pencil on some metal thing. Ding, ding, ding. And she opened a book. She said, "Wake up, children." And she opened a book. And she said, "It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was a period of hope. It was a period of sorrow." She started reading Tale of Two Cities to a bunch of sleepy 10-year-old kids. She did it every day for the next 200 and something days. And the last day, she had it timed out. The last day after our nap. "'Tis a far better thing I go to do than I have ever She read 10-year-old kids in Odessa, Texas, Charles Dickens' Tale of Two Cities. What an incredible legacy that she passed down to, and I loved it. I loved the sound of the words. So when I do a master class, I ask, when I go do the master class, I say, so y'all want to be songwriters? And they'll go, yeah. I say, well, you are songwriters. You're not song craftsmen or song craftswomen, probably, because there's only one of those in here, and that's me. So listen to Papa. And then I encourage them to do it. Every now and then you'll find one who's really good, but for the most part, they're trying, and that's good. But it needs to be shaped, and they need to know. So I tell them, if you want to write, read. If you want to write, think. Every time they say, well, I think, whatever comes after think, go write that down. Well, I feel, whatever comes after feel, go write that down. Listen to yourself. That's how I wrote I've Done Enough Dying. I played the intro a little bit, and I didn't have anything.
Guitar back there if you want to tinker, by the way. She's nothing special, but
well,
if the spirit moves you. No, but I think, it's funny because I what I've noticed, the first half of my life, I feel like, when I was writing songs in my previous life, so to speak, it's like I would try to write more general so that everybody could understand it. And then something clicked one day, and I realized if I write very specific to exactly what I'm going through in that moment, it's like the more specific I get, the more it reaches. And I've come to realize that the simplest things are actually the most profound. Well, they are. There's truth in the there's truth in that simplicity. It's not fabricated. It's not. But Franz Kafka said, "Don't water it down. Don't edit yourself." He said, "Be relentless in the pursuit of your own feelings and your own style of doing things." So I tell them there is no wrong or right way to do this, and all I'm giving them with these little. First of all, if you want to be a truck driver, read. It will enhance your life out there, you truckers. If you want to be a good plumber, read. And I would say the extension of that is write. Because, I wrote another song that said, I can't lie to my pencil. My pencil and the truth walk side by side. I can't lie to my pencil. I've tried. God knows I've tried. There's something about that hand moving. I have a saying. I said, there's something mystical about a Palomino Blackwing 602 pencil gliding across a piece of unlined white paper. And for me, that's where it is. And if you don't do it professionally, that's okay. There's an incredible book, The Artist Way. Do you know about that book? I do. I talk about it a lot, and I'm actually talking about having Julia Cameron on this show, who wrote that book.
I know she did.
Yeah.
I would love to meet her.
Well, if we do that, will you come back and be a part of it?
I would be honored to. I'll empty the trash. I'll wait
That'd
tables.
be great.
I'll get coffee.
Maybe don't eat the double chili dog that day.
Okay. Because we'll be closer. Yeah. Bad breath and dog. Well, she's wonderful. Yeah. She's wonderful. I haven't read it in a long time. It's probably 20 years ago. But it really helped me write something every day, even if it's, I have nothing to say. Mm-hmm. I have nothing to say today. I have nothing to say. I have absolutely nothing to say except I hate my mother and I hope she dies a slow, painful death, and her dog too, or whatever.
But the point is, if you get that out, then that's out. Now you don't have to deal with that anymore. Now you're open to whatever else can come in, right?
Hey, it saves a lot of psychiatrist bills.
It's what I say in the opening: writing is cheaper than therapy.
There you
and
go.
More on. I've paid for therapy and lied.
Yeah, I was with my guy a couple of hours ago up there, my shrink. I said, Doc, I feel like a dog. He said, how long have you felt like a dog? I said, since I was a puppy. Okay, go ahead.
You said something. I'll tell you again at the show on Friday night. I loved your story. It was a big moment for my husband. He turned to me and said, I have no idea how many times I've felt that. My husband lost both his mother and his father this year within a month of each other. It's not a love story. They were not together. It's just a crazy coincidence. But you were talking about that you were heading to somewhere on a trip, and your accountant said, take cash. And then you realized I have more cash in my pocket than Daddy ever had in the bank.
It was true.
My husband started crying at that. And he goes, what it made me think about is the idea of, because I think sometimes we want to pretend that things are glamorous and rosy and whatever. And Seamus is like, I want people to talk about that. And and not feel bad about it, but also realize, how far we've come, and Daddy had to do this so we could do that. But it really landed on him. And it's just, for me, a reminder, too, of like sharing those things. That's the connection, right? We're all human. We all have our crap. And it was such a neat moment of connection for me, watching my husband be emotional about something that also resonates with you.
Yeah, well, I that deal about put mind in gear before putting mouth in motion or something like that. But I don't really have any internal dialogue, because whatever's going on in there, I kind of verbalize it. I think in iambic pentameter. The other day I said, honey, I'm going to the store to get some tomatoes. When I come back, I'm going to go play some golf. Now, it wasn't that but it was, honey, I'm going to the store to get some tomatoes. And when I come back, I'm going to play some golf. It was, oh, pardon me, thou bleeding piece of earth, that I am meek and gentle with these butchers. It's perfect iambic, Shakespearean iambic pentameter. Now, I don't do it all the time, and I've probably gotten in the weeds.
You're fine.
But I've read so much, you just have to hear what the words sound like. So, like I say, if you want to write, go. And you talk about that song, I said out loud as I put that wad of $100 bills. Got more money in my pocket than my daddy ever had in the bank. Somebody asked Ernest Hemingway how he started a new book. He said, I start every morning when I get up and write. I sit down at my typewriter and bleed. He said, then I try to write one true sentence. Here's a true sentence. I had more money in my pocket than my daddy ever had in the bank. True.
That hits.
Now, that's true to the point of while we were, later in life, he might have had $1,000 in the bank when he retired, and they, we helped him a little bit and took care of some of the bills. But it's true. It's true. I'm not going to qualify it. I'm going to do what Kafka said. I'm not going to do that. Don't edit myself. Be relentless.
Be relentless. I'm going to have to put that in my bathroom mirror and listen to that. Okay, so when and read that every morning, rather, because things like that help me. I think those cliches, like if you look at something every day, that's actually very helpful.
You know why that becomes a cliche? Because it's
true.
Thank you. They're called truisms because they're ding ding.
Yeah,
true.
I've been leaning into cliches.
I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
No,
I apologize.
Interrupt me. This is my show, but you're Larry Gatlin. We can do whatever we want. You can do whatever you want around here. So when I said, because I want to play a clip here of, because people want to hear you sing, of course. When I asked you about a song that has been, all of them, I'm sure, but one in particular that comes to mind that has been, that was lyrically, when you wrote it, was helpful and inspiring to you. And you said, help me. So we're going to play a clip of it. And then after that, I'd love to know, with the song Help Me, how it hits, because you wrote this how long ago ish?
Well, Janice and I got here in 71. I think I wrote it no later than 72 or 73.
Okay.
We had not been here long, and there's a story to that. So go ahead. You want to play it first?
Oh, let's play it first, and then come back.
We'll
backtrack, because I want to hear how it hits differently today versus when you wrote it as well. If it does, maybe it doesn't at all. You guys, I'm joined by the great Gatlin, not to be confused with the Great Gatsby, although there are some similarities.
I read that some more Gatsby. I read the epilogue of Gatsby yesterday. Go ahead.
Well, hey, then we're meant to be. This is Help Me, a clip of Help Me by Larry Gatlin. Hey, Dre, take us away, my friend.
The devil wants us. You know, and I don't know about God's providence. I don't know why Charlie Kirk got. Well, I kind of do in a way. I can't know all the mystical, but look what's happened in that 3-week period. More people have come to Christ. More people have sat down and had taken an inventory of their own, including me.
Same.
So every big movement needs a martyr. I told my friend Greg Gutfeld, I said, I believe that Charlie Kirk's death is the most important martyrdom since Christ himself. I don't know how many people were at the foot of the cross that day. 30, 40, 50, 100, whatever it was. And look, it took time for all that to spread. The deal about Charlie spread all over the world in 30, a minute.
Yeah.
So, and I don't even know what I was talking about.
Well, the hand up that lands with me when you say you're having a great granddaughter. Congratulations, by the way. But I have a 6-year-old daughter, soon to be 7, almost 7. And I think about every moment, talking about writing, talking about words. I am so aware that everything I say, every move I make is shaping her entire life.
Without question.
It keeps me up at night, but also in a beautiful, positive way. And I'm open with her about, even at this age. I mean, she'll say, "Mommy, relax, take it easy, take a breath." And I feel like we're doing this dance together, which is a presence I didn't have before I even had a kid.
Yeah.
And it's such okay. So we're back to help me though.
Yeah.
Because there's a story behind it.
Yeah.
And
I'll veer off.
You can veer all the time.
Be my guardrail. You know.
We'll probably get lost together then. No, but help me. That song, simple yet profound. You said there's a story behind that. The writing of that.
Dottie West brought Janice and me here in 1971. We got here in June or July of 71, and everybody, I sang for them, and I had sent her 8 songs. Well, a couple of them were pretty good. A couple of them were pretty much dogs. But she had told me I looked enough like Mickey Newberry that I ought to be able to write a song to send me. So I sent her the songs. And I got to Nashville, and I could play a little bit of finger picking, but I could sing. God gave me an incredible instrument. I know that. I'm not bragging about that. I'm thanking God for I can sing. I've been at it since I was 5 or 6 years old. I sing in tune, and it's kind of
and it carries bellows. I'll tell you, in that theater Friday night, it fills this. And I appreciate you saying I'm not bragging. You know that's the Spirit running through you, and you could feel that when you sing. So let me say, sir, you still got it more so than maybe even before.
Well, here's the deal. We have a saying in Texas, as you know, if you can do it, it ain't bragging. Well, and that's tongue in cheek. God gave me a great instrument. And he gave me a mother and father who sang, and a grandfather who could hit a high B flat the day he died at 86 years old. So I can sing. I have a really nice voice. It's pleasing to hear. Guess what? I didn't do anything to get it. It is a gift of God. So when I said, okay, I got here, I could sing. I sang a couple songs for Conway Twitty, and he said, well, son, I can't record any of those. I can't sing them as good as you do. Well, that was very nice. It might have just been a nice way of telling me he didn't like the songs. But I could, and I heard other people say, well, I'm not sure whether I like that song or just like you singing. So I got here.
It's interesting.
And everybody from Dottie to Chris to Roger Miller to Mickey Newberry, Willie, different people to whom Dottie introduced me, they told me I was going to be a big star. And so I think it'd probably been, I'd been here a year and a half, and it hadn't happened yet. Boy, and I was upset about it. I thought they meant it was going to be tomorrow night,
Oh, Lord.
And literally, I was sitting in Dottie's bus, traveling with her on the road, and part-time I was working as a janitor at WLEC-TV, and I had not become a big star yet, and I was crushed. It's amazing what crushed. I was crushed, and feelings are facts. That's what I felt in my heart. And I sat there in her bus. Lord, help me walk another mile. So Chris Christopherson heard a song of ours that I'd written called Rain. Dottie played it for him, and it was Stephen, Rudy, and me, and our sister LaDonna. Rain, rain. It's based on the story of Ira Hayes. He raised the flag with his other Marines on Mount Suribachi, on Iwo Jima during World War II. And he became famous, and he died. He couldn't handle it. He couldn't handle being a hero because his other guys were still in the Pacific getting shot at. And he came home to be a hero and raise money for war bonds and stuff. And he drank. And he died. The urban legend is that he died in an inch of water in a gutter, face down, where the water was, passed out and drowned in an inch or 2 inches of water. So it was kind of based on that song. I recorded, I put it on, but I sang it one day at Evangel Temple Church out, Jimmy Snow's church out, well, it was Jesus' church, but Jimmy Snow was the pastor. And Reverend Snow had me sing it, and Chris was in the audience, in the what do you call it in church?
Well, not
the
congregation.
Congregation starts with.
Listen, I sang at my sister's wedding, and I said, "What point will I walk across the stage?" And the pastor said, "Ma'am, this is not a stage.
This is not
it's a pulpit."
stage.
So I get it. Audience, it's
all that.
semantics.
And you don't make an entrance; you just sit back there.
Yeah, exactly. There was no smoke machine.
There you go. So I sang the song, and Reverend Snow gave a very brief altar call, as we call it in the old Pentecostal church. And this is Chris telling the story. I'm not doing it third part. I'll tell you how Chris told it to Ralph Emery. Chris said, "Well, that song really moved me." He said, "The preacher said, anybody wants to get saved and find Jesus, raise your hand." He said, "Well, I was going to be the last SOB in there raising my hand." He said, "I'll kiss you foot if I wasn't the first." So then the preacher said, "Anybody wants to get saved, stand up and come up here." So I was going to be the last one to do that. So I'll blankety blank if I wasn't the first. And then he said something as only Chris could say it. He said, "I found myself asking for forgiveness I didn't even know I needed."
Boom.
Whew. Well, on the way home from church, Connie Smith had brought him to church that morning, and he was messed up and hungover. They'd been at a show the night before. And on the way home from church to Chris's little apartment, Connie took him, and on the way to his little apartment, he wrote "Why Me, Lord?" in the car. So they called me that afternoon. They called Jimmy Snow first and told him about it. And he invited us to be on the Randall Gospel Hour that they used to have from the Ryman. So Chris and Connie came over. We learned the song, sang "Help Me" and "Why Me, Lord" that night. Then we recorded it. Chris was dating at that time Rita Coolidge, and they had gotten married. So she took over Connie's part, and sang the harmony. So we did "Help Me" and "Why Me, Lord" on that Jesus Was a Capricorn album. It was an album cut. A guy named Jim, great disc jockey from WSB over in Atlanta, Jim something. Anyway, he called Fred Foster and said, "When are you going to release that "Why Me, Lord" song?" At Monument. Fred said, "That's a gospel song." He said, "I played it this morning, and the phones lit up." Said, "You better release." And they did. They released it, and it was Chris's only real number one. Well, he had 10 or 15 of the other songs he'd written, but as an artist, recording artist, we sang it together all over the country, and our daughter is named Kristen Cara after him, and
wow,
and he's still. They asked me in that Ken Burns deal about
Nashville.
Nashville,
yeah, sure.
So they Dayton Duncan, his writer, or Duncan Dayton. I never could figure out which name was first, Duncan Dayton, because they're both first names and both last names.
I have a hard time trusting people with two first names.
I do too. Billy Richard.
Yeah.
So he said, "What is it about Christopherson's writing?" I said, first of all, he's a William Blake scholar. He's very well read. He's very intelligent, well read. I said, "You have to remember all of those words that you need for those songs. They're all in the dictionary. Chris just knows what order they come in a lot better than the rest of us."
Chris knows how to put them together. Larry Gatlin knows how to put them together. We have to take a really quick break here. I'm joined by the great Larry Gatlin, Not to be confused with The Great Gatsby, although it does get referenced here often. Quick break. We'll be right back. We're going to play a clip as well as that Christopherson song that Larry was mentioning, because that's proving the point again. You do something, it inspires someone else to do something, inspires someone else. Larry, I believe that's how we change the world. We say, how could I change the world? Well, you be a better person for yourself, so you're better for those around you, and they're better for them around, blah, blah, blah. You get it.
Amen.
This is We Should Write.
Will the ushers come forward, please?
Here, just put Larry.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
Right. Hey, Larry, we should write.
We should write, right?
Right.
There's something about it.
There's something about it, right?
You know, ladies, women, girls, females, broads, hussies, would y'all get together and figure out what we're supposed to call y'all?
I really don't. You know what? Nothing offends me. That
Well,
you could call
watch
me.
this.
Please. Famous last words.
Well,
what you got?
So females, women, girls, ladies, in theory, they keep diaries.
Yes.
And men keep journals. So if nothing, I mean, I just, in my own belief, I do not do that particularly. A little bit. In the AA program, which I'm in, they tell you to, write things down. And I do that.
Mm-hmm.
But I write enough of the other, songs or whatever.
You probably got papers everywhere.
Oh, my goodness.
Journals, in your guitar case, in your pockets, everywhere.
8,300 entries on my voice memo on my phone.
Man, so, don't lose that phone.
Well, it's backed up.
I might steal that phone before you
leave. A lot of
here.
it is just, I love you, you love me, oh, how happy we can be. It's drivel.
But you got to write that so that you get to the better stuff.
Sure, you do. Yeah. You do. And knowing how to triage your own work. But I encourage people to do it. Again, you can't lie to your pencil. It's a pretty powerful, cathartic, healing thing.
Well, you know what? It's cathartic for me that you're here. Hey, Dre, I'm going to change the order. I'm going to do something selfish, if that's okay. So, Larry, I'm going to do something self-serving because it's my show, and I can do what I want. And you're Larry Gatlin, and you can do what you want. So.
And I'm not rude. I'll listen.
No, but I just want to play a clip of one of my own songs, only because I wrote it years ago with you in mind. Actually, I was writing with my friend Dee Drager, this last record I put out. I call it Texas country. I don't know. I realized one day that I was writing music that wasn't what I was really inspired by, and I was like, why don't I write something that I grew up on? Like, what am I doing? And so we wrote this song called, and I was like, everything I do, I feel like I'm just trying to get back to Texas. And I was like, go write it. So we wrote Trying to Get Back to Texas. In my head.
That's great.
It was good, right?
Yeah.
But in my head, I was like, what if the Gatlin brothers or the Gatlin sisters, kind of what would it say? And I kept thinking the Gatlin sisters when my friend Dee Drager and I wrote this. So I want to play a clip only because it's exactly what you just talked about. I did this, which inspired that, and then who knows what we've done that's what it's changed somebody else's life.
Sure.
For me, you've helped me evolve as a musician. Well, I'm not a musician. You've helped me evolve as a storyteller and have the confidence to just like say it.
Thank you. I'm great. Play that sucker. Kick
Okay,
it off.
we'll play just a clip of it because I had
play all of
I had
it.
the
It's your
Gatlin
show.
sisters in mind. No, just a clip because I've got Larry Gatlin kidnapped in my house. Yes, the doors are locked and he is kidnapped here. Send help. This is trying to get back to Texas by me.
I love it.
Yeah, hit it, bro.
I need a few more cowboys in my life. I need a lot more whiskey with my wine. Give me some tumbleweeds in the Texas breeze. Sometimes you gotta leave to get back home. Trying to get back to Texas. You know I'm trying to get back. I'm trying to get back to Texas. You know I'm trying to get back home.
Here we go is right. So
Well,
just
that's
a clip.
great.
Well, thanks. But it's inspired by just the idea of I don't know. But you made me think of it when I was like, I'm trying to get back to Texas. We'll write that down. And then so I thought, okay, well, what would I do if I was trying to get back to? Well, I would get in my car, I'd drive down. Now I'm like 3 more exits down. Same thing you're saying, but I never even thought about how much I was just doing that in the moment, as a truck driver could do as well in the moment.
Well, there's so many sayings about Texas. Texas is a state of mind. There used to be bumper stickers. I wasn't born in Texas, but I got here quick as I could. Fast. There is something about it. Everybody else. I mean, I can't envision myself being, oh gosh, I'm from Rhode Island. I'm sorry.
No offense, Rhode Island.
And
It just
I don't
doesn't
even-
hit the same.
Everybody in Providence, Rhode Island today wish they were born in Dallas. Every single one of them. There ain't nothing mystical about Rhode Island. They got good lobster and seafood and all that, and it's pretty, but it ain't Texas. It is its own state of mind. And, it becomes cliche. We talk about it so much, but there is something about it. What did I say? Okay, I'll think of it in a minute. Everyday South. Okay, I'll think of it in a
You'll
minute.
think of it.
West, everything. Everything. Life west of the 100th meridian line is the everyday search for water and shade. Shade and water. Water and shade.
Shade and water.
I'll figure it out.
If you don't think about it, you'll think about it.
Yeah, that's right. It's a different, where we're from, right there, that 110th meridian pretty much goes right down through Odessa.
Yeah.
Everything to the right of it is green. Everything to the left of it is brown. It's where the great Sonoran Chihuahuan Desert starts. But there's everything in Texas. And so writing about Houston or whatever, or trying to get back to go back to Texas, eight bars to the mile,
Yeah.
So it's a mystical place.
It is. I need to. Well, actually, it makes me think about because the idea. I'd really like to go. I haven't written a song in Texas since I've left it, which was a long time ago. I've gone there, I've sang songs, but I keep thinking I want to just go there and like hole up and I have a 6-year-old, so of course I want to go away for a little bit, but no, like go there and hole up and be inspired. And I noticed when I moved out here, we've been out here a couple of years. I'd only lived in the city or suburbia prior to it. Larry, I will now where we are and it's quiet and peaceful out here at night. I will walk outside and have a whole song dumped in my head, and I'll call Dink, our mutual friend Chris Roberts, and I'll be like, you got to come over, and I'll just sing the whole thing. Like, I need you to put guitar to it. But I guess the idea of our surroundings and I think inform our output.
Sure.
If you agree,
Without question.
do you find that where that I call my divine download? I have nothing to do. If I walk out and everything's there, like clearly that's not me. That's coming from somewhere else.
The bad ones I write all by myself. The great ones I just copy down. Okay? I know where they come from, and I know what's junk. I know some stuff that's junk, and in fact, there's a piece of paper in a little big plastic tub, And I put it. I was doing triage of old songs, and on the front of that deal, I said, "Larry, this one is not very good." It's still there because I haven't put it somewhere. I'm grateful to God that I can do it. I was raised, like I say, among godly people. The Word of God. First time I fell in love with Jane, and then the very first night I was here, Dottie took me to Hank Cochran's house. Hank and Jeannie Seeley, the late greats, were still married at the time, both great songwriters. We went over, Red Lane was with us, went over to Mickey Newberry's boat. And Mickey said, "You do look like me," because Dottie told him, "I got this kid from Texas, writes songs, he looks just like you." And Mickey climbed up in the boat, and he said, "I want y'all to hear something I put together last night." He sang us the American Trilogy for the first time. Hello, that's my first night? God, in His infinite mercy and goodness, put me in that songwriting group.
Did you have the wherewithal at that moment to understand that you were right where you're supposed to be?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I felt totally in my own skin, comfortable. I've never been reticent or hesitant trying to move into it. Lean into your future. You know,
flow over force.
There you go.
That's what I've been saying a lot lately. I forced things for a long time and they never happened.
Yeah, don't force it.
Get out of the way. Well, let's go back to them because I do want to get to play a clip of the Christofferson song that Dre over there, which Dre, whose mama has listened, by the way.
Hi, Mom. Did they say it was Pam?
Pam.
Hi, Miss Pam.
Pam Thibodeau.
Pam Thibodeau. Thibodex.
Which is cool. I feel like all of our parents are listening and all the kids are listening too. It just tells you that Larry Gatlin is the and this isn't blowing smoke up your skirt, but like to be able to resonate. That's a classic with the young and the old and everything in between. Says again that you're divinely guided in what you're outputting, but also back to Why Me Lord, Christofferson, because I just love that story and thank you for sharing. I want to play clip of it because again I listened to it last night right before I went to bed. I listened to Help Me and Why Me Lord, and I actually slept really well for the first time in a long time last night. Again, I say something that inspires something else. Here's Why Me Lord by Chris Christofferson, which by the way was inspired by a song that Larry Gatlin himself wrote. Hit it, Dre.
Why me, Lord?
He just put, so you guys know, he just put his sort of hands on it. Felt like you and Chris had a moment there together. What's it like listening to your friend who's no longer with us on this side, but will be with again one day? Listening to your friend and know that you guys inspired each other here.
Well, you say you have a little daughter?
I do.
And she's how old?
She is 6 years old.
Okay. Do you know, like when you take her out to the fair or to church or someone pats her on the head and say, "Oh, isn't she pretty? Isn't she sweet?"
Yeah.
When another artist, somebody you respect, well, another artist, period, but especially one for whom and they record your songs, it's like them patting your children on the head and saying, "Ain't they cute?" There's nothing else that compares to that. So for the man who I feel like is literally the greatest wordsmith. He just said things. Freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. I woke up Sunday morning with no way to hold my head that didn't hurt. See him wasted on the sidewalk in his jacket and his jeans, wearing yesterday's misfortune like a smile. Once he had a future full of money, love, and dreams, which he spent like they were going out of style. But he keeps right on believing for the better or the worse, searching for the shrine he's never found, never knowing if believing was a blessing or a curse, if the going up was worth the coming down. Okay, Billy Bob Shakespeare, I dare you to write something better than that. Now, Billy Bob Shakespeare, he wrote stuff that's good, but not better than that. I mean, even tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day, to the last syllable of recorded time, and all our yesterdays of life. You know, he just had, he was the cherry on top of the cake. You know, he just, and really, so many of us, I believe, would concur. I tell him like this. He was the smartest. Roger was the wittiest. Mickey was the saddest. Willie was the williest. John Cash was the earthiest. That's how I do. Now, I haven't mentioned any women.
You know what? I didn't even realize that.
Hold on.
But Dottie's responsible for you being here.
That's right.
So that's pretty powerful.
Here comes more tears. Write one better than that. Hey, go try to write a song better than Coat of Many Colors. I dare you. You can't do it.
I would never try.
Or Let the River Run. Or You Give Your Hand to Me, Cindy. So great women. I'm not being a male chauvinist pig.
No, I don't think you are. But what do you think? There's. It's interesting to me too when, say, whether it's a man or a woman who writes, it doesn't matter. Then when that song is done by a man versus a woman, it's interesting how it hits differently. The output. I think there's a different emotional output sometimes. If like Willie, singing crazy versus Patsy singing crazy, it hits differently.
It does, and to hear Eddie Arnold sing. You give your hand,
Yeah.
But to hear
a woman saying
Patsy
you give your
Cline
hand to
or
me
Cindy,
versus man. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's, hey, we're different beings. We're different creatures. We have different psyches and loves and hates and emotions. But, no, they're great. It's just that I was thrown into that circle with Dottie at that time. Well, Jeannie Seeley, also great songwriter, our dear friend. But just the circle. And Chris and I had that common bond that we really both loved William Blake. I walked in, he was in the Opry House one time in the Ryman, and I walked in the dressing room. He was about to do a concert. His back was to me, and I said, "Can you still recite Jerusalem from memory?" He said, "The long one or the short one." William Blake wrote two.
Oh, my beer.
Yeah, one is fairly short, and did these feet in ancient time walk on England's pleasant pastures green, or so. And then there's another. Anyway, I'm getting way off into the weeds.
No, you're good.
But we had that kind of thing in common. But so many great songwriters in this town from whom I've learned, and not just here. I have a thing called melody matching that I teach our kids, that I offer to our kids when I do a songwriters class. I said, your melody should match your lyric. Okay, let me back up. First came the dinosaurs, then the earth cooled, or whatever. When I gave my little speech at the acceptance for the little Hall of Fame thing, I was grateful for all of the people. My hearing aids are feeding back. I said, the melodies are the easy part. When I get the words right, the words hum the melodies in my ear. I know what to do. We need to get that. And I tell the kids.
Does one guide the other, or does the words always guide the melody? Or is that go back and
they
forth?
come in different ways, but usually it's a word idea. It's a hook line or something, usually. But I've got melodies written. It's just easier for me. It has more meaning. Get the words right.
Yeah.
So I say, Lord, please let me go to heaven. Heaven ain't down there. Lord, please let me go to heaven.
I see.
And I tell them as the pattern, the blueprint for me. Just think about it. When Beethoven was losing his hearing, knew he was going deaf, and he'd lost his immortal beloved, you know. And what did he write? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. The anguish. And later in his life, as he came, found some peace about the love affair that he and realized that he could still compose music. He wrote, "Yum bum 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 bum," you know, "Ode to Joy." Didn't write lyrics. That's the choral symphony. That's why I really love it. But just that simple thing, and that sounds kind of snooty. I don't mean it to.
No.
What it means is that at Odessa High School, our symphony orchestra played the Ninth Symphony and played the Fifth Symphony, and I was exposed to that because they had a lot of oil money, and we had great teachers, great choral directors. So it's all a piece of that mosaic that makes up whatever this Lady Gatlin thing is.
My daughter plays Ode to, she's 6. She can play Ode to Joy on the piano, and she's obsessed with it. She wants to, and she doesn't have to look. The other day I walked in there, and she was just tinkering on the piano in her house, looking out the window, playing Ode to Joy, and I was like, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. There's something in there. Which we're almost out of time, which makes me really angry because I would, not angry, grateful that I've had the time. But speaking of my daughter and now you being a parent, grandparent, now great-grandparent.
Can you believe that?
I can't believe that. I mean, I can, but how amazing that you, I mean, that's
And her
quite the
name's
legacy.
Elliot Joy. Elliot Joy, all praise, adore. Instead of Ode to Joy, it's going to be Elliot Joy.
Elliot Joy.
I love it.
Did you ever consciously think about your writing pre and post being a parent? Like, did it shift the things you wanted to say, or did, because for me, I prioritize, everything's changed when I became a parent because you can't just go out and do whatever you want whenever you want. And so my priorities shifted. It didn't change necessarily how I wrote, but it changed when I wrote or why I wanted to write. I guess I'll say it that. Did you feel any of that?
I've never really thought about it in that vein. I wrote a song. Every time a plane flies over our house, Daddy's baby starts to cry, because she knew I was leaving. She'd taken us to the airport so many times. My right ear is itching. I'm taking this hearing aid out. I'm scratching my ear. Y'all deal with it.
Well, he's got hearing aids feeding back. I've got my dog snoring in the background. So again, it's live. Which, okay, let me hit that real quick because it's live. You can do live. You're the improv and the storytelling master. And so it's a reminder to everyone, we're doing this live. There's no AI involved. There's no editing involved. And that's, with 5 minutes left, that's an important thing to bring up, as especially as it pertains to songwriting as well. Would you agree?
I agree. Have I talked too much?
Never. I would let you talk for 9 hours, my
Those
friend.
of you people out there, get yourself a pencil. I like pencils. I like Palomino Blackwing 602 pencils. That's what John Steinbeck used, and he wrote Grapes of Wrath. And Miss Ann Louise Jones told me that Leah Gatlin, you need to read this book. She said, need. So I read it. She said, I want you to read it for extra credit and do a book. I said, I don't need any extra credit. Who are you kidding? I said, I'm your favorite student of all time. I said, I'm going to make an A. She said, Leah Gatlin, you're a mess. You need to read this book. I read it. 13 years later, I was stuck in a traffic jam in front of the Hollywood Bowl in L.A., and I saw a 1957, a 20-year-old Mercury station wagon with Oklahoma license plates. I said, that looks like the Jode family from Grapes of Wrath. And I said, they're going to find out real quickly that all the gold in California is in a bank in the middle of Beverly Hills in somebody else's name. I went out, got to Burbank, and in 8 minutes I wrote that song, and it changed our lives. And John Steinbeck used Palomino Blackwing 602 pencils. So go get you some of them and a piece of white paper and just start.
Just start.
And like Julia Cameron says, if you have nothing to say, say, I have nothing to say.
Nothing to say. That's how you've started with some of your best songs, not knowing what to say. So as I mentioned to you, a vast majority of our audience are over-the-road truck drivers.
God bless you.
Yes, sir. They'll send me song ideas all the time and say, Miss Lindsay, I was driving on the road and I saw this. It made me think of that. And I'll say just what you would say to them, I assume. Then write it down. That's it. Say, how do I be a songwriter? Well, you just did.
You just, absolutely. And it's, if you're not going to make a living at it and doing that, that doesn't work.
Yeah.
If everybody in the world were professional songwriters, we wouldn't have any truck drivers. We'd starve to death.
That's right. We do what we do if they don't do what they do. That's what I say every day.
Exactly correct.
So we have about 2 minutes left, Mr. Gatlin. So
Mr. Gatlin, Daddy.
Gatlin.
Daddy,
Larry the Great Gatlin. We'll end it on our truck driving audience again. What seeing and doing, and is there a message you would like to say? Shout out to our truck drivers listening, whether it's inspiration or whatever.
God bless you.
Yes.
And I mean that. And God keep you safe. you know, every now and then, when you're on the road and you're traveling and driving, you get a little tired. You know, you're between gigs and stuff, and a big old truck will kind of run up behind you, maybe a little bit, or you know, and I'll pull over to the right, and instead of getting mad, I tell Janice, baby, he's just trying to feed his family, and he's trying to feed our family too. Go on by, brother. You know, they without farmers, no food, no blank. No farmers, no food, no truck drivers, no blank.
That's it. It takes us all.
Jesus, keep them safe.
Jesus, take the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
Guys.
Oh, and bless Brett James. Bless God.
Oh, my gosh.
Jesus, take the wheel.
Yeah, we mentioned Brett James and I went to the same church. And you know what? I'm going to, if you don't mind, I'm going to read something real quick if you don't mind. Because I saw him sing at my church all the time. We go to a church here in Franklin, Tennessee. And I never met him personally outside of singing, hearing him sing. But I wrote this the day he died, I mean, Larry, I couldn't stop thinking about him, which is, I guess it's strange to not be able to not stop thinking about somebody that you never met or you didn't know. But he just kept showing up in my dreams. And can I read this? Can I see it? Okay. So I said, I didn't know James personally, so perhaps it's strange that I can't stop thinking about him. It's odd when someone you don't know shows up in your dreams, but here he's been the past few nights. He would sing from time to time at my church, and that was always a special morning. We had mutual friends. He was a giant in the Nashville music community, and I certainly know his music. If you ever listen to the radio, you do too. And please, this is not about me. Yet I'm prompted to write because, well, I believe we should write. But most importantly, because I believe it's important that people know about a man whose talent and spirit permeated throughout the lives of people that didn't even know his name. Brett James reminded us to let Jesus take the wheel, but still go out last night. He told us that who I am is blessed. He was a respected role model for many men, teaching that to be the man I want to be. Then the truth is, if you're man enough, don't be Mr. Know-It-All. Just say, baby, you're right. He reminded us to chill out and not take ourselves so serious all the time, because a summer day always turns into summer nights, and if you're lucky, leads to a summer of love. I don't know what it was you were drinking all these years, sir, but because of your music, now I'm changed, and now I'm stronger. There must be something in the water. Perhaps now more than ever, his message is of utmost importance. He seemed to live by faith, hope, and purpose. After all, it's America, and we are walking in the footsteps of our fathers. And personally, I want to live side by side with my brothers and sisters as a true believer, where love wins. So farewell for now, kind sir. Whether by your music, spirit, or physical presence, it's been a pleasure knowing you. Those were all songs.
That's incredible. That is absolutely incredible. See, I didn't know him real well. We wrote one song together, and I've got to go find out what it was. He was very kind to me. One night especially, the little speech I made and I don't mean to make this about me.
It's not. It's
but
fine.
The Hall of Fame speech, he said, Larry, that song, or that your speech, your acceptance speech really moved me. And I didn't know him. I'd never met him. We were doing a TV show. He was doing the 30 minutes after I was doing. And I heard his name. See, I don't hang out in Nashville. I don't co-write very much. I mean, I'm rooting for everybody. I want their dreams to come true. Most of mine did. Ones that didn't come true, I was just holding them for somebody else till they came true for them. That's a good idea for something.
It is.
But
we should write.
He was so.
Right?
We should write, right?
Right.
He was so kind, and it was genuine. You just know. I have a pretty good BS detector. There was no BS about BJ.
Yeah.
And your tribute to him is wonderful. See, only 2 or 3 of those songs have I ever heard. Of course, Jesus Take the Wheel, because I don't listen to radio. People say, "What do you listen to when you go home?" I say, "I don't listen to music when I go home." You know, for me to listen to music when I go home, like a mailman taking a walk on his day off.
I was about to say, it's weird. Carpenter going home and working on his own house.
Working on his roof.
Guys, we are out of time. I can't believe it. Larry, I would. It'd be fun to do a show sometime with you. And Chris Roberts, dear friend of mine who I've been writing songs with for years. Dink, talk about a great voice, man.
Oh, he's wonderful. I love Chris Roberts.
He's one of the best, and he was
Talented
so kind.
Man.
So kind as to set this up. So thank you for being here. This is an honor for me, an honor for everybody. I didn't even get to. People are commenting over here, listening.
Well, let's just do it once a month or twice a month. Let's just come back and do it.
Great. Well,
Okay.
I mean,
I'll sign on.
okay, he said it here on air. Welcome, my new co-host, Larry Gatlin, everybody. Welcome to the show. Y'all, this has been We Should Write. It is executive produced by me, technically produced by Phone Master Dre over there on the ones and the twos, and brought to you by the good people of Radio Nemo. Larry Gatlin, thank you for being here, sir.
Bless you, Double L. Thanks.
Thanks. Tune in next week, guys. It'll still be going on, I think, unless they pull the plug. As far as I know, we still got a show. Actually, Sandy Knox is my guest next week. She wrote so many Reba hits like Does He Love You? Tune in for that one, guys. WeShouldWrite.com. Have a great day. Well, hey there. It's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? We should write, right? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, see? She agrees. That's the cue. From now on, Sandy, you get it. When I say we should write, you say...
Yeah. Right?
Oh, it's right.
Okay. I'll say it. Dude, give it to me again.
You'll get it. We'll get there in a minute. You'll get it. It's fine. We're still tuning in. Guys, welcome to We Should Write. I've been waiting for this episode for weeks, and I mean that. I am so excited. Today's guest has written truly like the soundtrack to some of my earliest emotions, even before I understood what they meant. And we're going to talk about that today because it's so important to me. My guest is Grammy-nominated songwriter and author Sandy Knox, the lyrical powerhouse behind Reba McEntire's Does He Love You? Why Haven't I Heard From You? She thinks his name is John. She's also written for Dolly Parton, Liza Minnelli, Neil Diamond, Dionne Warwick, Donna Summer. What I'm trying to tell you is that legends lined up to sing her songs. And so I'm okay to talk with somebody like that. So I had such a personal connection to her work when I was young. Does He Love You? When it came out, I was about 13, and my best friend Aaron Runyon and I would sing this song like we'd already been through 3 divorces. I don't know what it was, and like our house was on fire. We didn't know a thing about affairs or heartbreak, but we felt it. We felt it, and that's what I've always loved about Sandy's writing. It makes you feel emotions that you haven't even earned yet. So today, beyond all of that, we're talking about diving in her newest project called Waiting, WEIGHTING, Waiting, My Life If It Were a Musical. This is brilliant. It's funny. It's raw. It's a deeply human mix of both storytelling and song about family, food, self-image, and really the emotional weight that we all carry, pun intended, all the way around. So it's clever, courageous, it's full of truth, and I'm just honored that she's joining us today and thrilled that somebody has the guts to continue to share her story and rise up so that other people can too. So please make welcome to the show my new friend and yours, Sandy Knox. Hello.
Hello, Lindsay. That was an incredible description of the boozicle, the audiobook musical. That's what I call it, a boozicle. Thank you. That was just heart-stopping how you just put it in. We're going to steal that description, by the way.
Please. I always say I'm happy to follow you around like with a wind machine, and just as you enter rooms. That's a job that I would really like. When it's somebody I like, I'm like, I would like to walk around and intro you as you walk into rooms. That seems it's probably a little much, but I feel like you deserve it of all people.
Not for me. I'll do it.
Yeah,
I'll take that.
All right, Sandy, I like to start the show, call me woo, but with a deep breath so that I don't run off the rails. Okay. Breathe together, and everybody listening, take a breath as well, wherever you may be, if you're in your truck or behind your desk, wherever you are. On the count of 3, let's breathe together. On 1, 2, 3. feels good, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm a big breather. I like that.
I figured you were. So let's start there. I'm grateful for breath. I always like to ask people to kick things off. In this moment, Sandy, what are you grateful for at this present moment, this exact time in your life?
Wow, great question there. You know, I wake up every morning, I do a morning meditation, and that is where I just live in gratitude for a while and just say thank you to the universe. There's a prayer that I utilize inside the book where Dame, a character, is saying to the God that's all around me, the God that lives inside me, and that's how I start the day, because I'm grateful for so many things. I'm grateful for my success. I'm grateful for hot water. I'm grateful for my house. I'm grateful for the great sheets that I found. I go through this whole run of things that are, some of them are very simple, but it's like, I'm so happy that I had a great family, my parents who were supportive of my career choice and everything. Those are the kinds of things that I land on when I'm thinking about what am I grateful for.
It's amazing. Well, and you talk about your parents in this book, and I'm blown away by the humanity that they taught you and instilled in you. We'll dive into that in a little bit. And then the other side of that gratitude coin, because everything is equal parts. It's a balance of life. What is heavy on you right now? If you were gonna journal about what's sort of weighing, pun intended, weighing on you. What's heavy on you right now?
You know, there's not a lot that's heavy on me right now. I'm one of those people that errs on the side of let's be positive, let's look at all the good things. You know, I have friends who worry a lot about their health and everything, and I always say to them, one of the things I always say to them is, just be thankful we're not living in the day and age where they treated us with leeches. Medical science has come so far ahead. So I'm not heavy about anything. I will tell you, I've already started thinking about this new musical that I'm working on. So that's now in my brain, this whole new storyline and everything for this new thing that I'm working on. So that's pretty up top there right now.
Which is so fascinating to for people to realize, like, if you've this Waiting, the musical, if your life was a musical, this has been like a 20-year endeavor for you, while you're also, I assume, working on multiple things at the time. And it's like, we put it out, and Picasso didn't put out a great work and then be like, okay, I'm done. Like, you put things out, and you just kind of have to keep moving on to the next and evolving. So it's equal parts overwhelming and inspiring to hear that this is just recently out this year and already on to the next. Okay, I want to backtrack for a minute. So much to unpack in Waiting, but I want to just kick off the show, if you're okay with it, playing here in a second a clip from She Thinks His Name was John, okay. Because you did something. Okay, I'm again like 13 years old singing this song about it's very candidly about a woman who has a one-night stand, contracts HIV, and loses her life ultimately because of it. And this is inspired by somebody, people that you knew personally who had gone through something similar. And again, I don't know how you do it, Sandy, but you, and whether it's conscious or not, or just your God-given talent here. But again, at 13 years old, I would sing. I mean, I can go there in my mind right now, in my room with a hairbrush, singing this song as if I was living it. I did not know what AIDS was. Right. I did not even really exactly know. She can account for all of the men in her life. I would sing that, and I hadn't even kissed a person yet. You know what I mean? Is it, before we play it, is that something, you do this in all your music, is it something that you're consciously aware of, that you're evoking such emotion in people who it's not even their story, or maybe not even yours if you're writing it? How does that spirit move through you? Do you know?
I am a big believer in making people feel something when they're listening to a lyric. That is one of my top priorities when I'm writing. I go by, there's it's a very little thing that it's not little, but it's something I've said for years, since I was in my 20s. I want whatever that I'm writing to make people feel an emotion, and those emotions are, I want it to make people laugh, cry, or want to make love. There you go. I mean, let's create those kind of feelings. I also always have a little film going in my head with the lyrics, so that if I can visualize it, I want people to listen to it, and I want them to be able to visualize what I'm saying in the lyric. So that little 13-year-old girl who didn't know what AIDS was, she knew that the song was heavy, she knew it was touching you in some way that you knew this was a heavy story. So, but you know, that song, you're right. That song was about my brother who got AIDS through a blood transfusion while he was battling testicular cancer. So I put myself in his shoes. What if I had gotten that message at 29 years old? He was 29 when he passed away, and so so that was the catalyst for that song. But also, at the time, you know, it was called GRID, gay-related immune deficiency, and a lot of people thought that only, you know, gay people got it. That wasn't the case at all. I mean, there were several straight women who got it and straight people and whatever. And that's what kind of put me there, is because I overheard some friends of mine making comments about, you know, oh, he's okay, he's a friend of a friend. And that's one of the lines in the song. And it was like, oh, he has a green light, he's fine because he's a friend of a friend. Yeah, well, no, that isn't how it works. That didn't how a virus works. Right. So anyways, but yeah, that's important to me too. And I'll tell you another thing about that song, and people have heard me say this before, but I felt like I had a target. The bullseye, in my mind, I had a target. The bullseye, the red bullseye, was AIDS. I had to write all around it without ever saying death, dying, doctors, medicine, AIDS, HIV. I had to write all around that bullseye and still get the message across. That was important to me. I didn't want to make it so overwritten, so to speak. Yeah, that was heavy. I had about 17 pages of lyrics, and I had to keep condensing and condensing. And I'll tell you another thing, talking about this town and co-writing, a lot of my co-writers didn't want to write it with me. They thought it was heavy. It was not, nobody would cut it, da da ba ba ba. So, you know, a lot of them, you know, declined. And then Steve Rosen, who was in my band, I had a 10-piece band at the time called Sandy Knox and the Yummy Butt Cabana Boys, featuring the Love Bitches. Thank you. And and Stevie was new to town, had just graduated from Berkeley, was new to town, and I threw the idea up to him, and he was not jaded enough yet to say no. He went, sure. And when he said sure, that's when we got busy on the song and started writing it. And I just had to bring all those lyrics, you know, down and down.
Wow. Well, and it's, excuse me, it's something that I've learned sort of later in life. It's like the more, oddly enough, the more specific we get, the broader the connection for whatever reason. I was doing it the other way around a lot of life. And I realized if you're trying to speak to everyone, you speak to no one. If you try to speak to one person, you speak to everyone. It's a strange thing. Yeah. And that's so crazy how you just mentioned that, how you said that about writing all over. I mean, you don't even say, you're right. You don't say anything what's happening, and yet we still know. What a skill.
I don't even say that she's sick.
No, you don't even use that word. She can't account for all of the men in her life, where they are now, who they married, how many kids they had. She knew their family's background and friends. We're going to play the end of it.
Okay.
So people can, if you don't know the song, well, if you don't know the song, you don't exist, clearly, because everybody knows the song. But it's so powerful. Dre, let's play it so then I can do it more, because there's a million avenues I want to go. But this is, she thinks his name is John, by the, obviously, written by the incredible Sandy Knox, performed by the incredible Reba, who, by the way, had the courage to put it out as a woman. Another big ding ding. Here it is, and we'll dive in more.
Now each day is one day that's left in her life. She won't know love, have a marriage, or sing lullabies. She lays all alone and cries herself to sleep. Or she let a stranger kill her hopes.
sing your song looking across to you. It just healed something in me as a child. So that was very full circle. I just want to say so. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
You're welcome. I'm glad. That makes me very happy as a writer. Surely you know that feeling when one of your songs touches someone.
For sure.
It's a big deal.
It is a big deal. And it's like, all right, I've done something here on this earth. You've done quite a bit, obviously. And such an honor. We're talking to Sandy Knox here. So listening through this audiobook, here's what hit me at the very beginning. And I'm talking full-blown almost panic attack. So I'm listening to you talking about entering Foundation House, which, what's the word? What would you call Foundation House? It's not a rehab, but
no, it's not a rehab at all. It was like a diet college. It wasn't what they call a fat farm where people go to lose like a high dollar type thing. It wasn't a spa. You actually learned. You were in classes. You were in group therapy. This is based on a real place that I went, and so I always because I learned so much while I was there. I always referred to it as a diet college.
Okay.
That's what I called it. You had to go to classes. You had to you had to take medical tests to make sure you were healthy before you started your program. It was a wonderful place. Yeah.
Well, and you have so many relationships that came from it, beautiful stories that came from it, so many healing moments. And what hit me, why I want to say this, because whether you're somebody who struggles with, we're all trying to fix something in us, and we're all beautiful and perfect, of course, but we're all trying to heal something. And you going there to work through weight and learn about diet was your thing that stems from a young age. But what I felt in it, and what I want to say for anyone listening, because you'll identify this no matter what you're working on in your life. This isn't about weight loss. This is about something inside of us that wants to be seen and held. And for me, it was crazy, Sandy. I was listening to this in this specific chapter in the parking lot, waiting to go in and pick up my daughter from day camp. And she's 6. And I started thinking, so when somebody is overweight, or not at the weight they want to be, and they're trying to think about, how am I going to get to the other? It must feel so debilitating to be like, I'm so far away from that. How can I ever get that? Like, it'll never happen. And I started thinking about some of my hopes and dreams. And I'm like, I'm so far away from where I think I should be or where I want to be. And I started feeling kind of the panic of that. And you're listening through the rest of your book calmed my nervous system to be like, it's baby steps. It's waking up every day and just choosing to work on it, I think, right? So just talk a little bit, especially as it pertains to writing, you entering Foundation House, or whatever it was called, Foundation House, and knowing that you were going to heal through that. I guess, what was that moment when you're like, I am going to do this, I can do this, I will do this? Do you remember that sort of light switch moment when you were like, I can do it? Was it before or after entering, I guess?
Well, as I say in the book, I went there because I had just gone through a bad breakup with a guy, and I wanted to be out of town because he was kind of still coming around when he wasn't invited. And a friend and I wanted to lose only about 15 pounds. I wasn't, overweight or anything. I just was carrying a little extra. And a friend of mine told me about this place, and she said, a lot of celebrities go there, and a lot of celebrities have been to this place. And when I looked into it, I found out I could take my dogs, I could have my own apartment. I was like, well, this just sounds great. It was like a healthy vacation. And so I just remember, for me, it was an escape. I just wanted to get out of town and do something healthy. And my friend told me about this place, and I went, and it was great. But then it turned into this. When I left a month later or whatever it was, I was like, wow, so many stories in this place, so many people's stories. There were some stories, the characters are composite of many different people. And there were some really interesting, there were people that were there just because they were hiding. They didn't really need to lose weight. There was one woman there who was, I didn't use her in the book, I didn't use her story, but she was hiding because her best friend, she had been having an affair with her best friend's husband for 20 years, and her best friend just found out, so she came there to this place to hide. There was another girl who was there who left in the middle of the night. She was hiding from her family because they had arranged a marriage for her. And she did not want to do that.
That still happens?
So that's why, yeah, believe it or not, yeah. And again, this was, 25 years ago. But other people were there because they did want a healthy vacation. They didn't want to go on a cruise ship and gain weight, where it's just a buffet on the water. And so, I just remember meeting all these various people, and the story started percolating. When I drove away, I was just like, wow, there's something in this place. What is this going to be? And at first, I thought it was going to be a flat-out musical, because I have a theater background, and that's what I thought. But it just kept nagging on me for years, where I was like, I got to do something with this story and all these song ideas. The first song idea in the car on the way home was salsa. It is a dip. It is a dance. So that was the first idea that came to me, is that, like, salsa. It's something you eat and something you dance to, So that was the first one. So it started percolating very early, but it was. I knew it was going to be, talking about, you said you may not be where you are, but Lindsay, you have affirmations about your career all the time, whether you realize it or not. I mean, this podcast is one of them. It's an affirmation telling you you're on the right road. Anytime I got a song put on a soft hold or a hard hold, I knew I was on the right road for the journey I wanted to go on. Those little things, I just kept embracing those little affirmations, knowing there's a reason why this is happening. This is the universe's way of saying, yep, you're in the right place. Keep going.
I love that. Thank you for that. Yeah, you're right. We just have to get out of our own way and be able to see those things as well.
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes. Thank you. And so, were you writing through, like, when you were there, your stay at Foundation House? Are you a journaler, first of all, or is that just what songwriting notes everywhere?
Sometimes I'm a journaler. If the guy I'm dating is irritating me, I tend to journal more. But for the most part, no, I'm not a journaler. I just kind of keep things rolling in my head. But I was not waiting while I was there. No, I was gathering. I had gone there to kind of put some distance between me and someone who wasn't so good. So that was why I was there. So that was and just being in a new place, different place, is real healthy for you sometimes.
For sure. And since you mentioned, the someone that wasn't so good, this is really very powerful how much you share about the someone not so good. We'll call him Dick, appropriately named so.
That was not his, but you got to say it like this. And his name was Dick. You got to say it like that.
Dick. So anyway, Dick. It's so fun. I feel the power in it. What was, you shared this stuff. I'm a firm believer of creating a space where if I share something, it lets somebody know they can share something and vice versa. Yeah. And you share it on a very powerful level here. And the most beautiful thing to me in this is Dick. Once you finally escaped his dickness, you got a call a while later from a woman who was in a relationship then with Dick, and she said, "Do you please tell me that I'm not crazy, or am I crazy? Do you see this too?" And you got really emotional.
Tell me I'm not crazy. Tell me that I'm not as crazy as he tells me I am. That is the first thing that was out of her mouth on the phone when she and I connected. Yeah.
And I'm sure in that moment, I would love to know in that moment if you remember what you felt, but it sparked this relationship forever where you guys have been friends for 30 years now or something.
Oh, yeah.
I think I would love for you to talk about, if you will, the idea of we connect with people, we find connections and purpose through pain, and you did this. You turned your life, or you escaped and then were able to help somebody else escape. But do you remember that moment, what that felt like when she said that to you on the phone, what it did to your heart? I can only imagine.
Yeah, my heart broke for her because I knew exactly what was going on in her relationship with Dick. I knew exactly. She didn't have to explain anything else when she said, I need you to tell me. That was the first words out of her mouth. I need you to tell me I'm not as crazy as he tells me I am. And I knew, wow, the gaslighting, was going on big time. So I immediately, opened up my heart and my life to her and said, do you want to get together and, talk? So we did. And, it was the exact same story. And I'll tell you something. I didn't, you say that was very raw and I shared a lot. I didn't share a lot of what really went on, behind the scenes in that relationship. I didn't sugarcoat anything, but I just didn't share everything, so it was a good thing that I got out of that situation. But she and I have remained friends. I always tell her we went from adversaries to allies so quickly. And that one phone call, that one time that she called and said that because before that I was like, I'd heard about her, that she was dating him and everything. And I was like, and then in that moment it was like adversaries to allies so quickly, just in a flick of the eyelashes. We were friends. Yeah. And we're still friends. I can't get rid of her.
I love that. I love the marching band thing you put together from your walks in the morning.
Yeah, that was a real song that we would sing to each other while we walked at Vandy Track.
How'd it go?
Go away, fats. Fats, go away. Get out of my head. Get off my legs. Go away, fats. I forget all the rest of it. I have to hear the whole drill. But we would sing that, and we just thought we were the funniest things in the world when we would do that. So when I wrote that chapter, and my friend now lives in Ireland, and we talk almost once a week. And she's married and lives in Ireland, and I sent her the chapter, and I said, I'm going to go into the studio, and I'm going to do a full marching band version of this little ditty we used to sing. I said, it's going to be so cool. I can hear it in my head. And let me give a shout out to Stefan Oberhoff, who played every instrument on that track.
Whoa.
When I told him what I wanted, it turns out that this man had done the entire library for the Pepperdine Marching Band. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. So
because it sounds huge. I would never guess that's one person doing all that.
Yeah, that's Stefan's brilliance. And so I said, well, here's what I want. And he said, got it. We can do this. So, yeah. And then it's interesting, I brought in several of my girlfriends to sing on the thing who had also been survivors of abusive relationships.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. It's powerful. You can hear it. This is such a cool concept. It's as I mentioned earlier today when we were promoting you coming on, Sandy, writing a musical is probably one of the biggest endeavors you could ever think to take on. So you did it. I'm so impressed, inspired by how you're like, well, let me take it on the way that I know how to do. I write songs and I'll just write my story, put it, and whatever happens, happens. But you were able to do it in this audio book coupled with 21 new songs. You can head over to Weighting, WEIGHTING.com. How was that not taken, by the way?
It was.
It was? Okay.
But it's mine now.
Okay, atta girl. Waiting.com to find the audiobook and the songs. We're going to dive in more. Sandy, when we come back, I'd love to know the idea of through your this beautiful connection that came of you and your girlfriend when you went through something terrible that you could both see it. Because of the, I'd love to know, how do you balance believing in purpose without needing to justify the pain itself, if that makes sense?
Let me see if I understand that question. I'll think about it.
Yeah, the idea, because it's because here's the thing. I live in between these worlds where I'm like, yes, I've gone through some crappy things, but guess what came of it? But also then turning it to be like, I can see my grandmother in heaven being like, okay, we've done enough pain. We're good. We don't have to go through the pain, So how do you get back to the place to sort of circle it back around where we can learn from these experiences and not expect the experiences in order to tell a story, if that makes sense? We'll dive into a bit more of that when we come back. We're talking with the great Sandy Knox. It is such an honor to have her here today. Head over to Weighting.com to learn of this new project. Of course, you can stream her music, download her music. Thank you. Everywhere you get music. Take a quick break. We'll be right back. This is We Should Write, because Sandy, we should write.
Right?
Yeah. There it is. We'll be right back.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
We should write.
Right?
I'm going to make you do it all the time. I'm going to be
You've got now I'm trained.
Welcome to We Should Write Training College. Sandy Knox is joining us today, and we touched on this before we went into break. I guess the main thing I'll say, because you 20 years writing this project, a lifetime of stories in order to be able to write in general. So I guess back to that question, do you see, or do you find a balance in of all you've gone through and seen, being like, because you were such a, to me sitting here, you seem like such a confident, you have so much gratitude for where you are, you see where you've come from, all the things. Mm-hmm. Is there a way for you to balance, like, things are going to show up, but I don't have to let those pains define me, I guess, is it? It's not part of us, it's just something that moved through. Or it's not us, it's something that was just a part of us for a moment. Or how do you see that, I guess?
Well, I am one of those people that just, if I want something to happen, like I wanted this book to happen, so I continued to work away at it, even though there were times that were difficult. My parents were aging out, so I was taking care of, I moved back to Texas to be closer to my parents because I could tell my father was his life was changing and probably coming to an end. I actually heard it in his voice on the phone. I went, he's starting to sound more like his mother toward the end of her life. I think I better get home. So I moved back, and I moved to Austin, which was a 3-hour drive from Houston, because Austin had more of a music scene. But anyway, so because of that, I had to put the idea on hold for a bit. And then my mother was aging out and having some issues, and she decided to move here. So that happened. And at the same time, I was literally designing and building a new house. So that kind of took precedent. But at the same time, I'm working on the whole thing. I'm thinking of ideas. I'm thinking of songs and whatever. And then when COVID happened, lockdown, I went, oh man, how am I going to stay on this if live theater is going to be slowed down to a point? Because to me, it was a musical. It was a live theater production. And that's when I got the idea for an audiobook musical. And, I've had some background, like I said, in theater, and I've had some background doing voiceover work. And I went, what? I think I can write this. It'll just be a longer song with songs in between. And I thought, I think I can write this, narrate it. I think I can make this happen. And the more I researched it, come to find out nobody had ever done an audiobook musical situation. Normally, if an audiobook was about music, you would be directed to go download the CD that they referenced in the audiobook. About, like, say, if it was about Alicia Keys' book, you're just directed to go buy, the soundtrack. This was different. This was I wanted it to be interwoven. I wanted that when the listener is listening to the story, they're feeling it, and I'm going to take them right into the song that fits that story, that chapter they just heard. So,
So it's a brilliant concept.
Well, and let me tell you, nobody had ever done it, so we were learning a lot of things as we went along. Like the sound engineer, Garrett Schultz, he was the sound designer. Wonderful guy, a lot of awards and everything under his belt. And he said, Sandy, I've researched this. Nobody's done this before, and we're going to have to not make it up, but we're going to have to figure out how to do this correct way. Because I'll tell you something, Lindsay, there were things like if we had to keep the spoken word at a certain level, and when we came in with the music, we couldn't like I would crank things up. We couldn't do that because we would get loud penalties.
Whatever that is.
Yeah, we had that exactly. It was like, what's a loud penalty? So we had to find out all of this stuff as we went along. There was a lot of that kind of stuff. We spent hours and hours on Zoom between the producer and who produced the music. Stefan Oberhoff and I did the majority of the music, and then either the mixing, the master and mixing guy, and then the sound designer. There were a lot of Zoom meetings where it literally would be like, okay, bring that up a half decibel, bring that up just, it was so technical, and it was there was a lot to it.
One might say.
Yeah, and so back to your point, there were moments where like keeping it going. First off, I was investing a lot of money in this thing, and so keeping it going was. There were moments when I was like, oh man, is this going to be worth it? But I have to tell you, in the end, when we released it, when it was done, when it was finished, it is something I'm so proud of. I'm so happy about it. I'm thrilled with all the songs. And here's an interesting thing about the songs. There's not one country song in the soundtrack.
Oh, I know. It's complete.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you that because did you surprise to be someone where you were going into this at, you've already had so much massive success. Did you surprise yourself to be like, because in your head you're like, I'm a successful writer, I can do this, and you realize, oh, this is a completely different kind of writing that I'm learning and evolving. Did you think I'm already evolved, I can do that, and realize, oh, I can. These are so many other avenues.
I'm already evolved. I love that.
You know what I mean.
That's a bumper sticker.
I'm already evolved. Get off my bump. Get off my tail. But did you get off my tail? Evolved. That actually is really funny. Okay.
That is good.
That is good, right?
I got it. Yeah.
Thank you.
I got it.
Get the visual of what's happening.
Yeah.
Did you surprise yourself in how much you learned from a writing perspective?
Well, first off, I've always written several different kinds of genres. I was when I moved here in 1983, 24 years old and $1,500 in my pocket and didn't know a soul. I didn't write country at all. I didn't think this town was going to be great for me, but it was such a songwriter's haven. And then I realized it was the soul of this town was so crazy good and supportive of songwriters. But I learned how to, none of my songs were written as country tunes. They got cut by country people, but mostly I just tried to write great songs. Mm-hmm. A great song can be recorded in so many different styles. I didn't make a conscious decision not to write country on this project. I just wanted to write the style of the song that fit the chapter you had just heard. So like when I'm talking about Dave, the piano player, who's a piano player in a place in New York, he's not going to bust into on his gigs. He's going to be writing some of those cool, American Standard type things. And the American Standard style was always really important to me and embedded in my ear growing up. So I didn't make a conscious decision not to write country. There wasn't a place for it. But the next one I'm working on, there's going to be a lot of places for really bad country songs.
Oh, okay. Hint, a little foreshadowing. I like it.
Yeah.
I have several recommendations of singers for. Oh no, wait. Their names are. No, just kidding. Okay, well, I want to play a song play a clip of something off the album, so people get a feel of what we're talking about. And I have to tell you, this was my favorite of the 21 songs personally. You Already Love That Girl.
You already love that girl.
Boy, you already love that girl. It just radiates joy. And so I'm so curious, a little deep dive of the story behind it, because how does this song specifically, with all this joy, it emoted so much joy in me, which I needed at the time. How does it fit into the healing arc of the project?
Okay, all right. But you're going to play it first?
We'll play
what?
it first and then.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll play it first.
Okay.
Give us that bop. Hit us, Phone Master Dre, Sexy Jesus. Show me what you're working with.
She knows what you're thinking, way deep inside.
no disrespect to your mom, but it sets the scene. I
Yeah.
listened to that and was aware, Sandy, I'm like, oh my gosh, with a 6-year-old, it reminded me everything that comes out of my mouth is shaping her entire life. So thank you for
Yeah.
the gentle yet slap in the face reminder about that. But with all that said, I'd love for you to talk about now, when you look back now at the little girl who was told she couldn't have seconds, the woman who escaped the abusive relationship, the artist who wrote her way through it all, and what you would say to her. And, for anyone listening who's still carrying something heavy, which so many of us are, what's one truth that you, Sandy, have learned about letting go?
Mm-hmm. Well, letting go can be so healing. Letting go can be so powerful, just the act of just going, I'm done. I'm not going to let that bother me anymore. But also, one of the things, anytime I was going through a rough time or whatever, I was hit with some pretty serious medical situations also right before I turned 50. And I just a lot of times would hear this phrase, and my mother, my mother was the one who would say this to me when you were going through something bad. She'd go, just remember, it's only temporary. It's not forever. It's only temporary. You will fix this. You'll get through it. Things will, change. And my mother was tough. She made it very clear that, I say in the book, she did not live to eat. She ate to live. Mm-hmm. And my dad and I were the exact opposite. We lived to eat. We loved food and going grocery shopping. She hated us going grocery shopping. But one of the things, I have to say this about her also, when I was young and struggling in my songwriting, and I would feel like, gosh, maybe I should give up, maybe I should give up, My mother would always say, well, if you give up, you have 100% chance of not making it. But if you hang in there, you at least still have a 50% chance of making it.
I like those odds a little better.
Yeah, 100% giving up, 100% you're not going to make it. And I've seen in this town, I've seen a lot of people pull out and go back home and give up. And a lot of them were incredibly talented. And that's sad, but it happens, Yeah, I don't know. Am I still on the answering the question?
Yeah, no, you are. You totally are. You totally are.
Did I just go off into Sandyland?
I love Sandyland. I'm going to live in Sandyland forever now. Because it's, and I think so on the show, Sandy. The show is not about convincing anybody to become an author, or a professional songwriter. If that happens as a byproduct, beautiful, great. But I'm just like The Artist's Way by Julia Cameron. I mean, the show, the idea, I believe. I have found myself later in life. I'll go back and find something that I wrote years ago and been like, and healed from it back when I see it. So to me, this show is like future you thanking present you for doing something, for writing and putting pen to paper on something that's going to help you down the road. So with that said, we have a lot of truck drivers who listen to the show. We have a lot of artists that listen to the show. People that are out on the road and are seeing things all the time and are feeling things, from a writing perspective. And I don't even mean professionally. I mean just as a human, getting our shit out so we can get it out. Do you see writing as alchemy? Do you find yourself as an alchemist when you're able to, because you transmute something for me emotionally, which helps me then want to do it as well. Would you call writing alchemy, and what can you say to people that is writing, is it important for us?
Oh, yeah, I think so. Yes, I think it's very important, and I think it does produce feelings and emotions, and that's one of the greatest things in the world. The first time that I did Does He Love You, it had just been out on the radio, and I never performed the song. The song's actually pretty hard to sing.
Yes.
And I got invited to sing at the Harlan Howard Birthday Bash, which was a really big deal and a heavy compliment if that invitation was extended. But they wanted me to sing Does He Love You? And I remember getting up there and doing it and coming back off there. And
As a duet?
It was a young woman standing at the
Did you
I
sing
did
it
it
solo?
as a duet. Yeah.
You did. Okay.
Yeah. And no, my friend Catherine, who my friend from meeting Dick. sang
Wow,
it with
y'all
me.
did it together?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, at the Harlan Howard birthday bash. Yeah, and that would have been after Dick. So
Inflection is everything.
Yeah, thank you. But anyway, and I came off that stage, and I'll never forget Donna Summer was standing there. Donna was about to go on stage, and I walked off the stage, and there was this young woman standing on the line, where you walked past to get to the green room area. There wasn't a green room, but anyway, and she said, and the song had barely been out, maybe 3 or 4 weeks, maybe. And this woman kind of reached out and stopped me, and she said, I want to thank you for that song so much. She said that I got out of a bad relationship because of that song.
Wow.
And I kind of looked at her, and she said, yeah, saved me. That's all she had to say. So yeah, that definitely causes, people to think, and causes different things happening in emotions in their body. Yeah. I think that's one of the wonderful things about being a writer, is that we have that opportunity.
Yeah. And we don't know always. I mean, I'm aware sometimes I'm like, I don't know if I'm ready, if this is for me, if this is for someone else, if this is for the other side, someone I'll never, you know what I mean? It's like we don't know what seemingly little acts can do to change the world. I talk about this all the time. People are like, well, how could I ever change the world? And I think it is by us making ourselves better, by us working our stuff out. It makes us a better person so that everyone around us are better, et cetera, et cetera. And so stories like that, when you're like, you weren't writing that, I assume at the time, to be like, you didn't know that woman, and you changed somebody's life. That's all I need to know, that we need to write.
And, we don't know how many times that happens once one of our songs is out there in the world and is a hit and people are listening to it. And it doesn't even have to be a hit. I mean, but we don't know how our songs are affecting people when they're listening to them. We don't get those emails and messages and phone calls. We don't know. There could be thousands and thousands of people who are affected by something we've written, and we just haven't heard about it yet. I will tell you, on Waiting, I actually got about a week ago, I got a handwritten letter,
What's that?
Thank you. I got a handwritten letter with a stamp on it from a woman thanking me for the book. And she said, I've listened to it twice, and it's made such a difference. Okay, if I only get one handwritten letter, that's enough. That was powerful.
I'm just impressed. Do you even know how much stamps are? I'm impressed that she...
Well, I just use forever stamps because they're forever the same.
I think the last time I wrote a handwritten letter, I just put like 12 on. I'm like, I don't know. I'm just going to put all the stamps I have on it because I don't know how much it costs. We've only got a few minutes left, but I want to, and again, head over to waiting.com. I encourage anybody to listen. By the way, anybody on the road, it's an easy listen.
Yeah.
It's like, it screams connection, and it's great. We'll get you a couple hours further down the road between the book and the songs. Anybody can identify with it. And the thing that really one of the many things that really stood out to me are, again, the relationships that came of it for me, the people you met through being at Foundation House, the writing through this, and even the people of all walks of life, all different bodies, whether there was somebody battling anorexia or bulimia or overeating or just trying, like you, I want to be healthier and better, whatever it was, but it was all under one roof. And, it reminded me, like, we're all fighting the same war, which is just to be right with ourselves and be healthy and connected. So if you can leave us with, I think, if you were gonna put pen to paper, write about, which you have already. So if you're gonna continue to, about what those connections, those people that you met to you, and what it means on a grander scale, I guess, for humanity as a whole, which is important in these divisive times. What your time there and the people you met kind of taught you about connection.
Well, the ongoing storyline in this project, in the book, is everybody's got a battle going on in their head about their body or their life or a relationship. We don't know everybody's story. And you think you do, but you don't. And I walked away from that place realizing, man, everybody's battling some kind of body image or a doubt or self-esteem issues or something. Not one person owns that. Everybody gets to enjoy in that. So
you're not special.
You're not special. And it's just a matter of just believe in yourself and just know that. And that was one of the reasons I wanted that the trajectory of the story ends with on an up note. Nobody's left too brokenhearted, I don't think.
I love it. If you were going to write one song today that comes to the top of your mind, what would the title be to where you are sitting now in your life?
Oh, gosh, what a deep, dark question that is. I have, as a songwriter, you have hooks come up all the time in your head. All the time.
Except for when you're except on the spot.
Yeah, except for when you're on the spot. I will tell you that Moan and Groan and Gripe is a new tune that I'll be working on for the new project.
Moan and Groan and Gripe. I say
Moan and Groan and Gripe.
That gives me a little window into what the project is. I like it. I feel like we just got a little behind the scenes here. Sandy Knox, thank you so much. This has been truly an honor. Thank you for sharing yourself with the world, with us, with me, and opening up so that other people can too. Thank you.
Great interview, my friend. Really pleasurable.
Thank you. Thanks for calling me friend. I'm going to cry. I want to be your friend. I really appreciate you joining us. Everybody head over to waiting.com. Get this book. Buy it for the people in your life. Download it. You will not be disappointed. I put my stamp on that. This has been We Should Write. It's executive produced by me, Lindsay Lawler. It's technically produced by Phone Master Dre over there and brought to you by the good people of RadioNemo. Stay tuned. My guest next week is New York Times bestselling author Sarah McCoy. We're going to dive into how fiction writing helps people heal. Make believe, guys. Make believe is what I'm talking about. Sandy Knox, have the best day. And you know what? We should write.
Right?
Y'all take care. We'll see you next week.